Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Rising from the Shadows. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He looked down from the roof he was standing on, contemplating what had just happened moments ago. It was getting dark, and he knew his mom would be upset if he came home late. In truth, she would be angry either way, but he no longer had the energy to care. Today could be described as both the best and worst day of his life. He had met his idol, the man he had looked up to for as long as he could remember. This was the only person he thought would see more than just a fragile boy without a quirk. Life wasn't fair, and he had accepted that a long time ago. In a world where 80% of the population possessed special powers called quirks, Izuku was among the 20% who did not. Those without quirks were often treated as inferior, looked down upon and bullied for being different from the majority. Izuku had learned about life's unfairness long ago. All Might had saved him from a villain, only to later crush his dreams in a way that made him wish he had never been saved at all. Perhaps he should heed Kaken's advice. His childhood friend had cornered him at school that day, and as usual, Izuku could only endure the encounter, hoping he wouldn't end up with more bruises to tend to when he got home. But this time was different. It didn't just end with the usual bullying. Kaken had gone so far as to suggest he take a leap off the roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. Could today get any worse? With his idol standing before him, Izuku felt compelled to ask the question he had longed to pose ever since he had been diagnosed as quirkless. However, the answer he received stung more than he wanted to admit. The number one hero had told him he could not be a hero. After that, any other words exchanged fell on deaf ears, as that sentence played on a constant loop in his mind. Of course, he couldn't be a hero. He was just that little quirkless, worthless Izuku after all. He couldn't believe he had hoped to hear otherwise, even for a moment. Throughout his life, he had never been more than a burden to others, bullied and looked down upon by everyone, even by his own best friend. Could he still call him that? No, that title had been taken away a long time ago, 10 years to be precise. The moment he turned 4 and everyone else received their quirks, humanity had evolved, and he had been left behind. From that moment, his life took a turn for the worse. His father left home, claiming he wanted nothing to do with the abomination his wife had given birth to. He had expressed his disdain, saying he could not have a quirkless son, as it was a disgrace to his family name and society. With each word, he had looked at Izuku with contempt, as if every harsh statement was meant solely for him. With that sentence hanging in the air, Izuku woke up the next day to find one less person in his home and one more broken heart. Yet, life didn't stop there. It never did. Life had a peculiar way of continuing on. Inko Midoriya loved her son deeply. However, his quirkless status had cost her both her respectable reputation and her husband. Hisashi had left, leaving Inko to deal with the child she had brought into the world. She tried at first to act as if nothing was wrong, as if this status wouldn't change the way she looked at her son. Yet, every time she saw him, she was reminded of what she had lost. She would see him smiling and feel an urge to wipe that expression from his face. How could he smile when she was suffering? When she saw him laughing, she wanted to extinguish that joy. How dare he laugh while she felt so miserable? Inko Midoriya truly loved her son. So much so that she showed her love by teaching him the harsh realities of life. She believed that life was not fair and that he needed to be prepared for its challenges. If that lesson needed to be driven home, she would do it because what kind of mother would she be if she let her son face the world unprepared? Standing there on the roof, Izuku couldn't help but consider ending it all. Normally, he would push such thoughts aside, but in that moment he saw no point in continuing. Who would miss him? Who would mourn the worthless loser? As his mind spiraled into self-deprecation, he was jolted back to reality by an explosion in the distance. Deciding it was worth investigating, he ran toward the sound, fully aware he was already late and anticipating the harsh punishment that awaited him. When he arrived and made his way through the crowd, what he saw made his heart race. In front of him was the sludge villain that had tried to harm him earlier that day. Had the bottle fallen from All Might when he was hanging on? Was it his fault? He couldn't think clearly as the villain held a hostage. Squinting to see the person's face, he recognized the spiky blonde hair peeking out from the green sludge. The villain had Kaken, and it was all his fault. Fear-filled red eyes met his emerald green ones, and before he realized what he was doing, Izuku charged at the monster. Remembering his analysis of hero fights, he looked for a weak point. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his backpack at the villain's vulnerable eyes. Everything that happened next was a blur. All Might had shown up just in time to save the day as Izuku was about to be overwhelmed. He received a stern reprimand for his reckless behavior, as it was clear that a fragile quirkless kid like him shouldn't rush into a villain's fight. That was a job for heroes. After the lecture, Izuku left the scene as quickly as he could, his stomach twisting at the thought of what awaited him back home. He had to get there, just to get it over with so he could finally sleep after this exhausting day. Entering the house hesitantly, he made sure to avoid making his presence known. Years of tiptoeing around the house, trying to be as invisible as possible, had ensured his survival on most days, especially when Inko was particularly upset and could be triggered by any action her son made. Normally, he would manage to get to his room without any unpleasant encounters. However, this day was going to be different. As soon as he slipped off his shoes, he was met with his mother's glare. She stood at the doorway, arms crossed over her chest, her frown promising nothing but trouble. Izuku's shoulders tensed as he tried to read his mom's mood, preparing himself for the inevitable punishment he would face. On normal days, she would greet him with a flurry of harsh words and snide comments. If she was particularly upset, things could escalate. Today, he could practically feel the annoyance radiating off her. She must have seen the news, he concluded. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the silence. She questioned him about playing the hero again, her tone digging deep into his heart. The painful silence that followed was his only response, the newscaster's voice drifting from the living room TV. She stepped closer, her angry tone demanding a response. He backed away slightly, knowing that neither silence nor defiance would help him. He muttered an apology, explaining that Kaken was in trouble. His words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap to his face. Her scornful reply made him tense even further. She mocked his attempts to help, questioning how someone like him could ever make a difference. He slowly replied, ensuring his voice held no defiance, acknowledging that he had been a bad boy that day. Fear bloomed in his forest green eyes as he remembered what that meant. He had learned that running or fighting back only led to more pain. She spoke cheerfully, as if discussing a gift, about how he had done something really bad that day. It had been a while since he had been left alone to contemplate his mistakes. His eyes widened in realization, and he pleaded with her not to punish him again. A blow to his stomach left him gasping for air, and he whispered for mercy, knowing it was futile. She led him down the stairs to the basement, each step bringing him closer to the dark box she had created for him. Years ago, she had decided that normal punishments were insufficient, so she had locked him in an old refrigerator in the basement whenever she was particularly angry about his hero-worshipping behavior. His heart raced as the sound of a metal bolt unlatching echoed in the basement. She ordered him to get inside, her tone leaving no room for discussion. He barely whispered a plea, knowing that struggling would only provoke her further. She pushed him inside, indifferent to the way his head hit the metal frame. As the door closed, he watched the light fade away, hearing the locks click into place. He was trapped in this endless void for an unknown duration. In the darkness, he lost all sense of time. He lay there, blind and deaf to everything but his own ragged breathing. He wished for it all to end, whether it was his current situation or his life. Izuku closed his eyes, praying for sleep, praying for any kind of escape. Days felt like a lifetime as he lay in silence. When the refrigerator door finally opened, a bright light assaulted his eyes, and he gasped for clean air, a welcome relief from the stale atmosphere he had endured. Inko took one look at her son, satisfied with the miserable state he was in, before quickly leaving. With tremendous effort, he got up, trying not to collapse from dehydration and hunger. He slowly ascended the stairs, making a beeline for his room, fearful of trespassing again and facing further punishment. He stopped noticing his mother pulling up a chair at the table where she had prepared food for herself. Izuku longed to devour every item in sight. Just looking at the dishes made his mouth water, and his stomach growled at the tempting view. However, he knew that even touching a single plate would mean being forced back into that uncomfortable situation, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Gathering whatever remained of his self-control, he painfully walked away to the bathroom for a much-needed shower. His body moved on autopilot, his mind barely registering his movements as he tried to regain some composure after the horrific experience. He barely noticed the tears slipping down his cheeks as he thought about not spending another moment in that house. The next morning, he woke up to a note saying that Inko would have friends over that weekend and that he would be wise to make himself useful and disappear for a couple of days. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Izuku smiled. Sleeping alone in an empty park didn't seem so bad. He had a whole weekend without the looming figure of his mother and the constant fear of being punished for every little thing he did. Izuku gingerly packed a small backpack with a couple of clothes and quickly stashed some food from the fridge, the food he had been longing for, and ran outside before his mother could change her mind. He walked the entire day, enjoying his freedom while he could. As he strolled through the park, he watched parents enjoying their time with their children. He knew that parents didn't treat their children like his mother treated him. The days he spent at the Bakugos showed him that. Even though they yelled a lot, he could see the respect and love they had for each other. Kaken had come close many times to discovering the secrets kept behind closed doors. The bruises and cuts were enough proof of that, but Izuku always shrugged it off, creating excuses that led him to be called not only quirkless and worthless but clumsy as well. He eventually learned to hide his scars under long sleeves, and his mother got better at hiding in discreet places where it would be hard to notice, especially after a concerning call from the neighbors who had run into Izuku and noticed he seemed to be hurt. Distracted by his thoughts, he bumped into someone, sending them both tumbling to the ground. When he looked up, green eyes met electric blue, and his eyes widened as he realized he had just bumped into All Might, or rather, the skeletal version of the #1 hero. He hastily got up and helped the taller man, a spiral of apologies flowing from his mouth as he panicked over what he had just done. All Might reassured him, expressing his relief at finally finding him. He had been searching everywhere and wanted to talk to him the other day, but Izuku had run off too quickly. All Might steered him to a secluded bench in an isolated part of the park. They both sat down, and anxiety grew in Izuku's gut as the silence stretched between them. Unable to bear it any longer, he blurted out an apology, feeling the need to get it off his chest. All Might, confused, asked what he could possibly be sorry for. Izuku explained that it was his fault the villain had escaped, believing that if he had just left All Might alone, none of it would have happened. He stood up and bowed as low as he could manage. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, unaware of how the boy flinched at his movement. He reassured Izuku that he was wrong. It was his own carelessness that allowed the villain to escape. He wanted to thank Izuku for his brave and selfless actions that day, which had inspired him to go beyond and save. That boy, Izuku, a quirkless boy, had run into danger without regard for his own safety to save another person's life. All Might explained that many stories are told about heroes who saved the day, but they all had one thing in common: their legs moved on their own. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as he heard the next words. He, Midoriya Izuku, could be a hero. Midoriya Izuku stood in stunned silence as the words began to sink in. He could be a hero? How could All Might say that? It felt like a cruel joke, but the symbol of peace wouldn't toy with his emotions, would he? Panic swelled within him at the thought that this was just another way for life to let him down. How could someone as seemingly useless as him ever become a hero? His ears rang, and dark spots danced at the edges of his vision. All Might's booming voice cut through the chaos in his mind. The hero spoke of his quirk, a closely guarded secret, and how it had been passed down through generations. Izuku listened, wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Quirks were supposed to be hereditary, and yet here was All Might, claiming to have once been quirkless. All Might smiled gently at the overwhelmed teenager. He shared his own story, how he had once been without a quirk until his predecessor recognized his potential and bestowed upon him the power that made him the 8th holder of One for All. Izuku's mind raced. All Might had been quirkless? Why was he telling him this? He hesitated, unsure of what to believe. All Might continued, explaining that he had grown weak and old, and the world needed a new pillar of justice. He believed Izuku could be that hero. The weight of the offer pressed down on Izuku. How could he accept such a responsibility? He feared what his mother would think if she found out. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he resolved to keep this secret from her. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he grappled with overwhelming emotions. The fear of inadequacy clashed with a flicker of excitement and hope. Gathering his courage, he looked up, determination shining in his eyes. He accepted the challenge, feeling a smile tug at his lips. Perhaps he could finally become a hero, and maybe, just maybe, life would start to favor him. However, his good mood was short-lived. Once All Might left, Izuku was reminded of his current situation. He was still technically homeless for the weekend and needed to find a place to sleep. After some searching, he settled in an old playhouse in a secluded part of the park, curling up as sleep threatened to overtake him. He thought about the training that awaited him with All Might the next day, grateful he had packed some running clothes and sneakers. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of children giggling as they peeked into the playhouse, likely amused by the sight of him lying face down in the dirt. He quickly got up and rushed to a nearby gas station to change into more appropriate workout clothes before heading to the beach where All Might had asked to meet him. As he walked, he wondered why the #1 hero had chosen this location. He arrived sooner than expected, spotting All Might's familiar figure. The hero greeted him with his usual booming voice, which felt too energetic for such an early hour. All Might explained that while he believed Izuku was worthy of One for All, he was not yet ready to take on its power. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. What did he need to prepare for? All Might's eyes, filled with respect and determination, eased his anxiety. They needed to train his body, as he was currently too fragile to handle the quirk's backlash. With 10 months until the entrance exam for UA, the best hero academy in Japan, All Might was determined to transform him into a proper vessel for the power. Izuku felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this was his chance to finally prove himself. The boy looked around, confusion etched on his face as he asked what they were doing there. The taller man explained that being a hero wasn't just about defeating villains. It involved contributing to society in small ways, such as caring for the environment and public health. He informed the boy that for the next 10 months, he would be following a strict training schedule, and cleaning the beach would be his first task as a future hero. The man posed a question, challenging the boy to commit fully to improving and earning his power. The boy's eyes sparkled with determination as he assured the man he could count on him. All Might felt a surge of satisfaction, confident in his choice of successor. Thus began 10 months of intense training. Izuku woke up every day at dawn, careful to avoid running into his mother and having to explain where he was going. The thought of her discovering his secret sent a chill down his spine. All Might pushed him to his limits, with daily runs around the city followed by beach cleanups. Each section of trash he cleared brought him closer to his dream, filling him with a new sense of hope. After nearly 2 months of training, Izuku returned home one morning, planning to sneak into his room before his mother woke up. However, his plan was thwarted by her intense glare, which made him feel as though he were being scrutinized. He felt a wave of dread wash over him, knowing he had been caught. His mother, having woken up to an empty house, was in a state that made Izuku uneasy. She stepped closer, her eyes unfocused, as if lost in her own thoughts. The disappointment she felt toward him was palpable, and he instinctively backed away, his instincts urging him to flee. This was different from her usual drunken episodes. There was a calmness about her that felt threatening. She raised a bottle to her lips and drank the last of its contents, then turned to throw it away but hesitated. Izuku could see the moment she made a decision, her expression shifting to one of malice as she lifted the bottle with her quirk and smashed it against the wall beside him. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the room, and a few shards flew dangerously close to his face. Years of hardship had toughened him, But the shock of the moment sent him tumbling to the ground, his hand instinctively moving to his cheek as he felt warmth spreading there. He was aware that the dampness was a mix of blood and tears, but he couldn't comprehend why his mother harbored such hatred for him. Despite the pain, he attempted to rise, but a kick to his stomach sent him sprawling again. His mother ordered him to stay down, announcing her departure for the weekend and instructing him to clean up the mess. She sidestepped him, grabbing a suitcase he hadn't noticed before, and left him alone in the silence of the room. Once the door clicked shut, Izuku curled up and cried, feeling lost and defeated. Time slipped away as he sat there, eventually falling asleep. When he awoke, the light filtering through the window indicated that a significant amount of time had passed. With shaky movements, he made his way to the bathroom to retrieve the first aid kit. He winced as he removed the larger shards of glass from his cheeks, patching himself up as best as he could. Determined to make the most of his time alone, he ventured outside for some fresh air, hoping to clear his mind. He walked a few blocks from his neighborhood, passing familiar alleys and storefronts. As he approached one of the alleys he often used as a shortcut to the beach, he paused upon hearing voices, laughter, and chatter that piqued his curiosity. He peeked around a dumpster, intrigued by the scene unfolding before him. His gaze fell upon three teenagers, likely around his age, who were cornering someone at the back of the alley. They laughed and taunted their victim. The boy, with wild purple hair that seemed to defy gravity, was pressed against the wall. His shoulders were tense, yet he wore a resigned expression, as if he had accepted his fate. His eyes held a blankness that Izuku recognized from his own reflection on difficult days. One of the teenagers jeered, insisting that the boy was destined to be nothing more than a villain. Another, shorter but more muscular, warned his friend not to provoke the boy, claiming he could brainwash them. The first teen, undeterred, boasted about how he would handle the situation after delivering a kick to the purple-haired boy's midsection, sending him crashing to the ground, bent over and gasping for breath. The third boy, who bore a mutated quirk that gave him lizard-like features with scales on his neck and hands, extended his retractable claws and swiped at the purple-haired boy's arm, leaving a mark that drew a pained hiss. Despite the pain, the boy remained silent. As the aggressor prepared to kick the defenseless boy again, Izuku could no longer stand by. He rushed forward, placing himself between the purple-haired boy and his tormentors. A single thought echoed in his mind: he would not allow anyone to suffer as he had. Never. Shinso was not having the best day. School unfolded as it usually did, with peers avoiding him and whispers circulating about his potential as a future villain. His quirk, brainwashing, led many to assume he would inevitably turn to a life of crime. Yet, Shinsu's deepest desire was to become a hero. After school, as he made his way home, a couple of boys from his class decided it was the perfect moment to confront him, likely as part of a bet to see who had the courage to take down the supposed villain. This led to Shinso being cornered in a dark alley by three classmates. The tallest, Derek, had a quirk that allowed him to turn part of his leg's skin to lead, and Shinso braced himself for the pain he knew would come. He was determined not to use his quirk on them, that would only validate their assumptions. He would endure this and survive another day of torment. As he felt a sharp sting on his arm from the claws of another boy, he prepared for Derek's kick, but to his surprise, nothing happened. Hesitantly opening his eyes, he saw a short boy with green curly hair standing between him and his aggressors. The newcomer demanded they leave Shinso alone, his tone resolute but his voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. Derek studied the boy for a moment, surprise flickering across his face before he masked it with indifference. The boy with the lizard-like mutation questioned the newcomer's involvement, dismissing their actions as merely ensuring Shinso wouldn't cause trouble. The green-haired boy retorted, questioning who they were to judge Shinso based solely on his quirk. The third boy, who had been silent until then, recoiled at the intensity of his voice, prompting the lizard boy to ask what his problem was. The green-haired boy expressed his frustration at their bullying, emphasizing that Shinso had done nothing to deserve their treatment and that judging him for his quirk was unjust. The lizard boy argued that Shinso's quirk was one only a villain would possess, incredulous that he thought he could become a hero. However, before he could finish, the green-haired boy pushed him away from Shinso, fueled by his anger and memories of his own struggles against judgment. He vowed to protect others from experiencing the pain he had felt when told he would never be a hero. He shouted that their actions were unacceptable, asserting that it was not their place to determine how Shinso would use his quirk. He threatened to report them for their behavior, knowing he was bluffing but hoping it would be enough to make them flee. The other boys exchanged looks of disdain and shock but quickly began to retreat. One of them warned the green-haired boy not to cry when Shinso brainwashed him. Once they were gone, the green-haired boy sighed in relief and turned to check on Shinso. He asked if Shinso was okay, apologizing for intervening but expressing his inability to stand by while someone was bullied. Shinso blinked at the boy, momentarily stunned before attempting to stand, only to be overcome by pain and collapse back to the ground. The green-haired boy noticed Shinso's injury and rushed to help him, expressing regret for not stepping in sooner. He described how he had seen Derek's feet turn to metal and how he was concerned about Shinso's well-being. Shinso, his voice barely audible, asked why the boy had helped him, wondering if he wasn't afraid. The green-haired boy, filled with determination, explained that he couldn't just watch someone get hurt when he could intervene. He reassured Shinso that he believed in him, recognizing that he had chosen not to harm anyone despite having the chance. Embarrassed by his own words, the green-haired boy accidentally called Shinso Purple-kun, quickly apologizing for the slip. Shinso accepted the apology, thanking him for his help and introducing himself. As Shinso struggled to stand, wincing from the pain, the green-haired boy offered his support, helping him to his feet. He suggested they head to his house a few blocks away to get Shinso patched up, hesitantly adding that it was entirely up to him. Shinso blinked in surprise at the boy's kindness, the fierce demeanor he had just displayed replaced by a shy, timid nature. He agreed, grateful for the unexpected support. The boy expressed his concern about intruding, but the other reassured him that it was no bother since his mother would be away for a few days. They walked in silence, with the boy supporting him as he moved. He realized he still didn't know the boy's name, but before he could ask, the boy announced their arrival. They reached the house, and the boy went up the steps to retrieve his keys from under the doormat. He unlocked the front door and gestured for the other to enter. As Shinso stepped inside, he noticed shards of glass scattered on the floor near the entrance. He wondered if that was the reason for the greenette's bandaged face. The boy dismissed the mess, mentioning a minor accident earlier and suggested they head to his room for a first aid kit. Shinso followed him upstairs into a rather plain room, which contained only a few books and some workout equipment. It lacked any personal touches. The boy remarked on how boring the room was, a hint of sadness crossing his face. He had always wanted to decorate with hero merchandise and display his favorite All Might posters, but his mother would become angry if she saw anything related to heroes. The memories of past punishments for his interests lingered in his mind, but he quickly pushed them aside to focus on the task at hand. All Might stood in the middle of the cleared beach, waiting for his successor to arrive for their afternoon training. It had been a month since they began hand-to-hand combat, splitting their time between sparring and quirk training. Today, they would test the limits of Izuku's control. Previous tests had shown that Izuku had just over 5% control over One for All, which was impressive considering he was not expected to have any control at this stage. All Might checked his watch again. Izuku was late, which was unusual for him. This thought worried the hero. Izuku always showed up for training sessions, regardless of the weather or how tired he was. Once, All Might had to send him home when he appeared pale and shivering. He had lectured the boy on taking care of his health and recognizing his limits. So, Izuku being late was quite alarming. His mind swirled with possibilities. What if something had happened to the boy? What if he was hurt? All Might's thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a green tuft of hair in the distance. He turned fully in that direction, smiling in relief. However, that smile quickly faded as he took in Izuku's state. The boy was limping, a black eye forming on the right side of his face, the bruise standing out against his pale skin. To say he looked tired was an understatement. He appeared utterly exhausted. His eyes, usually bright and full of life, were now dull. Concerned, All Might asked what had happened to him, his voice soft. Izuku seemed to just notice him, shaking his head and forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He insisted he was fine, claiming he had just fallen down some stairs and that he was always clumsy. The clear lie raised a red flag for All Might, but the urgency in Izuku's voice urged him to let it go. The look of utter defeat in Izuku's eyes made All Might reconsider pressing the issue. All Might suggested they skip training for the day and go out for ice cream instead, mentioning a great place near the park that sold hero-themed cones. Izuku beamed at the suggestion, relief washing over him. He was grateful that the symbol of peace didn't ask any more questions. This was something he couldn't explain without getting into trouble. Later, while preparing for his training session, Izuku's mother burst into his room, furious and radiating anger. In her hand was a paper he recognized as his high school application for UA, which he had sent 2 months prior. His heart raced as he realized the trouble he was in. She had discovered his ambition to become a hero. No matter how many times this had happened, Izuku was never prepared for what followed. Inko felt it was necessary to teach him a lesson, believing that someone like him could never dream of being a hero. This lesson left Izuku limping to the beach, sporting a black eye and various bruises, remnants of his mother's harsh punishments. Even with a quirk, he felt like a weakling. When his mother had raised her hand, all he could do was freeze, waiting for the inevitable pain. She had pushed him to the ground, her figure towering over him despite her small frame. Her glare pierced through him, cutting away at the confidence he had built through training. He attempted to get back up, but that only seemed to anger her more. He chose to stay down, but even that didn't appease her. She kicked him, dragging him into the kitchen with surprising strength. The thought of what happened next made Izuku shudder. His mother would heat a fork and press it against his back, just between the shoulder blades. The pain was excruciating, one of the worst he had ever felt. The slow-burning sensation and the smell of singed flesh were forever etched in his memory. She would relent, telling him that perhaps if he became a hero, he would finally find peace and relieve her of her misery. That thought gnawed at him as he walked toward the beach. All Might led him to a small coffee shop near the neighborhood park. It was a pleasant change of scenery for Izuku. They spent the afternoon in blissful silence, content to enjoy each other's company, occasionally engaging in small talk. An unspoken understanding hung between them as neither mentioned Izuku's injuries. Unbeknownst to him, All Might was beginning to piece together the truth. The entrance exam arrived sooner than Izuku expected. Before he realized it, the fateful day had come, and he stood before the towering gates of the school of his dreams. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, but he missed a slight bump on the ground and tripped. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable humiliation and pain, but after a moment, nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he found himself floating, suspended in midair. A cheerful female voice called out to him, apologizing for using her quirk without his permission. Steady hands gently guided him back to his feet, and he stared up at the girl with short brown hair, resting just above her shoulders. She smiled sweetly, explaining that she thought he wouldn't mind not hitting the ground. Izuku gazed at her in dazed wonder. No one had ever been nice to him without a catch or a prank. He quickly snapped out of it, realizing he hadn't said anything yet. He stammered his thanks, hoping his expression didn't reveal the fear bubbling in his chest. She reassured him with her genuine grin, making him feel both inadequate and strangely warm inside. Wishing him good luck on the exam, she waved and bounced away, leaving him awestruck. He made a strangled noise as she moved 20 feet away, finally managing to move his legs after a few moments. The written exam went well. Izuku had studied thoroughly and felt confident he had aced it. The practical exam, however, was another story. Present Mike, the voice hero, introduced the exercise while Izuku gushed over him until another student called him out for mumbling and disrupting the explanation. They would be fighting robots, 3 types of mechanical foe villains stationed in each arena. Points would be awarded based on the difficulty of the robots destroyed. Standing before the massive gates of Battle Arena B, Izuku tried to calm himself. This was the moment of truth. The girl from the morning was assigned to the same arena, along with a loud boy who had called him out earlier. This boy was now shushing anyone who dared to engage in casual conversation. present Mick's energetic voice boomed through the speakers, announcing the start of the exam. Everyone was stunned. They had expected a countdown or some warning before the actual exam began. However, Izuku, accustomed to reacting instantly from years of training, didn't hesitate to sprint into the arena, his legs pumping furiously over the gravel. Behind him, the other students were just beginning to realize the practical exam had commenced. Present Mike laughed gleefully as the other students rushed in after Izuku, emphasizing that there were no countdowns in real fights. Izuku maintained a significant head start as he ran, noticing the mechanical whirring approaching him. He spotted a three-pointer robot charging toward him, followed by two two-pointers. A plan quickly formed in his mind. He rushed toward the three-pointer, channeling 5% of One for All's energy as he retracted his hand and threw a punch. A small shockwave resonated through the arena, destroying the three robots in its wake. Izuku stood there, eyes wide and a grin forming as he looked at the wreckage before him. He had done that. With renewed confidence, he ignored the shocked stares from the other examinees and rushed in, taking out as many robots as he could, racking up points by the second. He lost count after saving a couple of reckless examinees from getting crushed by debris or injured by irresponsible quirk use. As he ran ahead, trying to make up for lost time, he hoped he was accumulating enough points to pass. Suddenly, a whirring sound echoed through the arena, making Izuku turn around to see a gigantic metal robot lumbering toward them, its black steel glinting menacingly in the light. The other examinees collectively stepped back, forgetting the exam as they gaped at the mechanical monster approaching. It was the zero-pointer present Mike had mentioned, which didn't earn any points for destruction. The robot crushed a building in its path, prompting the examinees to start running. Izuku thought that 5% wouldn't be enough to destroy it, but then he heard the girl's voice from the morning. He turned to find her trapped under rubble, directly in the path of the approaching zero-pointer. His legs moved before he even realized it. Channeling One for All, he leaped into the air, using as much energy as he could muster. He knew that a 5% hit wouldn't be enough, so he focused on the energy in his hand, yelling the phrase his idol was known for. He punched the robot, and it exploded, sending a chain reaction through its metal frame. He thought he had escaped unscathed, but pain erupted in his arm as he fell toward the ground. As he neared the ground, Izuku braced himself with energy to absorb the impact, but suddenly felt a sharp smack on his cheek and the familiar sensation of weightlessness. The girl had managed to free herself from the debris and limped toward him, her arms still outstretched, despite the pain in her twisted ankle. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she covered her mouth for a brief moment before losing her lunch. Izuku floated nearby, grimacing in sympathy as she tried to clean herself up. Around them, other students began to approach, many staring in awe at the ruins of the zero-pointer. With her face scrunched up, she gradually recovered. After a moment, she clapped her hands together, and Izuku slowly sank to the ground as gravity was restored. He felt his consciousness slipping away as the exertion of the day caught up with him, and the pain in his arms became more pronounced. He thought he heard someone calling for the nurse before everything faded to darkness. Izuku woke up to the familiar smell of antiseptics and the bright light from the ceiling above him. As he looked around, he realized he must be in the school's infirmary, recalling that the last thing he remembered was being saved from his fall by the girl during the entrance exam. He felt anxious about how many points he had earned, hoping it was enough. The thought of failing and disappointing All Might, the one person who had believed in him and entrusted him with his secret, made his stomach churn. Suddenly, the curtain around him retracted, and a small elderly woman approached. He recognized her as Recovery Girl, the retired hero now working as the school's nurse. His mind filled with questions about her quirk, and he found himself gushing about her impressive abilities. Her quirk allowed her to heal people by using their own stamina to accelerate the healing process. He wondered if she could heal already healed wounds or reduce scarring. The nurse smiled and assured him that she would answer all his questions after checking on him. Realizing he had been thinking out loud, he quickly apologized, feeling sheepish. She reassured him not to worry, appreciating his enthusiasm but reminding him that his reckless actions during the exam were dangerous. Thankfully, he had only injured his arm, which would heal nicely, but she advised him to avoid heavy activity for the next 2 days. She informed him that the exam had ended a couple of hours ago and that he should probably head home now. That night, Izuku tossed and turned in restless sleep, thinking about the exam, All Might, and the girl he had saved. He had saved her. Maybe he had hope after all. Weeks passed, and he still hadn't heard from either Yue or All Might. To distract himself, he focused on training. One morning, while walking home from a run, he noticed the mailman depositing letters in their mailbox. Grateful that his mother hadn't gotten the letter before him, he hurried to his room to read it in private. With trembling fingers, he ripped open the letter, and a small round device clattered onto his desk. He flinched as it burst into light and color, illuminating his room with All Might's imposing figure. The pre-recorded video showed All Might in front of a bright yellow background. After glancing off-screen, he addressed Izuku directly. Young Izuku Midoriya had passed Yue's written exam with flying colors. Not only that, but he had also exceeded expectations, earning 50 combat points in the practical exam. With those points, he could already secure a spot among the top 10 scores. But there was more. All Might had something he thought Izuku would like to see. Another video sprang to life in the corner, showing the girl he had saved, looking rosy-cheeked and lively again. She approached Present Mike with a shy expression. Relief flooded Izuku. She was okay. She spoke up, asking Present Mike if she could give some of her points from the exam to the boy with messy green hair who had saved her. She explained that he had given up his chance to earn points to help her, and it wouldn't be fair if he didn't pass while she did. The video paused, and Izuku felt tears welling in his eyes. No one had ever spoken up for him like that, had ever cared enough to ask after him. He swallowed hard as All Might began speaking again, noting how Izuku had made quite the impression. He had chosen the safety of others first, helping other examinees and saving that girl, even though those actions weren't required in the exam. All Might turned to face the camera, his face beaming with pride. The practical exam had not been graded solely on combat points. A panel of judges had also voted on a second factor. For that reason, All Might proudly announced that Izuku had passed with 80 rescue points. Izuku had achieved a total of 130 points, the highest score in UA's history. His heroic actions, bravery, and selflessness were now recognized for the whole world to see. All Might welcomed Izuku Midoriya to his hero academia. To say that Izuku was nervous would be an understatement. Today marked his first day in high school, and not just any high school, but the school of his dreams. UA was the best school in the country, renowned for its exceptional heroics program. If someone had told him a few months ago that he would not only get in but also earn the highest score on the entrance exam, he would have thought they were crazy. He woke up that morning after another restless night, anxiety swirling in his stomach as he anticipated the fateful day. He quickly dressed in his new uniform, struggling with his tie and almost deciding to forego it altogether. However, he realized that making a good impression on his teachers and classmates was essential, so he settled for a crooked tie. After one last look in the mirror, where his curly hair remained as untamable as ever, he felt satisfied enough with his appearance and hurried downstairs, rushing outside before his mother woke up. He wanted to avoid any confrontation for as long as possible. Arriving at school with a black eye would certainly raise suspicions, especially in a place filled with heroes. His mother must have sensed this, as she had been keeping her distance from him for the past few days, which he didn't mind. Izuku reached UA about 5 minutes before the first bell, the walk taking longer than he had anticipated. Standing before the massive door of Class 1A, he mentally prepared himself for what lay ahead. He wondered if Kaken would be in his class again this year, hoping fervently that he would not. He needed his high school experience to be different from the bullying he had endured for most of his life. He was determined to become a hero and would no longer let Kaken walk all over him. Gathering all the resolve he could muster, he slid the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, a commanding voice rang out, chastising a tall boy who was lecturing a smug-looking Kaken. The boy's authority was palpable, and Izuku felt his heart race at the sight of the confrontation. Kaken, unfazed, scoffed at the boy, dismissing him with a taunt about the school being trash if it allowed someone like him to apply. The boy sighed, introducing himself as Tenya Ida and extending a hand, only for Bakugo to laugh derisively. Bakugo introduced himself with a threat, leaning back in his chair, clearly uninterested in Ida's attempts at civility. Ida's shock was evident as he recoiled, unable to comprehend Bakugo's hostility. Bakugo's gaze drifted around the room, landing on Izuku, who felt a chill run down his spine. Ida's loud voice broke the tension, and all eyes turned toward Izuku, shattering his social invisibility. He raised a hand in greeting, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya and expressing his pleasure at meeting Ida. Ida responded respectfully, acknowledging Izuku's selfless actions during the exam and apologizing for misjudging him. He bowed deeply, demonstrating his sincerity. Suddenly, a bright, bubbly voice called out from behind Izuku, startling him. It was the girl he had saved during the exam, her round face beaming with excitement. She thanked him for his help, animatedly recounting how cool he had looked when he defeated the robots. Before Izuku could respond, a gruff voice interrupted from the doorway, startling the three of them. The adult, who looked like he needed several cups of coffee, dragged a large yellow sleeping bag behind him. He bluntly informed the class that they were in the hero course and needed to take it seriously. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, and, without taking roll, instructed everyone to put on gym uniforms and head outside. Aizawa produced a stack of gym uniforms from his sleeping bag, and the students made their way to the changing rooms. Izuku lingered behind, staring at his uniform with uncertainty. He wanted to ask Aizawa a question but hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate. Aizawa observed the new students, hoping he wouldn't have to expel the entire class again. His gaze landed on the last student remaining in the classroom, Izuku Midoriya. He recalled the reckless boy from the entrance exam, noting his powerful quirk and self-sacrificing nature. Aizawa decided he would need to keep a close eye on him. The boy appeared conflicted about something. Aizawa noticed the change in his usually stoic expression, softening slightly as he asked if something was wrong with Midoriya. The kid looked anxious enough without him adding to the mix. Midoriya explained that he had requested long sleeves for his uniform, but it seemed they had forgotten. His voice was small, and his tone wavered, as if he feared reprimand for simply asking. Aizawa suggested that there might be some long-sleeved uniforms in the boys' locker room, specifically in Locker 23, which was usually stocked for winter. He handed Midoriya his keychain and inquired about the reason for his request, eyeing the boy with suspicion. In such heat, it was unusual for anyone to want long sleeves. Aizawa considered the possibility that Midoriya might have a quirk affecting his body temperature regulation, though he doubted it, as he believed the boy's quirk was likely related to strength augmentation. Alternatively, the kid could be hiding something, and Aizawa intended to find out. Midoriya stuttered, explaining that it was complicated to explain, twirling his fingers in a nervous habit. His eyes pleaded with Aizawa to drop the subject. The teacher decided to get his answer later, as the boy's behavior was raising some flags in his mind. After thanking his teacher, Midoriya hurried to the locker room. He quickly grabbed the first long-sleeved uniform he found and hastily got dressed, not wanting any of his new classmates to notice the scars that adorned his body. They made it to the classroom just in time for the bell to ring. Quickly finding their seats, they waited in anticipation for their teacher to arrive. The class buzzed with excitement, rumors and whispers circulating throughout the room. The teacher for hero studies was rumored to be All Might. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, startling Izuku in his seat. All eyes turned to the front of the room. All Might's booming voice greeted them, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm. He stepped through the door, his long strides and confident posture radiating assurance. His signature smile left the students in awe. The concealed excitement in the room erupted into a chorus of exclamations, further fueled by the #1 hero's choice of Silver Age costume. The students expressed their excitement, marveling at their luck to have All Might as their teacher and the retro style of his costume. All Might welcomed them, declaring this to be their most important class at UA High, where they would learn the essence of heroism. He paused for dramatic effect before announcing that they would be doing combat training. The room erupted in cheers. Before diving into the action, All Might emphasized the importance of looking the part. He pulled out a remote, activating it to reveal 20 steel containers emerging from the classroom wall. He encouraged the future heroes to suit up and meet him at Training Ground Beta when they were ready. The students scrambled to retrieve their costumes, excitement palpable in the air. Izuku had sent his costume design to the support department weeks ago, hoping it would be practical for his quirk while not revealing his connection to the number one hero. Izuku nervously walked through the tunnel leading into the testing grounds, dressed in a simple dark green jumpsuit with a sturdy white mask covering his lower face and a red belt to hold his support items. His hood featured two appendages sticking straight up, a small tribute to All Might's blonde tuft of hair, giving him an appearance reminiscent of an overgrown rabbit. Stepping into the bright sunlight, he was stunned by the sight of his classmates in their flashy costumes, looking like seasoned pros. All Might's booming voice filled the air, praising the students as the embodiment of young heroes to be and encouraging them to stand tall and announce their presence. Uraraka complimented Izuku, expressing how cool his costume looked. Flushed with embarrassment, Izuku admired her form-fitting black bodysuit with pink accents, which reminded him of the Space Hero 13's costume. Uraraka mentioned feeling uncomfortable in her tight outfit, but Izuku reassured her that she looked great. With everyone suited up, All Might called for their attention, ready to explain the exercise. Ida raised his hand, inquiring if the testing grounds would be an urban combat simulation. All Might clarified that while most villain battles occur outdoors, indoor battles are more common, as intelligent criminals avoid open confrontations. He announced that they would be divided into teams of two, taking on the roles of heroes and villains. Pulling out a folded piece of paper, All Might explained the scenario. A pair of villains had stolen a nuclear bomb, and the heroes needed to neutralize the threat. The heroes would win by retrieving the weapon or subduing the villains, while the villains would succeed if they defended their bomb until time ran out or took out the heroes. To decide teams, they would draw names from a box. Ida protested, suggesting a more professional method for team selection, but Izuku interjected, explaining that heroes often have to improvise in the heat of battle. Ida conceded, acknowledging Izuku's point and apologizing for his interruption. Izuku felt a wave of relief when his name appeared next to Uraraka's, but that relief quickly turned to dread when All Might announced they would be facing Kaken and Ida. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who was already glaring at him, causing anxiety to pool in his stomach. This was not going to end well. Izuku and Kaken's relationship hadn't always been this strained. They had once been inseparable, their mother's friends since high school, and their childhoods filled with playdates and fun games. However, everything changed when Kaken developed his quirk and Izuku did not. An explosion erupted as his quirk allowed him to excrete sweat similar to nitroglycerin from his palms and ignited at will, creating various fiery blasts. Through one of his palms, he unleashed shock waves that were powerful and destructive, often burning or shattering whatever they hit. Izuku often found himself on the receiving end of these explosions. Whether due to his quirkless status, making him a vulnerable target for Kaken's torment, or simply because his presence irritated the angry blonde, he always ended up burned and bruised after their encounters. At 6 years old, Izuku's relationship with Kaken had been steadily declining ever since he was diagnosed as quirkless. What began as simple teasing had slowly evolved into harsh taunts and cruel confrontations. Kaken had grown up being praised for his powerful quirk and impressive leadership. His confidence soared with every compliment, and his ego expanded with every pat on the back. In a society that revered those with powerful quirks, Kaken thrived on the attention. He looked down on those weaker than him, determined to remain at the top, showing the world his strengths and aspiring to be the number one hero. So, when a weak, quirkless kid like Izuku declared his desire to become a hero, Kaken couldn't comprehend it. How could a worthless kid like Izuku ever dream of standing beside him or surpassing him? He was determined to make sure Izuku knew his place, ensuring that the quirkless boy understood he could never stand on the same level. Izuku and Uraraka waited for the signal to start the exercise, using the time to devise a strategy. He knew Bakugo would likely come after him as soon as the exercise began. Years of observing Kaken's behavior left no doubt in his mind that the fiery blonde would target him first. Izuku quietly shared his plan with Uraraka, who listened intently. He proposed that he would lead Bakugo away from her so she could find the bomb. Uraraka looked uncertain, prompting Izuku to elaborate. He explained that taking on both Bakugo and Lita together would put them at a disadvantage. Lita's speed and Kaken's brute strength would make it impossible for them to win. The best course of action was to confront them separately. He would distract Kaken while Uraraka sought out Lita, and then they would regroup. Uraraka blinked thoughtfully before complimenting Izuku on his strategy, expressing her determination to help. Izuku smiled back, hoping their plan would succeed. As the timer began, they sneaked into the building. Uraraka's quirk allowed them to float through the windows of the third floor while she took the stairs and Izuku headed in the opposite direction. Not long after, he heard Bakugo's heavy footsteps approaching. Despite his efforts to be stealthy, Izuku could sense Kaken's intent to ambush. Years of being on the receiving end of Kaken's confrontations had taught him what to expect. So, when Bakugo charged at him with a powerful punch, Izuku was ready. He grabbed the blonde, flipped him over his head, and threw him aside. Bakugo hit the ground, gasping for air. As Bakugo regained his footing, he roared in frustration, questioning how Izuku had managed to be accepted into the school. He accused Izuku of hiding his quirk and vowed to prove who was truly the strongest. Izuku mentally prepared himself for the retaliation. When Bakugo rushed at him again, he was ready. Kaken attempted to strike him with a quirk-powered punch, followed by a roundhouse kick and multiple blasts. Years of dodging his mother's hits and training with all might had sharpened Izuku's reflexes, making him faster and stronger. He skillfully evaded every blow, gradually leading Kaken away from the staircase where Uraraka had gone. Bakugo snapped at Izuku, demanding he stop being useless and fight back. Izuku responded with determination, declaring that he was no longer the weak Deku. He was now the Deku who could stand up for himself and would not tolerate Kaken's bullying any longer. Uraraka's voice came through his earpiece, informing him of the bomb's location and urging him to meet her. Lita had noticed her and was devising a plan to keep the bomb out of her reach. Bakugo charged at Izuku once more, using his quirk to leap over him. Izuku sidestepped the attack, but Kaken's control over his power allowed him to redirect his trajectory, hitting Izuku with an explosion from behind. Izuku hissed in pain but quickly retaliated, delivering a swift kick to Kaken's stomach followed by a punch to his face. The force of the blows sent Bakugo to the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku decided it was time to end the confrontation. He struck Bakugo again as he attempted to rise, delivering a precise blow that effectively knocked him out. A mechanical voice announced that Bakugo had been subdued. Izuku straightened up, taking a moment to catch his breath. Had he really just done that? Had he actually won against Kaken? He stops himself from getting too excited. The mission is not over. Izuku calls out to Uraraka, asking if she is still in the same place. A relieved voice responds through his earpiece, expressing gratitude that she is still there, but she is struggling as Ida keeps moving the nuke out of her reach. Time is running out, and she feels desperate. Izuku glances up at the ceiling. He could join Uraraka against Ida as he had originally planned, but there isn't enough time. So, he decides to take a bold approach. It might be reckless, but this whole plan has been wild from the start. He instructs Uraraka to stay close to a wall and to inform him of Ida's location. When she sees the signal, she should float herself and go for the nuke. She asks what the signal is, and he assures her that she will know it when she sees it. With that, Izuku positions himself and draws back his arm, preparing to unleash 10% of One for All. The ceiling erupts as he punches the air, and he thinks he hears a startled yell from Ida. However, his attention is quickly drawn to the booming voice of his mentor coming through the comms, declaring that the hero team has won. His hand aches slightly, but it's just a sprain at worst. He grins at the destruction he has caused, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He is no longer the useless Deku. Today has proven that. As he turns to head toward the exit, a blinding light suddenly overwhelms him, followed by a searing heat on his shoulder that feels like a burn. He realizes with horror what has happened. Kaken has woken up, and he forgot to secure him. It was a foolish mistake. Still, the training exercise is over. He wonders why Bakugo acted that way, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it. The burning pain intensifies, and before he knows it, everything around him fades to black. All Might stood in the viewing room with the rest of his students, watching in anticipation as Midoriya and Uraraka made their way to the third floor using Uraraka's quirk. Initially unsure of his pupil's plan when he saw Bakugo approach the pair, All Might's doubts quickly faded as he witnessed Midoriya's swift actions. The young hero countered Bakugo's moves with remarkable speed, dodging and striking with purpose, effectively, leading his opponent away from Uraraka. Pride swelled in All Might's chest as he recognized the fruits of their training. However, he maintained a neutral expression, knowing he had to remain unbiased. The students around him were less restrained, either cheering at the monitors or staring in shock as the shy and timid boy they had met earlier thoroughly outmaneuvered one of the top students in the class. Midoriya's movements were precise and determined. He knocked Bakugo down and continued to demonstrate incredible power, causing significant damage to the higher floors of the building with a single punch. The room fell silent as they absorbed the extent of the destruction, realizing how Midoriya had earned his place in the entrance exam. Their awe quickly turned to concern when the screen monitoring the exercise suddenly emitted a blinding light and turned to static. All Might's booming voice came through the communicator, announcing the hero team's victory. They had won. Midoriya's plan had worked. Uraraka released her quirk and stood up, while Ida, who had been kneeling in defeat, quickly congratulated her on her well-earned victory. However, before she could respond, a sudden explosion echoed from the floors below. Worry began to pool in her stomach as she recalled the animosity Bakugo held toward her friend. Uraraka expressed her concern, suggesting they check on what was happening downstairs. Ida nodded in agreement, his voice filled with urgency as he confirmed they needed to investigate. He received instructions through his communicator to check on Bakugo and Midoriya, as the video feed from the third floor had been cut off. Uraraka's stomach twisted with worry, and she urged Ida to go ahead while she caught up. Without hesitation, she rushed for the nearest staircase, while Ida sped past her. She used her quirk to leap over multiple steps, trying to ignore the nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. As she reached the third floor, she heard Ida's voice filled with panic as he reported that Midoriya had sustained injuries and was bleeding heavily. He was applying pressure to his wounds, urging for help. Uraraka rushed into the hallway, her heart racing as she cried out in shock at the sight before her. Ida was kneeling beside Midoriya, who lay limp and unconscious on the floor. Ida was trying to staunch the bleeding with a piece of cloth torn from Midoriya's costume. Blood trickled from the burns on his shoulder and neck, and the sight made Uraraka's stomach churn. Midoriya's shoulder was charred, and the severity of his injuries was evident. She reminded herself that he was just unconscious, not dead, but tears streamed down her face as panic set in. Bakugo stood a few feet away, silent and still, except for the trembling of his hands. He was overwhelmed with regret, realizing the consequences of his actions. He had acted out of anger, wanting to defeat Midoriya, but now he was faced with the reality of his choices. Guilt washed over him as All Might arrived, calling for help. As Midoriya was taken away on a stretcher to be treated by Recovery Girl, Bakugo felt a deep shame for what he had done. Izuku must have drifted in and out of consciousness, everything a blur. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a soft bed, the smell of antiseptic filling his senses and a bright light blinding him. Recognizing the infirmary at UA, he recalled the training exercise and his victory against Bakugo. Confusion washed over him as he wondered why he was there. Suddenly, the memories flooded back. Bakugo had attacked him after the exercise, firing his gauntlet. Did he truly harbor such hatred? As he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain in his shoulder reminded him of his injuries. A voice startled him, prompting him to open his eyes again. Izuku had sustained some serious injuries, and he was surprised to find himself awake. Recovery Girl stepped into his line of sight, her short stature making her presence both comforting and authoritative. She asked how he was feeling and if he was experiencing any pain. He responded cautiously, admitting that his shoulder hurt a little but that it was manageable. Despite his attempt to sound calm, a sense of dread lingered in his stomach as he recalled the day's events. Recovery Girl informed him that he had suffered a few first-degree burns on his neck, which had healed quickly. However, his right shoulder had been severely damaged, losing a significant amount of tissue and sustaining second-degree burns around it. She reassured him that while the burns were mostly healed and the tissue would recover, he would likely have noticeable scarring once everything closed up. Fortunately, there was no permanent nerve damage, and he could expect to regain full function in about a week. Izuku released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He looked down at the bandages peeking out from his torn shirt, feeling a sense of comfort in the fact that he was still wearing his hero costume. It would have been problematic if Recovery Girl had seen his scars. This had truly been a close call. Recovery Girl expressed her concern as she fussed over Midoriya, scolding him for worsening his wounds. She changed the bloodied bandages and cleaned his injuries, applying fresh dressings. Midoriya apologized weakly, feeling guilty but offering no explanation for his additional injuries. He had been too exhausted and in pain the previous day to care for himself properly, and he hoped coming here wouldn't be a mistake. Recovery Girl scrutinized him for a moment before finishing her work. She gave him a quick peck on the forehead, and the aching he felt began to ease, replaced by a deep sense of tiredness. As he got up from the infirmary bed, he lingered by the door, looking back sheepishly to thank her for her healing, hoping to convey his gratitude sincerely. After he left, Recovery Girl took a moment before pulling out her phone to make a call. Izuku walked down the hall to his classroom, realizing his visit to Recovery Girl had taken longer than expected, causing him to miss his morning class. He could hear the excited chatter of his classmates through the door, their voices buzzing with energy. Gathering his resolve, he opened the large door to his classroom, and as he entered, all eyes turned to him. A heavy silence fell over the room, only to be quickly broken by a chorus of exclamations from his classmates. Mina Ishido, a girl with pink skin and horns, exclaimed her relief at seeing him back. He barely had time to respond before a blonde boy with lightning-shaped strands in his hair, Kaminari Denki, expressed his worry, mentioning how abruptly things had changed. Kirishima Idru, a boy with spiky red hair, called out, praising Midoriya for his bravery during the recent events. Midoriya struggled to respond, overwhelmed by the positive emotions directed at him. He had grown accustomed to negativity and felt confused by the kindness of his classmates. Doubts flooded his mind, making him feel like a burden, and his heart raced as he began to panic. Thankfully, Ida noticed his distress and stepped in, urging everyone to give Midoriya some space. Realizing their mistake, his classmates stepped back, guilt on their faces. Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to calm himself and scolding his own reaction. He managed to whisper an apology for ruining their exercise. Uraraka rushed toward him, expressing her relief and wrapping him in a bear hug. Ida, with a firm voice but warm eyes, acknowledged the scare Midoriya had given them. Midoriya expressed his gratitude, bowing as much as his injuries allowed. Ida accepted his thanks and wished him a speedy recovery before prompting the rest of the class to take their seats. Homeroom proceeded smoothly, and Aizawa announced that they would elect a class president. To Midoriya's surprise and discomfort, he received 4 votes, coming in second to Yaoyorozu, who had 3. He couldn't understand why his classmates would choose to elect him, feeling it might be a joke. However, he had no time to dwell on it as the class bell rang, signaling lunchtime. The cafeteria buzzed with noise and activity, groups of students scrambling for food and finding places to sit. Midoriya froze at the entrance, anxiety gripping him at the thought of being in a crowd. Just then, Uraraka called out to him from a nearby table, waving excitedly. "Hey, Midoriya! Come sit with us," she shouted. Nervously, he walked over to her table, where Ida, Kirishima, and Azui were also seated. Azui, with her straightforward demeanor and long green hair, welcomed him as he joined them. Her quirk gave her the characteristics of a frog, and she seemed like a very nice person. Izuku Midoriya was greeted in unison by his classmates, who congratulated him on being elected class president. Kirishima added with a smirk that he was perfect for the job. Izuku, feeling nervous, rubbed the back of his neck and expressed his disbelief, unsure why anyone would vote for him. Ida, with a firm tone, assured him that he was indeed suited for the role, citing his analytical skills and composure during the battle exercise. Kirishima continued to encourage him, gesturing to the others at the table, who nodded in agreement. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Did they really all vote for him? Even Azui? He felt overwhelmed with emotion, unsure how to respond to their faith in him. Azui stated that she thought he would be a good class president, recalling how cool he had been during their last encounter. Izuku thanked her, hoping his smile conveyed his gratitude. Azui replied that he didn't need to thank them, as they had voted for what they believed was best for the class. She suggested he call her Tsuyu since they were friends now. His face flushed at the informal greeting, but he felt excited about having a new friend. Their conversation flowed from favorite foods to hobbies until it was interrupted by the loud sound of the school's alarm. A mechanical voice announced a security breach on level 3 and instructed everyone to remain calm. However, chaos erupted in the cafeteria as students scrambled for the exit, pushing and shoving one another. Izuku and his friends were caught in the frenzy, with Ida trying to maintain order, but his voice was drowned out by the noise. Izuku felt trapped as he was jostled by the crowd, his breathing quickening as panic set in. Memories of feeling confined overwhelmed him, but then he heard Ida's voice, grounding him in the present. He was at school, surrounded by friends. Ida managed to get everyone's attention, clarifying that the intruders were merely reporters and there was no need to panic. He urged his classmates to behave like the elite students they were and to exit in an orderly fashion. Gradually, the students calmed down, and the evacuation proceeded smoothly. Once in class, Izuku stood before his classmates, feeling the weight of their curious gazes. He had asked Aizawa for permission to make an announcement, and now he felt uncertain. However, he steeled himself and spoke up, expressing his gratitude for their support but suggesting that Ida would be a better fit for class president after the chaos of the cafeteria incident. He pointed out Ida's calm demeanor and ability to organize the evacuation, believing he should take his place. The class agreed, and they affectionately dubbed Ida Exit Sign Ida, acknowledging the resemblance. Ida thanked Izuku profusely and accepted the position, promising to meet their expectations. Unbeknownst to them, it was not the reporters who had caused the destruction at the front gates. Somewhere, a dark figure sat on a bar stool, speaking to an unknown entity through a monitor, plotting something sinister. They had gathered the information they needed, using the press as a diversion. Soon, the symbol of peace would face a grave threat. Izuku returned home that day, an unfamiliar feeling blossoming in his chest. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel so alone anymore. He had dreamed of this moment actually enjoying school, having friends, and being surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him. For once, life didn't seem so bad. He arrived at an empty house and noticed a note taped to the fridge. Inko would be away for the next 3 days, but it didn't specify where. She never revealed her destinations, simply disappearing for a few days now and then. He didn't mind, though. He had learned not to question good fortune. That night, he watched movies in the living room, savoring these rare moments of freedom. Usually, he was confined to his room, as his mother preferred her peace and quiet. The next morning, he woke up feeling safe, a welcome change from the constant state of alertness and anxiety, never knowing when the next lesson or punishment would come. He dressed, enjoyed a small breakfast, and took his time with his morning routine. Everything felt surreal, as if life was just waiting for the right moment to pull the rug out from under him. He arrived early at school, but as he entered the classroom, his stomach dropped. Of course, his luck would run out. He felt foolish for thinking it would last, for believing this time might be different. There stood Bakugo Katsuki, who must have returned from his suspension. Kaken wasn't at his usual desk, it was Kirishima's instead. Aizawa must have made them switch. Bakugo seemed distracted, and the only other students present were Uraraka and Ida, both glaring at the blonde in front of them. Izuku froze at the doorway, his body tensing up, a phantom ache in his shoulder. Bakugo finally noticed him, and their eyes met. Bakugo's voice was low as he addressed Izuku, the quietest he had ever spoken. He stood up and strode toward him, but Ida stepped in between them, blocking Bakugo's path. "I believe you should stay away, Bakugo. You've done enough," Ida stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. However, Kaken didn't seem deterred. He scoffed and insisted he just wanted to talk to Izuku. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but he managed to reassure Ida that it was okay. Bakugo flinched at the absence of his usual nickname, his shoulders dropping slightly. "Are you sure about this, Deku?" Uraraka asked, her voice laced with concern. Her gaze conveyed a message of support, silently asking if he was truly all right with this. Izuku nodded, and Ida reluctantly stepped aside, though both he and Uraraka remained tense, ready to intervene if necessary. Bakugo began to speak, his voice rising slightly as he struggled to find the right words. He told Izuku he was only going to say it once and that he better listen. He apologized, and the sincerity in his eyes revealed the weight of those two simple words. Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo turned and walked back to his seat, leaving no further words exchanged between them. As the rest of the class trickled in, they eyed Bakugo warily. However, noticing the lack of hostility between him and their green friend, they moved on. Aizawa arrived and surveyed the room, appearing satisfied to see Bakugo sitting quietly. He announced that they would be going on a small field trip that day. "This time, All Might, myself, and one other will supervise," he explained. A student named Siro Hanta raised his hand, asking what they would be doing. "We're preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods," Aizawa replied, holding up a card that revealed they would be having rescue training. Excited cheers erupted in the classroom, but Aizawa quickly silenced them with a flash of red in his eyes. "Quiet down, I'm not done. It's up to you whether or not you wear your costumes." He pulled out a remote from his scarf, pressing it to reveal their costumes once again. "Get ready, we'll be going by bus. Meet me at the front gates once you're all suited up." Soon enough, they were all seated on the bus. Izuku sat between Tsuyu and Uraraka, while Ida and Kirishima occupied the opposite side. They engaged in comfortable and excited chatter. Izuku wasn't wearing his costume, as it was still being repaired by the support department. Instead, he opted for his usual long-sleeve gym clothes, content to listen to his classmates. Tsuyu nudged him to gain his attention. Once she had it, she turned fully toward him and said, "I generally say what I'm thinking, Midoriya." Izuku hesitated, wondering what she would say next. Perhaps they had finally realized he wasn't worth their friendship. His stomach dropped at the thought, and he clenched his fists, bracing for the inevitable humiliation. "Your quirk really reminds me of All Might," Tsuyu stated. Izuku was taken aback. That was not what he expected. He should have known better than to doubt her kindness. However, anxiety swirled within him at the mention of his connection to All Might. How had they noticed so soon? Really? And no, I don't, he stammered, his nervousness evident to everyone listening. Thankfully, Kirishima spoke up, shifting the focus away from him. "I think you have a really cool quirk, Midoriya. You can do a lot of things with it, unlike my hardening quirk." He demonstrated by hardening part of his hand. "I'm good in a fight, but it's really boring." "I think you're wrong, Kirishima. Your quirk is awesome." Izuku expressed his admiration for his classmates' potential, noting how easily they could become professional heroes. He emphasized the importance of saving people and being a shield for others, highlighting their fighting abilities. As he spoke, he fell back into his usual habit of muttering, which startled some of his classmates. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, thanking Izuku for his kind words and flashing a bright, toothy grin. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained unusually quiet even when Kaminari, the blonde student with the electric quirk, pointed out his typically brash demeanor. The bus eventually slowed to a stop, and Aizawa announced their arrival. A deep voice welcomed them to the unforeseen simulation joint. In front of them stood a pro-hero dressed in an astronaut suit, gesturing toward the large dome-shaped building behind him. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming that it was the Space Hero 13. His hero enthusiasm took over, and he shared his admiration for 13, the gentleman hero known for his exceptional work in rescue scenarios. Uraraka, standing beside him, echoed his sentiments, reassuring him that he wasn't alone in his admiration for the hero. All Might had a bad feeling about this. His instincts, which had guided him through countless battles, were alerting him that something was amiss. He attempted to call Aizawa to apologize for his absence, but the call didn't go through. Perhaps he was overreacting, but he needed to be certain. On his way to the USJ, he encountered young Ida. The boy was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat and panting as if he had run the entire way. He spoke rapidly about a villain attack, mentioning a warp gate and the need to escape. It finally clicked for All Might. The USJ, his students, and colleagues were in danger. Despite his time limit being up, he sprinted as fast as he could, instructing Ida to inform the principal of the incident before taking off in what felt like the fastest run of his life. He arrived at the USJ in a flash, bursting through the entrance door and sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, he surveyed the chaos around him. Not far away lay 13, injured but still breathing. All Might rushed to their side, reassuring the gathered students that everything would be all right. His concern for his successor grew as he searched for the rest of the students. He hoped Izuku was safe. Ida had mentioned that the students were scattered, and All Might wondered where Izuku had ended up. His question was soon answered as he looked down to the central area. To his horror, he saw Izuku being lifted by a massive creature. The creature's brain was exposed, its skin dark and scarred, and its muscular body was imposing. Its mouth resembled a bird's beak filled with large teeth, creating a terrifying sight. Seeing his successor, the boy he had come to care for like a son, being held aloft by this creature made All Might's blood boil. His signature smile vanished, replaced by a fierce scowl that could intimidate even the most dangerous villains. Time was running out for him in his hero form, and he needed to act quickly. He glanced around and spotted some of his students Azuitsu and Mineta struggling to support an unconscious Aizawa. He hurried to them, lifting them gently and moving them to safety. He knocked aside several minor villains as he raced back to save Izuku. The boy looked up at him, relief evident in his eyes. All Might dashed forward, snatching Izuku from the creature's grip and placing him next to the others he had rescued. He turned his attention back to the creature, the figure that seemed to be made of mist, and the blue-haired man beside them, whom he assumed was the ringleader. He had to deal with them. No one harmed his students and got away with it. Aizawa felt frustration as he watched the problem child tackle the villain to the ground. His vision was fading, but he could still make out the scene. The reckless student was fighting the villain and actually gaining the upper hand. Aizawa would have to address this later, if he survived. He struggled to move, pinned down by the weight of the Nomu. His left elbow had been disintegrated, and his right hand was broken. He was sure he had a concussion from previous encounters with the villains. Still, he had to do something. What kind of teacher, what kind of hero would he be if he let his students fight alone? He needed to act. Midoriya seemed to be stalling the villain, which was smart but reckless. Aizawa's thoughts were interrupted when he felt the weight pinning him down suddenly lift. His relief turned to horror as he realized the Nomu was heading for Midoriya. Dark spots danced in his vision as he fought to stay conscious, urging his body to move. He could only watch helplessly as the Nomu lifted Midoriya off the ground, tightening its grip around him. The situation worsened as the Nomu began to crush Midoriya's arm, exchanging words with the brave student. Midoriya, undeterred, taunted the villain, even laughing in its face. Suddenly, the entrance of the USJ exploded, and relief washed over Aizawa as he saw who had arrived. Darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. From the billowing dust and smoke, All Might emerged in all his glory. Izuku felt a surge of relief. All Might's timing was impeccable. He had managed to stay calm during the chaos, developing a coping mechanism during his time in the dark box. He had learned to suppress his emotions, staying strong in the face of fear, a lesson he had learned from his mother's DSP. He tried to devise a plan to escape the Nomu's grip, but to his surprise, he found himself being carried at breakneck speed toward the entrance. All Might was indeed the #1 hero for a reason. The hero set him down gently, mindful of his injuries. Izuku felt immense gratitude toward his mentor. The pain in his arm was overwhelming. It felt crushed, skin turning purple and blood seeping from multiple wounds. The pressure on his throat from the Nomu's grip had left him gasping. His vision dimmed as exhaustion and pain threatened to overtake him. He was grounded by Tsuyu's voice as she appeared in his line of sight, worry etched on her face as she assessed his injuries. With a strength he didn't know he possessed, he straightened up, determined to keep fighting. It wasn't over yet, he had to be strong. Izuku felt a hoarse pain in his throat as he looked at the unconscious form of his teacher lying on the ground beside them. He wondered about Aizawa's condition and if Tsuyu had managed to wake him up. Tsuyu scanned him with concern, her hands reaching out as if to catch him if he fell. She glanced at their teacher and spoke firmly, noting that Aizawa's breathing was labored, likely due to blood loss from serious injuries to his arms. Suddenly, Mineta's voice broke through the tension, filled with panic as he shouted at Izuku, tears streaming down his face. He questioned Izuku's reckless actions, expressing disbelief at his willingness to risk his life. Izuku felt shame and guilt but was determined to explain that he couldn't let his friends get hurt, especially when Aizawa was in danger. Tsuyu acknowledged the foolishness of Izuku's actions but also recognized his bravery, thanking him for saving them. Her sincerity brought tears to his eyes. They turned their attention back to the central area, where All Might was engaged in a fierce battle against the Nomu. The symbol of peace was holding his own, retaliating with equal ferocity, but Izuku knew his mentor's time was limited. The Nomu had been created to counter All Might's power, and he needed to be ready to help. Izuku suggested they move Aizawa to the main entrance, where heroes would soon arrive. Despite his injured arm, he insisted on taking Aizawa's legs, while the others helped lift his arms. Mineta protested, worried about Izuku's condition, but Izuku reassured him that he would let them know if he needed help. As they made their way toward the stairs, a shockwave from the central area caught their attention. All Might had defeated the Nomu, sending it flying through the Uzudome with a triumphant shout of "Plus Ultra." However, the battle was not over. All Might stood before Shigaraki and the mist villain, smoke pouring from him, a clear sign that his time limit was up. The villains were still present, and All Might couldn't revert to his normal form without revealing his secret. Izuku's body moved on instinct as he handed Aizawa's legs to Mineta and sprinted toward All Might. Each step sent spikes of pain through his arm, but he pushed through, determined to save his mentor. He passed Todoroki, Kirishima, and Kaken, hearing their gasps of concern and their shouts urging him to return. But he couldn't turn back. All Might needed him, and he refused to stand by while his hero was in danger. With his hand clenched into a fist, Izuku leaped into action, power surging through him as he aimed for Shigaraki. Both Shigaraki and All Might noticed him, and he heard his friends calling his name. The villain flinched back in surprise, but then the mist villain's warp gate appeared before him. Izuku realized the danger he was in as Shigaraki's hand reached through the portal, inches from his face. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a bullet struck Shigaraki's outstretched hand, causing the villain to recoil in pain. More bullets followed, hitting Shigaraki's limbs and forcing the villains to retreat through the warp gate, with Shigaraki threatening that this wouldn't be the last they heard from them. The heroes had finally arrived, and Snipe's bullets had saved him. The remaining villains were quickly subdued, and the heroes tended to the wounded. Izuku hit the ground with a thud, pain radiating from his arm as the adrenaline faded. Fear and terror washed over him, and he felt darkness closing in. When consciousness returned, he opened his eyes slowly, blinking away the haze. He recognized the familiar surroundings of Yue's infirmary, having spent more time there than in his own classroom. A weight on his chest drew his attention, revealing that his arm was pinned by a cast to prevent further movement. A small cough caught his attention, and he turned to see All Might sitting in an armchair beside his bed. All Might's booming voice filled the room, expressing relief that Izuku was awake and inquiring about his condition after his injuries. Memories of the previous hours flooded back, and panic surged within him as he shot upright. Two firm hands gripped his shoulders, grounding him back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to ask about Aizawa and the others, his voice barely above a whisper due to the pain. All Might reassured him that only he, Aizawa, and 13 had sustained serious injuries, but they were all on the path to recovery. He advised Izuku to refrain from speaking, as his throat had suffered severe trauma. Handing Izuku a small notebook and a pen, All Might encouraged him to communicate without straining his voice. All Might smiled softly, watching the visible relief wash over Izuku as he processed the good news. Of course, the first thing his protege would ask was if the others were okay. He had just woken up after being attacked, and the first thing on his mind was his friend's well-being. Pride blossomed in his chest. He had chosen the right successor. He was interrupted from his thoughts when the infirmary door opened. Recovery Girl stepped in, quickly fussing over Izuku once she noticed he was awake. It was then that Izuku realized he wasn't wearing his gym shirt anymore. Instead, he had on a white long-sleeve top. This meant Recovery Girl had probably seen his scars. He looked down and found comfort in the fact that he was still wearing his gym pants, which meant she had seen him shirtless. His heart skipped a beat. She had likely seen the scars on his back and arms. He had gathered many over the years. The most prominent one was a long, jagged scar across his chest, a reminder he preferred not to dwell on. He swallowed his panic and decided to deal with it later. The fact that she hadn't mentioned them was probably a good sign. He hadn't realized someone else had entered until he heard All Might's voice call out to him, snapping him back to reality. The hero gestured to the tall, dark-haired man standing next to him. This was Detective Tsukachi Naomosa, who waved at Izuku with a small smile. He wanted to ask Izuku a couple of questions. The detective apologized for bothering him while he was recovering and suggested they could talk another time. However, Midoriya shook his head, allowing the man to proceed with his questioning. The detective explained that he had gathered most of the witness reports from Izuku's teachers and classmates. His classmates, Azui and Mineta, had told him about the events in the flood zone, and Aizawa had recounted Izuku's encounter with the ringleader as best he could, but they still needed the full story. He asked if Izuku could disclose his interactions with the villains, as it would be a great help. Izuku took the notebook he had been handed and wrote down everything he could recall. He detailed his conversation with Shigaraki, his attempts at stalling, and everything that had happened from their fight to the Nomu's attack. His hands shook, and tears threatened to spill by the time he finished. The detective took the notebook, nodded at the events mentioned, quickly thanked him for his cooperation, and exited the infirmary. To say Izuku was exhausted would be an understatement. As soon as the detective walked out, Recovery Girl approached him. She informed him that she wanted him to stay overnight, as the swelling in his throat might increase, and she wanted to monitor his healing. She mentioned that they had tried contacting his mother but had received no response. Izuku knew she was out of town and was supposed to return the day after tomorrow. He wrote this down and handed her the notebook. Recovery Girl said they would talk to her when she got back. She assured him that they had everything he needed for one night and that the principal had decided to close the school the following day to give the students time to recover. He could go home then. Her voice left no room for argument. Despite her small stature, the elderly woman exuded an aura of authority. Izuku could only nod in response. She kissed him on the forehead once more, advising him to get some sleep. The effect of her quirk rendered him even more exhausted than he initially was, but the relief from the nagging pain in his arm and throat was worth it. He woke up a couple of hours later. The light wasn't seeping through the window anymore. Instead, a small lamp placed near his bedside illuminated the room. He straightened himself, planning to go to the bathroom. Feeling a little lightheaded, he wobbled on his feet but quickly steadied himself. Taking small steps, he made his way through the school's corridors. It felt strange to be there at night. The silence was both jarring and peaceful. The halls that were usually bustling with motion and noise were now dark and quiet. He found the bathroom and quickly finished his business, struggling for a moment with his cast but managing in the end. After exiting the bathroom, he headed back to the infirmary. As he turned the next corner, he unexpectedly bumped into another figure. He flailed for a moment, but managed to right himself just in time. Looking up, he found none other than his homeroom teacher. Relief washed over him as a weight he hadn't realized he was carrying lifted. Aizawa looked worse for wear, with prominent bags under his eyes and both arms in casts, but he was there, and he was okay. Aizawa's usual stoic expression met Izuku's gaze. In his eyes, multiple emotions flickered too quickly for Izuku to decipher. He tried to speak, but his throat protested. Aizawa interrupted, telling him not to talk and instructed him to follow. They walked in silence until they reached Recovery Girl's office. Aizawa stepped in, with Izuku trailing behind. Recovery Girl scolded him for leaving without informing her first or asking for help. Once she left, Aizawa waited for Izuku to settle back on the bed before speaking. His next action left Izuku speechless in mild shock. As soon as he looked up, Aizawa was bowing, his back arched as much as the casts on his arms allowed. He apologized to Midoriya, expressing that his shortcomings as both a pro-hero and a teacher had led to Izuku's injury. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Did Aizawa feel responsible? Before he could voice his objection, Aizawa continued. He acknowledged that while Izuku's actions at the USJ were brave and had saved both his life and those of his classmates, they were reckless and foolish. He warned that Izuku could not continue this way, that his self-sacrificing behavior could lead to his demise. His voice was stern yet tinged with sincere worry, his eyes focused intently on Izuku as he continued his lecture. He stressed that Izuku's life was worth protecting and that he was worth protecting. Tears pooled in Izuku's eyes as he absorbed his teacher's words. Worth protecting? No one had ever given his life any value. No one had ever cared about him until he came to UA. In that moment, he let the walls he had built up crumble, allowing the emotions he had suppressed for so long to take over. He barely noticed when the bed dipped beside him and he found himself clutching his teacher's shirt, his forehead resting on Aizawa's shoulder. Sobbing and sniffling, Izuku cried himself to sleep. Aizawa settled his student back on the bed, his shirt damp with tears, but he didn't mind. Izuku needed someone, and he was determined not to let his student down again. As Aizawa quietly walked out of the infirmary, Recovery Girl seemed to be waiting for him outside. She spoke with a serious and unwavering tone, expressing her concern for the boy. Aizawa recalled their previous conversation, where he had already talked to Izuku about taking better care of himself. However, Recovery Girl interrupted him, insisting that the recent incident was not simply due to neglect. She explained that when she healed Izuku earlier, she had seen his body, which was marked with scars, some severe and ranging from burns to cuts and other injuries. There were even whip marks, some of which were older than 10 years. She questioned who would inflict such harm on a child and pointed out a massive scar on his torso, suggesting it was meant to be fatal and likely caused by a quirk. Her worry was evident as she urged Aizawa to consider the implications. Aizawa cursed himself internally. The nervous demeanor, the long sleeves, the flinching at sudden sounds and movements, and the reckless behavior, all of it made sense now. How could he have overlooked it before? He pondered how to approach the situation. If his student was in trouble, he needed proof. A circumstantial accusation would never hold up in court. They needed to be strategic. He decided not to confront Izuku about it just yet, but would keep a close watch and investigate for any evidence, hoping to encourage the boy to open up. He vowed that he would not allow anything else to happen to him. The lingering question remained: how had Izuku acquired all those scars, and who would do such a thing to a child? If he was in an abusive home, they needed to act quickly to remove him from that environment. However, as far as Aizawa knew, Izuku was being raised by his mother, and a mother would not harm her own son. So, who was responsible? That night, Aizawa swore to protect his problem child with his life. Izuku woke up the next day feeling completely drained and exhausted. The last thing he remembered was talking to Aizawa, and he must have fallen asleep. He made a mental note to apologize to his teacher later. He groggily lifted himself into a seated position, knowing he would have to go home today. At least his mother would be away for another day. He got up and stretched his legs. Recovery Girl had worked wonders in her healing. The only thing that still hurt was his throat. The door to the infirmary opened, and Recovery Girl stepped in. She expressed relief at seeing him awake and asked how he was feeling, checking his blood pressure and breathing. She then proceeded to remove his cast and change the wrapping around his freshly healed hand, though he would have to refrain from any strenuous activities. Izuku managed to respond, but his throat caught at his attempt to speak, leading to a coughing fit. Recovery Girl quickly handed him a glass of water, rubbing circles on his back as he tried to regain his composure. She advised him not to speak, as the swelling in his throat, despite her healing, was still excessive. For the next 3 days, he would need to use a notebook to communicate with his friends. She handed him a small notebook and a pen, emphasizing that if he didn't give his vocal cords a rest, he would aggravate the swelling. He took the notebook from her and began writing a question, whether he had to go home. Recovery Girl frowned at his small, meek handwriting, sensing his apprehension. She hesitated before responding, explaining that he could go home, but some of his classmates had volunteered to take him. They had wanted to check on him the day before, but she had advised them to give him time to rest. They were outside waiting for him. The way his face lit up made her heart ache. He was such a sweet boy. Izuku practically ran out of the infirmary at the mention of his classmates. He wanted to ensure they were all okay, and the thought that they wanted to check on him warmed his heart. As he approached the front gates, he saw 4 figures waiting patiently for him. Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, and Kirishima waved at him. Uraraka met him halfway and gave him a gentle hug, cautious not to aggravate his wounds. They looked him over, their eyes filled with concern as they noticed his cuts and bruises. Recovery Girl had healed his arm, but the bruises on his now bandage-free throat were troubling, shaped like a massive hand. Uraraka exclaimed her relief at seeing him okay, expressing how worried she had been when they saw the medics take him out. She had tears in her eyes, her usual bubbly demeanor replaced with worry. After another hug, she stepped aside to let the rest of his friends express their concerns. Ida chimed in, mentioning how they had seen him run towards the villain and how Tsuyu had told them about his bravery in fighting him. He couldn't decide if what Izuku did was the most courageous or the most reckless thing he had ever witnessed. Izuku rubbed his neck sheepishly and mouthed an apology, realizing he couldn't speak yet. His friends quickly picked up the conversation, filling the silence with their chatter. After a lengthy lecture from Ida about recklessness and a hug from Tsuyu, they decided to walk him home. They shared stories about their classmates and where everyone ended up during the incident at the USJ. Uraraka stayed with Ishido by the entrance, while Kirishima got teleported with Bakugu to a wrecked building. Ida had managed to escape and, with his speed, alerted All Might and the teachers about the attack, saving many lives. As they lingered by the doorway, Izuku looked back at them uncertainly. The last time he had brought someone to his house, it had ended badly. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside, reminding himself that it was a mistake to invite someone in before. He didn't want his new friends to discover his insecurities. Despite his self-doubt, he found himself lingering by the doorway. His mind urged him to say goodbye and send them on their way, away from his life. However, his heart, the lonely child inside him, screamed for him to let them in, to finally enjoy something in his life. Without realizing it, he stepped aside, inviting his friends in, despite the uncertainty and dread swirling in his stomach. Kirishima sat gingerly in Izuku's living room while Izuku and Uraraka went to the kitchen. He had initially misjudged Izuku, thinking he was a confident and bold person after his impressive entrance exam performance. However, he quickly realized that Izuku was a shy and anxious boy, flinching at sudden movements. Yet, when he saw Izuku run headfirst towards the villain, he understood the depth of his bravery. Tsuyu had shared stories about Izuku's fight against the villain, detailing his swift moves and the strength he displayed while defending their teacher. They all gathered around a small coffee table in front of a television set. The apartment was modest and simple, adorned with pictures of a thin, green-haired woman, whom Kirishima assumed was Izuku's mother. The resemblance was striking. However, as he looked around, he noticed one thing stood out. There were no pictures of Izuku himself. No childhood pictures, no middle schooler standing in front of the school gates for his first day. No first outing, no family photos. The house was devoid of any evidence that another person had lived there. It felt strange, to say the least. Izuku did not dwell on that thought as he stepped back into the living room, followed by Uraraka. She carried a tray with 5 teacups, likely wanting to spare Midoriya from any work since he was supposed to be resting. They settled in a circle, sipping their drinks and chatting. It was peaceful, a welcome change from the chaos they had experienced the day before. Before long, they found themselves playing a game of Uno. Surprisingly, Tsuyu was the constant winner, having played it countless times with her siblings while babysitting them when their parents were away. Izuku looked around his living room, committing every detail to memory. This was the first time since his diagnosis that he had the chance to hang out with people his age, let alone his friends. Was this a dream? He was jolted from his reverie when Kirishima enthusiastically shouted, "Uno," as he placed his last 2 cards on the deck. If this was a dream, he would gladly stay asleep. The day passed quickly. Soon, they were bidding the green-haired boy goodbye, wishing him a speedy recovery, urging him to take it easy, and thanking him for his hospitality. As the door clicked shut behind them, Izuku felt a heavy weight lift off his chest. For once, he had felt completely content and happy. He had enjoyed a wonderful time with his friends, relishing their banter and the peaceful afternoon. It was a refreshing change from his lonely and dreary afternoons. However, the lingering paranoia and constant vigilance for any sign of his mother's return had made the day somewhat stressful. Yet it was all worth it. The next day, Izuku woke up to find the door to his mother's room closed. She was back. With this revelation, he hurried to finish getting ready and practically dashed out of the house. He arrived at school just as the bell rang and quickly made his way to his seat. As he set his bag down, his classmates swarmed around him. Ashido exclaimed with excitement that he was okay, catching him off guard. He quickly regained his composure and managed to smile despite his embarrassment. Her exclamation was followed by a flurry of questions about his health and well-being. Although the swelling had decreased significantly thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk, the bruises were still visible. Izuku instinctively tugged at his collar as he noticed some classmates staring. He was saved from the overwhelming attention by Aizawa's arrival. The focus shifted from Izuku to the new arrival. Questions were directed at the newly recovered teacher, who, to everyone's relief, still had bandages on his hands but appeared otherwise fine. Izuku couldn't help but notice how much more comfortable everyone seemed around each other. The frightening and traumatic experience they had shared, despite all the negative aspects, had brought them closer together. With Aizawa's stern gaze and reassurances that he was indeed okay and not going home to rest, the class settled back into their usual routine until Aizawa announced that the school would proceed with the sports festival this year. Some students expressed disbelief at the decision, questioning the necessity of holding the event after the recent villain attack. Aizawa explained that it was important to demonstrate that UA's crisis management protocols were effective. He noted that there would be 5 times the police presence compared to previous years and emphasized that the sports festival was a significant opportunity for them. Mineta protested, incredulous that all this was for a sports festival. Aizawa calmly explained that the UA Sports Festival was one of Japan's biggest events, akin to the Olympics in its heyday. He pointed out that while the Olympics had diminished in scale, UA's Sports Festival had taken its place. Yaoyorozu added that the nation's top heroes would be watching, scouting for potential sidekicks. Kaminari expressed his excitement, envisioning the possibility of being hired after graduation. Jiro teased him, reminding him that many sidekicks never managed to go solo, but the determination in their classmates' expressions was evident. Aizawa continued, unaffected by the students' chatter, stating that valuable experience and popularity awaited those chosen by well-known heroes. He urged them to make the most of their time, as they had 3 chances to impress the pros during the festival. As the excitement and determination filled the room, Ida, Uraraka, Izuku, and Kirishima were walking to the cafeteria when All Might's imposing figure stopped them. He asked Izuku if they could have lunch together. Izuku waved off his classmates, promising to meet them later as he followed All Might to the teacher's lounge. They sat in silence for a few moments, and it was clear that All Might had something important to discuss. Izuku wrote in his notebook, asking what he wanted to talk about. All Might revealed that he had overexerted himself during the USJ incident, and his time limit was decreasing daily. He could barely maintain his muscle form for an hour. Izuku felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. All Might reassured him, stating that he would be dead if it weren't for Izuku. He then shifted the conversation to the sports festival, explaining that his time as the symbol of peace was running out and that some with villainous intent had begun to realize it. He had granted Izuku his power so that he could succeed him. Izuku's breath caught in his throat as All Might continued, stating that this year at the sports festival, the whole world would be watching. This was Izuku's chance to shine. The next symbol of peace, the next all might, would announce to the world that he was here. Izuku spent the rest of the day with a new sense of determination burning in his eyes and a weight on his shoulders. He was resolved to do his best not to let All Might down and to win. They had just finished English with present Mike when a massive group of students blocked their path out of class. Uraraka pointed at the crowd, exclaiming her confusion about what was happening. The group consisted of students from different classes, including some from Class 1B and others from General Studies 1C. Mineta's voice trembled with panic as he wondered what they were there for. Kaken, with his usual cool demeanor, walked toward the crowd with his hands in his pockets. He remarked that they were likely scoping out the competition since they were the students who had survived the villain attack. He urged the crowd to move aside, which prompted Ida to prepare to lecture him for calling the other students extras. A tall figure from the crowd called out, acknowledging their intention to get a look at the competition while commenting on Kaken's modesty. As the crowd parted, Izuku felt his breath catch at the familiar voice. The figure declared that all hero students seemed arrogant and that the upcoming sports festival was the perfect opportunity for general education students to prove themselves. There was a rule at UA that allowed general education students to transfer into the hero course if they performed well enough at the festival, and he considered this a declaration of war. As the figure stepped fully into view, Izuku's eyes widened. He recognized the boy immediately, with his lavender hair and the bags under his eyes. When their eyes met, Izuku's heart raced, and for a moment, he felt as if he had forgotten how to breathe. Memories of their last encounter flooded back, and he felt the room closing in on him as panic began to overwhelm him. In a rush, he pushed through the crowd, knocking people aside in his haste, unaware of the shocked and worried calls from his classmates or the frozen boy he left behind. Shinso declared a war, feeling a mix of satisfaction and bewilderment as he observed the expressions on the faces of the hero course students. His gaze wandered around the classroom until it landed on a short boy with green hair. The sight left him feeling as though he had been hit by a truck. The boy, who had occupied his thoughts for months, suddenly dissolved into a state of panic and dashed out of the classroom, slipping away from Shinsu's reach once again. He mentally scolded himself for letting the boy escape. He couldn't allow that to happen again. It had been months since he last saw him, months since he had left him with his abusive mother, alone to endure suffering. Months spent trying to get an adult to listen to him. The boy, marked by a villain's quirk, was someone nobody dared to approach. He had applied for UA and, as expected, failed the hero course entrance exam. His quirk simply wasn't suited for dealing with robots. Fortunately, he had also applied for the general course. His homeroom teacher, Snipe, had listened patiently as he recounted his story, explaining that they could only keep an eye on the house to see if anything unusual occurred. Without proper evidence, they couldn't take action, and the lack of a name and information made it even harder to initiate an investigation. Yet now, the boy stood right in front of him, in the hero course no less. This was the last place Shinso expected to find him. He quickly ran after him, desperate to see him, to talk to him, to apologize for leaving him alone all this time, and for not being there to save him like the boy had saved him that night. As he sprinted through the halls, a small whimper caught his attention, leading him to the boy's bathroom. Hesitantly, he stepped inside and found a small figure hunched over the sink. The green-haired boy was shaking, his body trembling with every breath he took. His hands gripped the sink tightly, knuckles white and quivering. Shinso approached cautiously, feeling a surreal sense of disbelief at seeing the boy now. He had imagined their reunion countless times, hoping it would occur under better circumstances. He had envisioned the boy saved from his cruel mother, but life had other plans. He asked if the boy was okay, mentally chastising himself for the question, knowing full well that the boy was not okay. Startled, the boy jumped, realizing someone had entered. He looked up with dull eyes, widening slightly in recognition but otherwise remaining blank. A weak smile crossed his face, one that did not quite reach his eyes, as if it were a struggle to express such an emotion. Despite his attempts to conceal his discomfort, he continued to tremble, his breath heavy and unsteady. Shinso asked if the boy remembered him, his voice low and tentative. The boy's reaction indicated he did remember, But Shinso needed confirmation. The boy nodded slowly. Shinso expressed his sorrow for abandoning him that night, for not helping him sooner, and for doing nothing while he suffered at the hands of that woman. Tears gathered in his eyes as he looked down, unable to meet the boy's gaze. The frustration and guilt he had bottled up surged forth, making him feel like a failure. How could he ever be a hero? A gentle hand interrupted his thoughts as the boy lifted his chin, compelling him to look up. Their eyes met green emerald against lavender, and the boy beamed at him. This smile was genuine, a real expression of warmth despite the trembling. The light had returned to his previously vacant eyes, now filled with swirling emotions. The boy gestured at his throat and then at his mouth, drawing Shinsu's attention to the bruises on the kid's throat. Anger boiled within him. Did his mother do this? Was it from the villain attack? A note passed from the boy to Shinso answered his questions. Had he written it while Shinso was distracted? The note read, "I can't really talk yet. The villains did a number on my throat. You have nothing to apologize for, I'm sorry you had to see all that." The small, meek handwriting tugged at Shinsu's heart. He looked at the shorter boy and asked the question he had longed to ask. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously, admitting that he had told the boy his name back then but never learned his. The kid looked sheepish and slowly wrote another note, quickly handing it back to Shinso. It read, "Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Shinsu-kun." Shinso smiled at the note, feeling warmth spread across his features. So, this was the name of his mysterious savior. However, he quickly remembered the urgency of the situation. He told Midoriya that he needed to inform someone about his mother. His voice was firm and unwavering. He hated to interrupt the peaceful moment they were sharing, but this was necessary. Shinso had let it go on long enough. Midoriya's smile faltered, tears threatening to spill from his eyes as his breathing grew more ragged. In a moment of instinct, Shinso hugged him, hoping to provide some comfort. Izuku felt uncertain about how to react to seeing Shinso again. They barely knew each other, yet he felt an unusual calmness around him, his panic slowly dissipating. Shinso had followed him to the bathroom, expressing regret for leaving that night. This concern warmed Izuku's chest. No one had cared for him like that before, and it left him speechless. Throughout his life, those who suspected something was wrong with how his mother treated him had turned a blind eye. Who would care about the quirkless kid after all? They would dismiss the bruises as mere accidents or chalk them up to clumsiness, viewing him as just useless little Izuku, always troubling others with his problems. However, the calmness shattered when Shinsu's next words reminded Izuku of the reason for his panic. If someone discovered the truth about his mother, they would take him away, placing him in a foster home where he couldn't attend UA anymore. They would prevent him from achieving his dreams. How could a coward ever hope to become a hero? Izuku was pulled from the brink of panic by the sudden embrace of the taller boy. The grip was firm yet gentle, grounding him and preventing him from spiraling further into distress. Gradually, his panic subsided as he released the tension in his body. Perhaps if he asked Shinso, the boy could keep this as a secret between them. They remained in that embrace for a while, neither ready to let go. Shinso had spent months worrying about Izuku, and now that he had him close, he vowed to protect him from any harm. Eventually, Izuku pulled away, wiping his tears with his sleeves. He met Shinsu's gaze for a moment before speaking, his voice rough from disuse and the lingering swelling in his throat. This was not something he wanted documented. He asked Shinso to keep his situation a secret, his voice trembling slightly but steady enough given the circumstances. Shinso's response was filled with urgency and concern. He couldn't understand how Izuku could ask him to remain silent when someone was hurting him. It was wrong, and he felt compelled to act. Izuku's plea for secrecy only deepened Shinsu's confusion and desperation. Izuku insisted that Shinso didn't understand the full situation, that he couldn't involve anyone else. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to hold back his emotions. Shinso hesitated, torn between keeping Izuku's secret and wanting to ensure his friend's safety. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone mistreat Izuku, someone who had shown him kindness. Perhaps he could gather evidence first and wait for the right moment to act. He knew just the right person to help. Reluctantly, Shinso agreed to stay quiet for now, his voice barely above a whisper. Izuku embraced him again, grateful for his understanding. Weeks passed quickly, and UA provided them with 2 weeks of training. Everyone was focused on their individual preparations, honing their strengths and improving their skills. This was their opportunity to showcase their potential to the world. For Izuku, it was a chance to prove he was no longer the useless, worthless boy he once felt he was. He was determined to show everyone that he was a hero. The anticipated day finally arrived, and despite their nerves, excitement filled the air as they prepared for the upcoming events. They gathered in a break room, distracting themselves with various activities to manage their anxiety. As Izuku wrote in his notebook, he was unexpectedly called out by Todoroki, a classmate he had barely spoken to. He stood up to meet Todoroki halfway, curious about what he wanted. Todoroki bluntly stated that he was stronger than Izuku, presenting it as a simple fact with a neutral expression. This caught Izuku off guard, stirring up feelings of inadequacy from years of being belittled. Before he could respond, Todoroki continued, mentioning that All Might had his eye on Izuku and declaring his intention to defeat him. Just then, Kirishima stepped in, defending Izuku and confronting Todoroki about his behavior. Todoroki remained unfazed, stating he wasn't there to make friends. Izuku felt compelled to speak up, acknowledging Todoroki's strength but asserting that he had worked hard to be where he was. He recalled Shinsu's determination and declared that he would not fall behind. With unwavering resolve, he proclaimed his intent to win, igniting a wave of cheers from his classmates. As Present Mike announced the start of the sports festival, Izuku felt a surge of determination. This was his moment to show the world what he was capable of. The excitement in the arena was palpable as Present Mike's voice echoed, announcing the first years of the hero course. As they walked out into the sunlight, the crowd erupted in cheers for the survivors of the villain attack. Izuku felt exposed under the gaze of so many, but he reminded himself that this was part of being a hero, and he needed to embrace it. Present Mike introduced the other classes, and anticipation filled the air as they awaited the arrival of the R-rated hero, Midnight, who made her way to the center of the arena. She wore a black leotard over a white bodysuit, accentuating her figure along with black thigh-high stockings and knee-high boots, complemented by a small mask that outlined her eyes. As she entered the stadium, many spectators found themselves blushing. Izuku, however, was captivated by the pro-hero's quirk. Midnight possessed the ability to emit a sleep-inducing aroma, and Izuku had dedicated several pages in his hero analysis notebook to her and her unique power. The announcer declared that the student representative for the year was from Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku, drawing everyone's attention to the short boy with green hair who was trying his best to blend into the background. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him at the announcement. He had completely forgotten about the speech. How could he have overlooked it? After all, he had ranked first in the entrance exam. He mentally chastised himself as he hesitantly approached the stage, thousands of eyes scrutinizing his every move. He hoped his mother wasn't watching. He took the microphone from Midnight, thanking her as he moved to the center of the stage. His hands trembled, a clear sign of his nervousness. This was his moment to make an impression, and he was determined to seize it. He gripped the microphone tightly, wincing at the screech that erupted when he tried to speak. He began, his voice shaky but growing stronger. "Hello everyone. This year, like all the years before, aspiring heroes have walked these same steps and competed in this arena. Today I, Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A, pledge to give my best and honor the legacies of these heroes. I, along with my classmates, promise to give it our all. To go beyond. Plus ultra." His voice surged with newfound confidence as he raised a clenched fist into the air, igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd and enthusiastic shouts from his fellow students. "Yeah. You go, Midoriya!" Kaminari shouted, his excitement echoed by cheers from classmates who congratulated him on his motivational speech. "That was so manly, Midoriya!" Kirishima exclaimed, bouncing up to him, followed by Uraraka and Ida, both offering their congratulations. "Now, without further delay, let's get the first event started." Midnight gestured to the screen behind her. These are the qualifiers, and this stage has seen many competitors sent home in tears every year. The first event of this year is an obstacle course race. She pointed at the screen, which now displayed the bold letters, Obstacle Course Race. It's a race involving every member of the 11 classes. The course is a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium. Our school believes in all things. The pro hero chuckled. As long as you stay on course, everything is fair game. Racers, take your positions. Izuku focused on the narrow gate leading to the course, his eyes filled with determination. He could do this. He would show the world that he was here. He would win. Racers took their positions as Midnight pointed toward the entrance of the stadium. The competitors followed her gesture, their eyes widening at the sight of the narrow exit. Izuku quickly understood its purpose. It was the first obstacle. He made his way to the front of the group. 3 flashing lights appeared above the entryway, signaling the countdown. Izuku crouched slightly, feeling the power of one for all coursing through him. His strategy was clear. He would blast through any obstacles with speed, strength, and his analytical thinking. He was determined to overcome whatever challenges lay ahead. Present Mick's voice boomed from the speakers, announcing the start of the obstacle race. The countdown began, and as the signal sounded, Izuku leaped forward, charging through the exit. He was soon surrounded by his classmates, all eager to get through the narrow passage. The exit was designed to test their reactions, and he could hear the shouts of students behind him as they struggled to push through. As he sprinted ahead, he knew his lead wouldn't last long. Many students were already closing in. Bakugu's voice called out to him, urging him to come back. Izuku glanced back and saw most of his classmates gaining on him. Suddenly, he felt a drop in temperature, and dread pooled in his stomach. Before he could react, ice encased his legs, freezing him in place. Many other students faced a similar fate, except for Todoroki, who smirked as he passed by, showcasing the effectiveness of his quirk. Having learned from previous experiences, most of Class 1A evaded the ice, chasing after Todoroki. Bakugu shouted his determination to catch up, quickly overtaking Izuku and closing in on the ice and fire manipulator. Izuku knew he had to act fast. With a burst of energy from One for All, he kicked the ice off his leg and freed himself. Wasting no time, he dashed after his classmates. The ground trembled beneath him as the second obstacle came into view. The familiar sound of whirring metal reached his ears before he spotted the robots blocking his path. Dozens of zero-pointers awaited him. Present Mike announced the next challenge with excitement, declaring it the Robo Inferno. Thinking quickly, Izuku leaped at one of the robots, delivering a powerful punch that caused it to explode into pieces. He landed gracefully and picked up a chunk of metal, using it as a shield against the remaining robots as he forged ahead through the opening he had created. Reaching the third obstacle, he panted slightly from the exertion. Ahead lay a canyon that needed to be crossed by rope. Todoroki had already taken the lead, making his way toward the end of the obstacle. Izuku secured the metal shield to his back and began to cross, using a small amount of One for All to enhance his speed. Many other students were catching up, some with quirks perfectly suited for the task, completing it with ease. As soon as his feet touched solid ground again, Izuku took off running at full speed. He could hear Present Mike announcing the next challenge, the minefield. Todoroki and Bakugu were neck and neck, battling for first place. Izuku realized he couldn't leap over the minefield with his current control over One for All, nor could he run across it fast enough. He needed to think creatively. The extra weight of the metal shield now seemed advantageous. He quickly began digging up some landmines, ignoring the curious glances from other competitors. Holding the metal sheet as a shield, he jumped onto the small pile of landmines he had gathered. The explosion propelled him across the field, allowing him to soar past Todoroki and Bakugu, who were too focused on their competition to notice. Present Mick's voice echoed through the stadium, narrating Izuku's unexpected maneuver. The crowd erupted in excitement as he took the lead, using the landmines to his advantage. When Todoroki and Bakugu realized what had happened, they quickly halted their fight and raced to catch up. Izuku glanced down at the ground, aware that he was losing momentum. He needed to make his landing count. As he spotted the two figures closing in on him, he formulated a plan. This was his chance to maintain his lead. Waiting for the perfect moment, he spun in the air, channeling One for All's power through his body as he flicked his fingers. The shockwave triggered the landmines below him, sending Bakugo and Todoroki tumbling to the ground. The resulting dust and debris created a barrier, blocking the other students from following. Present Mick's voice boomed with enthusiasm as he commented on Izuku's impressive tactics. The crowd cheered, captivated by the unfolding drama. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, noted that this wasn't his doing. The students had been motivating each other all along. Class A understood there was no time to hesitate. Each student had grown from their experiences and learned to push forward. Aizawa quietly observed from his place next to present Mic in the viewing booth. Izuku hit the ground, rolling and ducking just as All Might had taught him. He quickly pulled himself back up and dashed toward the tunnel leading to the finish line. In the distance, he heard the crackles of explosions and felt the temperature drop, signaling the presence of an ice user, but he was too focused on his goal to dwell on it. The finish line was right there. He could do this. He ran with all his might, reflecting on the years of hardship he had endured, the despair and crushed hopes. He thought about his dreams of becoming a hero, the recent events in his life, attending UA, making friends, and finally being so close to achieving those dreams. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He wouldn't settle for anything less than first place. He would show the world he was not useless. He would show them who he was. The announcer declared that the one who made it back to the stadium first was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Izuku burst out of the tunnel, past the finish line and into the arena. The sun beat down on him, sweat soaking his clothes and trickling down his forehead. Every limb ached, but it was all worth it. The crowd roared around him, people shouting and calling out his name, cheering for the winner of the first event. They were cheering for him. Tears spilled from his eyes as he took in the overwhelming support from the spectators. It was awe-inspiring, and he felt truly alive. He scanned the crowd for the one person who had always seen something more in him than just a quirkless, useless kid. His gaze finally settled on his mentor. All Might stood in the teacher's booth, clapping for him, a proud smile on his face. Izuku could hardly believe that such pride was directed at him. Familiar voices called out his name, and he turned around just in time to be tackled by two figures. They all tumbled to the ground in a mess of sweat and limbs. Regaining his bearings, he looked up to see the smiling faces of Uraraka and Kirishima. They both appeared as tired as he was. Kirishima's shirt was torn at the shoulder, and Uraraka had a scrape on her forearm and elbow, yet they were both beaming and gushing over his performance. Uraraka exclaimed how awesome he was, while Kirishima enthusiastically praised the way he had flown across the field, describing how he had sent Todoroki and Bakugo flying back. He felt a rush of happiness at their excitement. Izuku stared at Kirishima's outstretched hand for a moment before accepting it and standing back up, laughing nervously at the extra attention he was receiving. He humbly remarked that he had just gotten lucky and was glad to have made it past the first round. They both shouted in unison, expressing disbelief at his modesty. Ida, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, agreed with them and congratulated Izuku on his astonishing performance, even admitting that he couldn't catch up to them despite his speed. Midnight stepped back onto the stage to announce that the first round was officially over and that the top 42 from the qualifying round would move on. She revealed the next challenge with a smirk, her eyes scanning the 42 contestants. She explained that the next event was the cavalry battle. Participants would form teams of 2 to 4 members and get into a horse and rider formation. The rules were similar to an ordinary cavalry battle. Snag your opponent's headbands while guarding your own, but with one exception. Each contestant would receive a point value based on their ranking in the last event. The lowest-ranked contestant would start with 5 points, while the first-place participant would receive 10 million points. The stadium fell silent as everyone realized the implications. The highest-ranked students would be the targets, and this survival game was a chance for a comeback. Izuku felt a knot form in his stomach as he noticed the smirks directed at him from the other contestants. Even his friends would be competing fiercely in this round. Midnight continued her explanation, detailing that the match would last 15 minutes, with points determined by team members. The rider would wear a headband displaying the total number of points, and even if a headband was taken and a horse formation was broken, it wasn't over until the time was up. Quirks were allowed, making it clear that the battle would be intense, but attacking other contestants with the intent to make them fall would lead to disqualification. She announced that they had 15 minutes to form teams before stepping off the stage. 10 minutes later, most teams had formed. Initially, Izuku thought he would end up alone since no one wanted to be on the targeted team. To his surprise, Uraraka approached him, asking to join his team, along with Hatsum Mei from the support department. Hatsum, with her bubblegum pink hair and round yellow eyes, offered her gadgets in exchange for the spotlight she would receive from being on the 10 million points team. With both girls eagerly joining him, Izuku felt a surge of hope, but he still needed one more person. He had mobility with the help of Hatsum's inventions and Uraraka's quirk, but he still needed someone to handle the defense. Luck seemed to be on his side, as Tokoyami Fumikage, the boy with the bird head from his class, agreed to join his team. Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, was a sentient shadow beast that could contract to and from his body freely, allowing him to defend himself and attack simultaneously. This was exactly what Izuku needed for his plan to succeed. By the time the buzzer went off, the other teams had also been formed. Bakugu's team consisted of Mina, Kirishima, and Siro, while Todoroki's team included Kaminari, Ida, and Yaoyorozu. Years of observing from the sidelines and analyzing hero fights and villain tactics had paid off. Izuku could see right through their strategies. Izuku felt confident in his plan. With Tokoyami and Dark Shadow providing incredible defense, they could ward off Todoroki's ice if necessary. Uraraka could monitor their right side and use her quirk for quick escapes. Hatsum's support items and speed-boosting boots enhanced their mobility, while Izuku would serve as the main offensive front. Positioned above Hatsum, Uraraka, and Tokoyami, he focused on the ticking countdown timer, trying to ignore the pounding of his heart. Hatsum's excitement was palpable as she asked if they were ready. Uraraka responded with enthusiasm, her competitive spirit igniting. Tokoyami spoke resolutely, his calm demeanor taking on an edgy tone. With fiery determination, Izuku called out to the team, and Present Mix's enthusiastic countdown rang out, signaling the start of the cavalry battle. Instantly, Izuku's team was rushed by 4 different groups. He waited for the right moment as the teams closed in on them. When the time felt right, he shouted for Uraraka to activate her quirk. In an instant, they found themselves lighter. Izuku promptly turned on the jetpack, and they swiftly rose into the air, effectively dodging the other team's attacks. They remained airborne for a few moments before descending again, mindful of their limited fuel and Uraraka's quirk. For the next few minutes, they continued to evade attacks from every side. However, luck was not on their side this time. The jetpack malfunctioned, and they quickly made their way back to the ground with 5 minutes left on the clock. A lot could happen in 5 minutes. As they evaded one of Class B's teams, ice suddenly surrounded them, trapping them with Todoroki's group. Midoriya noticed Todoroki's frustration and anger, evident from the 3 headbands wrapped around his throat, explaining their absence for the past 10 minutes. They were trapped. They could either evade and hope for the timer to run out or attack and take their chances, knowing Todoroki's strengths and his teammates' quirks. Izuku was determined not to give up. He had worked too hard for that. Todoroki's team charged at them head-on. Yaoyorozu created a net in an attempt to trap them, but Izuku saw through their plan. While others viewed him as a meek and shy hero nerd, they overlooked his observant nature. His analytical mind worked overtime, analyzing and deciphering quirks from just a glance. He had trained alongside his classmates, and understanding weaknesses and countermeasures came to him as easily as breathing. Observing Todoroki, Izuku noted how the bicolored boy favored his right side, opting for ice over fire. When Todoroki rushed at him, Izuku realized that by staying on his left side, he could effectively defend his team from any attack. This way, Todoroki's only route to freeze them would be by hitting Ida as well. Todoroki seemed increasingly agitated, his usual calm demeanor wavering. Ida shouted something to Todoroki, but the noise around them muffled the sound. Suddenly, blue fire erupted from Ida's engine, and Todoroki's team charged at them with incredible speed. Izuku summoned One for All, the power coursing through his body as he jumped into the air, high-fiving Uraraka in the process. Todoroki's group hurled past his team, and fortunately, the headband remained secure around Izuku's forehead as he floated at a safe distance. The buzzer went off, signaling the end of the cavalry battle. Uraraka released her quirk just before Izuku floated farther away. He landed swiftly on the ground, rolling and quickly getting back on his feet. Present Mic announced the top 4 teams. They had won. They had managed to hold onto the 10 million points throughout the entire cavalry battle. Uraraka slammed into Izuku, engulfing him in a bear hug, soon joined by an overexcited Hatsum and a muttering Tokoyami. Izuku's eyes filled with tears as he realized that his plan had worked. He hadn't let his team down. He had won for the second time that day. They celebrated their victory, with Uraraka squeaking in excitement about their success. Present Mic announced the standings, revealing Bakuga's team in second place, clearly frustrated with their position, and Todoroki's team in third. The unexpected fourth place went to Team Shinso, leaving everyone surprised by the turn of events. Present Mic expressed his shock, clearly unaware of how Shinso had stealthily taken the headbands, successfully using his quirk on unsuspecting contestants. As the contestants headed for their lunch break, Todoroki called out to Midoriya, asking if they could speak privately. Izuku apologized to his friends, assuring them he would meet up later, and followed Todoroki to a quieter hallway in the arena. The heavy silence between them heightened his nervousness. They stood there, staring at each other for a few moments, and the awkward silence intensified Izuku's anxiety. Todoroki finally broke the silence, explaining that he wanted to apologize for underestimating Izuku, which had led to his third-place finish. His expression was serious, and his voice was calm, a stark contrast to their earlier battle. Izuku quickly reassured him that it was just luck and acknowledged Todoroki's strength, complimenting his quirk. Todoroki urged Izuku to stop doubting himself, insisting he should take pride in his victory. He then revealed that his quirk was a result of a quirk marriage, mentioning his father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Izuku was familiar with Endeavor, a man driven by power, who had never surpassed All Might and had spent much of his life in his shadow. Todoroki continued, explaining the concept of quirk marriages, where strong individuals would marry to create a perfect version of their quirk. Izuku felt a sense of dread as Todoroki shared how his father had manipulated his mother's family into the marriage to obtain her quirk, raising Todoroki to surpass All Might and fulfill his own ambitions. He expressed his hatred for being treated as a mere tool, recalling the harsh training he endured. Izuku struggled to find the right words, and to his dismay, Todoroki's story continued. He recounted how his mother had suffered, recalling a painful memory that left a scar on his face. Izuku had never considered the scar deeply, assuming it was an accident, but now he felt a wave of empathy for Todoroki. Todoroki declared his determination to rise to the top without relying on his father's power, vowing to win using his ice and deny his father everything. Izuku reflected on Todoroki's pledge, recognizing their shared experiences of pain and abuse from their families. He understood Todoroki's struggles, having faced similar challenges himself. Izuku's desire to be a hero and bring hope to others fueled his resolve. As Todoroki turned to leave, seemingly finished with their conversation, Izuku called out to him with newfound firmness. He shared his understanding of pain, the hurt caused by someone he once trusted. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly rubbed his arm, recalling the scars he bore. The air felt heavy, and he turned to leave, but Todoroki's hand stopped him. The taller boy's expression had shifted to one of understanding. Before Izuku could react, Todoroki pulled up his sleeve, revealing scars of his own. A fleeting emotion crossed Todoroki's face. Was it anger or sympathy? It vanished before Izuku could interpret it, and he quickly withdrew his arm, feeling his earlier determination fade as he realized what he had just exposed. His heart raced, and he stuttered an apology before rushing out of the hallway, leaving Todoroki standing there, frozen and shocked, as he processed the implications of Izuku's revelation. Izuku wandered the halls of the stadium, seeking solitude to process the overwhelming information he had just learned. He felt a connection to Todoroki, realizing that he too had faced pain and abuse. This revelation stirred a mix of emotions within him. He was relieved to know he wasn't alone, yet he wished no one else had to endure such suffering. He had vowed to protect others from the hurt he experienced, but admitting his own struggles felt like an insurmountable challenge. How could he possibly help someone else when he couldn't even confront his own demons? His heart raced as he felt the walls closing in, the air growing heavier in his lungs. Panic threatened to engulf him, and he leaned against a wall, sliding down to the floor. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to hold back the tears that streamed down his face. The pain of his thoughts was intense, and the idea of voicing his struggles out loud felt impossible. With Shinso, he had never needed to say it, the boy understood. But Todoroki had seen his scars and witnessed his moment of vulnerability. The thought of admitting his past to anyone else was daunting. Consumed by his emotions, he sobbed quietly, feeling like a coward for not being able to speak up. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching, and a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Kirishima crouched beside him, concern evident in his tone as he asked if Izuku was okay and if he needed help. Izuku quickly wiped his tears on his sleeve, but Kirishima had already noticed. He forced a smile and looked up at his friend, overwhelmed by the genuine concern reflected in Kirishima's eyes. He wanted to make an excuse, but the words never came out as Kirishima enveloped him in a warm embrace. The sensation was comforting, and Izuku felt a pang of disappointment when Kirishima finally pulled away. Kirishima apologized for the hug, explaining that he thought Izuku needed it. Izuku expressed his gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. Kirishima then suggested that Izuku could take a short nap to recharge before his upcoming match, offering to stay by his side to wake him when it was time. Normally, Izuku would hesitate to let himself be vulnerable, haunted by memories of his past. Yet, looking at Kirishima, he felt a sense of safety and protectiveness. He relaxed, resting his head on Kirishima's shoulder, and soon drifted off to sleep. When Izuku awoke, he felt a gentle touch shaking his shoulder. He was more rested and calm than before, but as he realized he had shifted to lying on Kirishima's knees, his face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly sat up, a flurry of apologies spilling from his lips, but Kirishima just laughed and reassured him that it was fine. Kirishima informed him that his match was in 10 minutes against someone named Shinso, and some classmates had withdrawn from the competition due to concerns about Shinso's quirk. The mention of Shinso sent a wave of anxiety through Izuku. He couldn't believe he was facing someone who knew about his struggles. Kirishima encouraged him to head to the waiting room, and Izuku thanked him sincerely, feeling a genuine smile break through despite his swirling emotions. As the announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, introducing the one-on-one tournament, Izuku stepped into the arena, the crowd erupting in cheers for him. He was ready to face whatever came next, determined to prove himself. Shinso Hitoshi, the underdog who had gone unnoticed, confidently walked into the arena, having secured 4th place in the second task. Determination was evident on his face. Midnight stepped onto the stage set near the main field and explained the battle rules. Victory could be achieved by knocking an opponent out of bounds or immobilizing them, with no fatal outcomes allowed. Shinso nodded at Izuku, a gesture meant to reassure him that their bond would remain unchanged despite the circumstances. Izuku understood that Shinso was at a disadvantage. He recalled that Shinso's quirk required a verbal response to activate, which gave Izuku the upper hand. If he remained silent, Shinso would be effectively quirkless. Despite this, Izuku had been trained and developed a solid fighting style. He resolved to refrain from using his quirk, wanting to give Shinso a fair chance to prove himself and earn a transfer to the hero course where he truly belonged. However, Izuku was determined to put up a fight. As the match began, Midnight shouted, "Start," her whip cracking loudly. Shinso, aware of his need to engage Izuku verbally, attempted to be friendly, hoping to elicit a response. Izuku, however, kept his mouth shut, refusing to make it easy for Shinso. He approached him, gradually increasing his pace until he sprinted toward the purple-haired boy. He landed a punch to Shinso's gut, pushing him back a few steps. Although he wasn't using his quirk, The months spent training had significantly improved his physical abilities. Shinso attempted to strike back, aiming for Izuku's face, but Izuku's reflexes were sharp. He ducked under the attack and countered with a roundhouse kick to Shinso's head. Shinso stumbled to the side, clutching his head and hissing in pain, acknowledging the impact with a breathless remark. Izuku felt a wave of regret wash over him as he instinctively apologized, but suddenly he found himself immobilized, his mind clouded as Shinso's control took over. He realized the weight of his words and cursed his tendency to apologize. The announcer, present Mike, exclaimed that Izuku was frozen in place, speculating that this was Shinso's quirk. Aizawa, who had been quiet until now, explained that despite Shinso's powerful quirk, he had failed the hero course exam due to the exam's format not favoring his abilities. Shinso, with an apologetic yet determined look, urged Izuku to walk out of bounds, revealing his desperation to seize this opportunity for himself. Izuku panicked as he felt his body moving against his will, inching toward the edge of the arena. He fought to regain control, desperate to resist. In a moment of clarity, he saw shadowy figures in his vision, one resembling his mentor. He focused, using a small amount of one for all to break free from Shinso's control. As he regained his autonomy, he turned to see Shinso's astonished expression, realizing that someone had managed to break his hold. It was a rare occurrence, and Shinso couldn't help but smile, recognizing Izuku's unique strength. Determined to end the match, Izuku dashed toward Shinso, dropping low to sweep his feet out from under him. Shinso managed to maintain his balance and attempted to strike back, but Izuku's training allowed him to catch Shinso's wrist, twisting it into a painful hold and maneuvering him toward the edge of the arena. With a decisive move, Izuku threw Shinso over his shoulder. Shinso hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the breath out of him. Midnight announced that Shinso was out of the ring, declaring Izuku the winner and moving him to the next round. Izuku extended his hand to Shinso, who accepted it with a smile despite the bruise forming on his cheek. In the background, cheers of sportsmanship echoed, but Izuku was focused on Shinso. The boy looked at him earnestly and encouraged him to show the world what he was made of, expressing his belief in Izuku's potential as a great hero. Izuku's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he considered Shinso a friend, hoping their bond would grow. He promised not to let Shinso down. Returning to the stands, Izuku found Uraraka and Ida had saved him a seat. The next match was Shiro versus Todoroki, and Izuku had a strong feeling about the outcome. While Shiro was strong and versatile, Todoroki's training and powerful quirk made him a formidable opponent. The anticipation built as Todoroki stepped into the arena. As soon as Present Mike called the start of the fight, a huge wave of ice rushed toward the tape quirk user, encasing him completely. This instant immobilization allowed Todoroki to advance to the next round, leaving the crowd speechless at the display of power. Izuku watched as Todoroki slowly thawed from the ice shards he had created, noticing the sadness that overshadowed his emotions. Izuku reflected on the revelations of the past few hours. He resolved to help Todoroki accept himself, even if it took everything he had. The matches passed in a blur. Next up was Uraraka against Bakugo. Izuku attempted to share some insights he had gathered about Bakugo from their childhood, but Uraraka politely declined, wanting to win the fight on her own. In the waiting room, Uraraka clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The match against Bakugo was just moments away. She knew little about him, except for his complicated past with Midoriya. She had nearly come to dislike him after he had attacked her green-haired friend, but since Midoriya had forgiven Bakugo, she felt she could try to do the same. Still, she couldn't help but glare at him from across the classroom. Throughout their training, she had kept a close watch on Bakugo, ready to intervene at any sign of aggression. This observation had given her valuable insight into his powers. Bakugo possessed an incredibly powerful quirk and demonstrated exceptional control over it. The more he fought, the stronger he became. However, if she could manage to touch him, she would have the advantage. Uraraka had relied on Deku to help her reach the top during the festival, but now she was determined to fight for herself. She had seen the fiery determination in her friend's eyes, and she would match that resolve. She would give everything she had to win. Present Mike introduced Bakugo with enthusiasm, highlighting his explosive quirk and his reputation. Bakugo stepped into the arena, exuding confidence and an intimidating presence. Uraraka followed, her gaze steady and filled with determination, despite her usually cheerful demeanor. As midnight signaled the start of the match, Uraraka dashed toward Bakugo, her stance low and swift. She managed to close half the distance before Bakugo unleashed his quirk, sending her flying back. Despite the force of the explosion, Uraraka quickly got back on her feet, refusing to rest as she charged at Bakugo once more. The crowd watched in awe as she continued to press forward, determined to close the gap. Uraraka endured bruises, scratches, and minor burns, but she refused to give up. Each time she fell, she got back up, pushing through the pain and exhaustion. The crowd began to voice their concern, urging Bakugo to end the fight, but they failed to notice Uraraka's clever strategy. With each attack, she stayed low, using the rubble created by Bakugo's explosions to her advantage. As the battle continued, the crowd finally noticed the hundreds of boulders and rocks floating above the two students. Uraraka brought her hands together, releasing her quirk and creating a meteor shower of rubble that rained down on Bakugo. The announcer exclaimed in disbelief at the sight. Uraraka fought hard for this moment, knowing that whether Bakugo dodged or intercepted, she would seize the opportunity to close the gap and secure her victory. Bakugo stared at the approaching meteor shower, realizing that Uraraka had pushed him to his limits. He had used his quirk repeatedly, and the strain was evident. Yet he refused to back down. Summoning his strength, he lifted his arms and unleashed one final, massive explosion that obliterated the incoming rubble. Years of training had prepared him for this moment, and he was determined to be number one. The announcer shouted about the explosive turn of events as Bakugo regained his breath, acknowledging Uraraka's strength. She had proven to be a formidable opponent. Uraraka panted heavily, each breath a struggle. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, knowing she had given her all, but it still might not be enough. Despite her exhaustion, she stood tall, unwilling to give up. She took a step forward, determined to fight on, but her legs faltered beneath her. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground. In that moment, she realized her body had reached its limit. She tried to rise, to urge herself to continue, but darkness began to close in on her vision. As consciousness slipped away, her final thought was a plea to keep fighting, to win. With that, the announcer declared Uraraka unable to move, and Bakugo advanced to the next round. Izuku entered the waiting room before his match, expecting it to be empty. To his surprise, he found Uraraka sitting in one of the chairs, lost in thought. He cleared his throat to get her attention. Uraraka looked up, her expression shifting as she rubbed her neck sheepishly. She seemed to revert to her usual bubbly self, a stark contrast to the fierce competitor the world had witnessed moments before. She admitted that she had gotten carried away at the end, thinking she could win, but reassured him that she was okay because Recovery Girl had healed her. However, Izuku recognized the facade in her smile, one he had worn himself after difficult days to mask his own pain. He approached her without a word, wrapping his arms around her in a firm embrace. He wanted her to know she didn't have to pretend with him. Initially, Uraraka stiffened, but once the shock wore off, she melted into his hold, sobbing against his shoulder. Her body trembled as she expressed her frustration, feeling that despite giving it her all, it wasn't enough. Izuku reassured her, reminding her of her incredible performance and how she had given Kaken a tough fight. He encouraged her to take a break and not be too hard on herself. Pulling away, he held her shoulders at arm's length, looking her in the eyes as he spoke sincerely about his belief in her potential as a hero. His words seemed to resonate, and Uraraka sobbed harder, wrapping her arms around him in gratitude. Afterward, they sat down to discuss her strategy for improvement. Before long, Present Mike announced the beginning of the next round, signaling that it was time for Izuku's match with Todoroki. He felt a knot of dread in his stomach as he quietly acknowledged that he had to go. Uraraka wished him luck, her smile genuine again, and her bubbly demeanor returning. As he walked toward the arena, he mentally reviewed the strategies he had devised to face Todoroki. Suddenly, he collided with someone, feeling a surge of heat upon contact. He looked up to find himself face to face with Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Endeavor loomed over him, his intimidating presence filling the space. He acknowledged Izuku's impressive quirk, comparing it to All Might's, but warned him that his son Shoto had a duty to surpass All Might. The hero's tone was low and threatening, sending a chill down Izuku's spine. Anger simmered within Izuku as he considered how a father could speak of his son as if he were merely a tool. It was a familiar sentiment, given his own family dynamics. As Endeavor turned to leave, Izuku found his voice. He stated firmly that he was not All Might, and neither was Todoroki Endeavor. The hero paused, taking in Izuku's words. When Endeavor attempted to respond, Izuku cut him off, expressing that pushing his son away was misguided. He pointed out that true heroes should save and comfort people, not hurt them. Despite his efforts to contain his fury, the words poured out. Endeavor was taken aback, but Izuku marched past him, declaring that he had a match to attend. He strode into the arena, leaving the number 2 hero in stunned silence. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the match between Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku observed Todoroki, who maintained his usual stoic expression, though Izuku noticed a slight flinch at the mention of his father. With the signal to start, Izuku was immediately met with a wave of ice rushing toward him. He activated One for All, dodging the attack with agility. Just as he straightened up, another wave of ice came at him. This time, he flicked his fingers, creating a shockwave that shattered the ice, much to the crowd's astonishment. Though his fingers throbbed from the impact, he realized that Todoroki was still relying solely on his ice quirk. They exchanged blows, with Todoroki launching ice attacks and Izuku skillfully evading or countering them. To an outsider, they appeared evenly matched in power, but Izuku could see the strain on Todoroki's right side, which was beginning to freeze over. Izuku understood that every quirk had its limits, and he suspected he was beginning to see Todoroki's. He recognized that Todoroki was trying to prolong the match, and he prepared himself for what was to come. Not happening, he would end this quickly. The ice user moved with a low, cold voice, firing off another round of ice as a distraction while rushing at Midoriya. Midoriya observed Todoroki's leap and effectively dodged by jumping backward, using a small amount of One for All. He had to be careful not to exceed his limits. He wasn't even on the ground yet when another wave of ice came barreling toward him. With no choice left, he powered up his fist with One for All. The backlash was surprisingly minimal, only a dull throb in his hand, but he couldn't maintain this much longer. He smashed through the glaciers coming his way, the power now much stronger than his previous shockwaves. The outburst sent Todoroki flying a couple of meters back, but he managed to catch himself with ice, preventing himself from crossing the boundary line. Izuku realized that Todoroki was more than just his quirk. He possessed excellent judgment, execution, and mobility. Everything about him was strong. Todoroki shouted from across the arena, his breathing ragged as he glanced at the stands, likely searching for Endeavor. Midoriya noted Todoroki's shivering. His control may have been slipping, but until now, Todoroki had not laid a single scratch on him. Quirks were just physical abilities. There had to be a limit to how much cold Todoroki could bear. But then, he could always use his left side to thaw himself out, right? Clenching his throbbing fist, frustration and anger radiated from him. Everyone was giving it their all. He remembered Uraraka's fight, Shinsu's determination, and Bakugu's ambition. To win, to achieve their goals, to reach the top. And Todoroki was only using half his power. Izuku waited for Todoroki to rush at him again. As soon as Todoroki lifted his foot to move, Midoriya seized the opportunity to go on the offensive. He dashed toward the half-and-half quirk user and landed a punch to his abdomen, sending the team tumbling backward. However, Todoroki quickly regained his footing. Midoriya shouted, urging him to come at him with everything he had. Todoroki's voice lost its usual cold tone, now filled with palpable anger. He couldn't understand why Midoriya was pushing him so hard. Midoriya responded, insisting that their parents did not determine who they were. He wanted to be a hero, and no one would stop him. He urged Todoroki not to let his father's actions influence him, emphasizing that he was letting him win. He declared that his mother would not define him, nor would Todoroki's. He wanted to be a hero to help those like him, to smile in the face of despair. That was why he was giving it his all, to become a hero people would look up to, a hero who would prevent others from hurting. Todoroki suddenly remembered his own dreams of becoming a hero, recalling his mother showing him All Might on television and her reassuring smile. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Todoroki's left side erupted in bright, scorching flames. The intensity of the fire blinded the crowd, leaving them speechless at the incredible display of power. The ice on his right side slowly thawed as he regained some strength. He shouted that he wanted to be a hero too, his voice muffled by the crackling flames. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at the beautiful, scorching red fire dancing before him. Todoroki reflected Midoriya's smile, momentarily forgetting everything about his father. At that moment, it felt as if the entire arena had vanished, leaving just the two of them. They tuned out the crowd's uproar and focused solely on their fight. Todoroki shouted for Midoriya to give him everything he had. Midoriya dashed toward him, green sparks dancing around his body as he rushed straight at him. Todoroki extended his left hand, directing the flames at Midoriya. In the background, Midnight shouted something about the fight, but they were too occupied to pay much attention. Todoroki whispered his thanks to Izuku just as Midoriya's fist connected with his left cheek. Cementos, the concrete hero, decided to intervene, creating multiple walls of concrete to separate the two opponents. It all happened in an instant. The stadium erupted with a shockwave, blowing both heated wind and cold air at the spectators as they struggled to hold their ground. People stared in awe and shock at the destruction left behind by the two opponents. Smoke covered the arena, and no one knew what had happened yet. Present Mike shouted from the floor, where he had been blown away, questioning what was happening with his class. Aizawa explained calmly that all the chilled air had heated in an instant, causing it to expand, along with the shockwave created by Midoriya's punch. The voice hero, intrigued, asked if the match had been decided as the smoke slowly cleared. From the dust, two figures emerged. Todoroki and Midoriya were both still standing, but Todoroki had 1 foot out of bounds while Midoriya remained inside. Midnight announced that Todoroki was out of bounds and that Midoriya advanced to the next round, her voice wavering as she tried to overcome her shock from the fight she had just witnessed. As soon as those words were spoken, Midoriya wobbled on his feet but managed to catch himself before he fell. Todoroki isn't so lucky, as darkness envelopes the fire and ice user when he hits the ground with a thud. Izuku feels the adrenaline slowly fade away as he stares at the cheers and uproar from the crowd. His whole body aches, and his arm throbs, likely fractured or at least severely bruised. However, he can't bring himself to care about it right now. He helped Todoroki, freeing him from his father's cruel expectations and allowing him to embrace his fire, fully accepting himself and unleashing years of pent-up emotions. Todoroki is currently being taken away by medical robots, probably to Recovery Girl's office. Izuku follows the bots into the hallway, relieved to escape the spotlight. As soon as he steps into the infirmary, he feels a sharp tap on his head from a cane. "Young man, you almost gave me a heart attack. Stop being so reckless." Recovery Girl huffs, turning to check on the unconscious Todoroki. She scribbles notes on a small notepad, nodding to herself in satisfaction before returning her attention to Izuku. She informs him that Todoroki has a concussion and a few cracked ribs but should be okay after some healing. A weight lifts from Izuku's shoulders as he had feared he might have gone too far in the battle. Recovery Girl examines Izuku for any serious injuries. Finding none that require immediate attention, she gives his forehead a gentle kiss for precaution before returning to assist the slowly waking boy on the stretcher. Todoroki's eyes flutter open, and he looks around sluggishly, his eyes widening as he realizes where he is. Recovery Girl gently holds his shoulders down to prevent him from sitting up too quickly. She scolds him for his reckless behavior and informs him about his injuries. The boy calms down and finally notices Izuku. He gazes at Izuku for a moment before looking back at Recovery Girl, who seems to understand his unspoken request. She steps out to give them a chance to talk. Todoroki expresses his gratitude, thanking Izuku for helping him realize his mistakes and remember something he had long forgotten. He smiles, a genuine expression that contrasts sharply with the scowl he had worn in the weeks they had known each other. Izuku stutters out a response, but his words are drowned out by Present Mic's announcement of the next match. He is set to fight Ida. He bids farewell to Todoroki, once again apologizing before hurrying toward the arena's entrance. Facing Ida won't be easy. The boy has been surrounded by heroes for most of his life, with his brother Ingenium, the turbo hero, known for his respectable work. Izuku knows he will have to give it his all once again, not that he ever planned to do anything less. Unbeknownst to him, just as he steps into the arena, a green-haired woman turns off the television in her apartment. She gets into her car, her hands clenched tightly around the steering wheel as anger surges within her. Present Mic's voice booms through the stadium, announcing the next match. The crowd erupts in cheers as he declares, after an amazing battle that got Bakugo to move to the finals, it's time to see who he will go against. Without further ado, it's Tenya Ida versus Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya steps into the arena, a strange feeling welling up in his chest. This was it, he was so close to the final. Ida looks at him directly, his gaze serious and challenging. Both of these competitors have proven themselves to be tough opponents. Ida's family's background in heroics and Midoriya's undeterred winning streak make this an interesting fight. Opponents in position. Start. Present Mic announces. As soon as the fight begins, Ida rushes toward Midoriya with incredible speed. Izuku thinks to himself that he must play this right to find the opening he needs. Ida retracts his leg at an astonishing speed, using his engines to enhance the power of his kick. His leg collides with Izuku's guarded arm, the impact painful enough to be heard throughout the arena. Wow! That kick was incredibly fast. He landed a solid hit. Present Mic comments. Ida seems to recoil, clearly surprised that Izuku took the blow head-on. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Izuku powers through the pain in his arm, feeling one for all surge through his veins as he sweeps Ida's legs out from under him. Ida tumbles forward, narrowly avoiding crossing the boundary. He quickly regains his composure and goes in for another kick, planning to use his special move, Recipro Burst. However, Izuku anticipates the move perfectly. Just as Ida's leg lifts off the ground, Izuku rushes forward, sliding into the hero student's path. Ida loses his balance, and with his engine stalled, he runs straight into the wall outside the ring. Midnight announces Izuku as the winner. He wishes he could have achieved victory without hurting his friend. He rushes toward Ida, apologies ready to spill from his mouth. However, recalling Todoroki's words, he decides he doesn't want to overlook his friend's effort. He offers his hand to the fallen teen and waits patiently for Ida's response. Ida looks up at him, frustration evident in his expression, but he accepts Izuku's outstretched hand without hesitation. I can honestly say that you have beaten me fair and square. You used my own special move against me. Despite my frustration at losing, I am glad it was against such a formidable opponent, Midoriya, Ida states sternly. Though his fist is clenched, Izuku notices a new fire in Ida's eyes, one that radiates determination. He is confident that Ida will take this loss in stride, improving and working hard to win next time. Izuku expects nothing less from his friend. Izuku walks back to the waiting lounge, needing to clear his head for a moment. He will be fighting Kaken next. They had roughly a 20-minute break before the fight. He walked into the break room and froze. A chill ran down his spine as his eyes met a familiar pair of emerald irises. His mother stared back at him, her gaze filled with an unsettling promise of pain. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, declaring the final match between Midoriya and Bakugo. However, a low whisper interrupted the excitement, barely audible. Midoriya had withdrawn due to family circumstances, and the winner of the sports festival was declared to be Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd erupted in boos and shouts of indignation. Bakugo glared at the empty space where Midoriya should have been, feeling anger swell within him. This was not a victory, it felt hollow. Meanwhile, a purple-haired teenager sprinted toward the announcement stand, urgency etched across his face. He burst into the viewing room, startling its occupants. He urgently informed Eraserhead that Midoriya was in danger. Aizawa had been heading to the vending machine for coffee when he encountered a slim woman with olive green hair tied in a small ponytail. Her green eyes seemed vaguely familiar, a familiarity that was explained when he caught sight of a tuft of green hair nearby. It was Midoriya, and the resemblance was striking. However, the look in Midoriya's eyes was unsettling. The woman scowled, but her expression transformed into a smile upon seeing Aizawa, though it didn't reach her eyes. Izuku kept his head down, trying to make himself as small as possible. The woman introduced herself as Inko Midoriya, stating that she needed to take her son due to a family emergency. Aizawa, feeling a sense of unease, explained that Midoriya had a match next and needed to stay. He questioned the nature of the emergency, sensing something was off. Inko insisted it was a personal matter and that as his mother, she had the right to take him. Aizawa noticed her hesitation when she referred to her son. Despite his reservations, he stepped aside, allowing them to leave. As Midoriya looked up at him, Aizawa felt a sense of dread. The light in the boy's eyes seemed to dim. Something was wrong, and Aizawa was determined to uncover the truth. He returned to the viewing room to inform the other teachers of the situation. Aizawa slumped in his chair, deep in thought. His colleague, Yamada, tried to reassure him, noting that it was not uncommon for someone to withdraw from the competition, and at least Midoriya was with his mother. However, Aizawa's concern only deepened. He sensed something was amiss with Inko. Her demeanor felt wrong. Yamada suggested they check on Midoriya later or perhaps give him a call. They couldn't jump to conclusions, but it was unfortunate that the boy couldn't compete in the final match. Aizawa sighed, knowing Bakugo would not accept this as a true victory. Their conversation was interrupted when the door to the viewing room slammed open. Shinso Hitoshi, a student from general education, rushed in. Aizawa recalled how Shinsu's fight with Midoriya had revealed his potential. The urgency in Shinsu's voice heightened Aizawa's unease. Shinso urgently informed Aizawa that Midoriya was in danger. Aizawa's heart sank as he realized the implications. He cautiously asked what was wrong, trying to maintain his composure despite the rising fear within him. Shinso explained that Midoriya's mother was harmful to him and urged Aizawa to take action. Aizawa's mind raced as he processed the information, knowing he had to act quickly to ensure Midoriya's safety. Shinsu's voice rose with every word, filled with anger and fear as he expressed his concern. He couldn't let her get away with this. She was going to harm him. The voice hero, filled with disbelief, questioned how a mother could hurt her own son. Shinso insisted that he had seen it happen. She used her quirk against him, abusing him for years, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Frustration bubbled within him as he wondered why no one would believe him. Another voice joined in, confirming Shinsu's claims. Todoroki Shudo stood by the door, wrapped in white gauze with his arm in a sling, but he was determined. He had seen the scars on Midoriya and knew they weren't normal. Aizawa began to speak but was interrupted by Todoroki's urgency. He apologized for intruding but expressed his worry, insisting they needed to help Midoriya. Aizawa felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had let Midoriya go, knowing he was suffering abuse. How could he have been so naive? Not all parents love their children, and his own experience was a testament to that. Anger and guilt surged within him, and he knew he had to act quickly. He rose from his chair, startling the others in the room. He declared that they needed to stop this before it was too late. They all understood the gravity of the situation. They wouldn't allow Midoriya to suffer any longer. They hoped he would hold on until they arrived. Midoriya repeated a mantra in his mind, pleading for help as he listened to the exchange between his homeroom teacher and his mother. His internal pleas felt futile as his teacher allowed them to leave. His mother had remained silent since they met in the break room, and her silence was more terrifying than her usual yelling. The tension in her movements was palpable. Had she seen him use his quirk during the sports festival? The grip on his shoulder was painful, and he sensed her fury. He gulped, anticipating the punishment awaiting him at home. His arm throbbed, and he hadn't had a chance to see Recovery Girl yet. Ida's kick had likely fractured his forearm, but he didn't blame him. It was a fight after all. Yet, he knew he wouldn't be able to compete in the finals now, not with his mother determined to prevent it. As they entered the car, the suffocating silence hung heavily between them. Izuku preferred his mother's usual shouting to this deadly quiet. The drive was short, and soon they were at their apartment. Inko opened the door and silently gestured for him to enter. He complied, hoping to escape unscathed, but he knew better. The sound of the door locking behind him sent a chill down his spine. Inko's voice emerged as a low hiss, filled with venom. She approached him slowly, like a predator stalking its prey. Did he think he could hide this from her? Her tone was light, but her eyes betrayed her true feelings, filled with malice. He tried to explain, but the sound of shattering glass interrupted him. Inko's anger had triggered her quirk, causing chaos in the kitchen. The atmosphere shifted, she was furious, and her behavior had become unpredictable. She shouted, expressing her years of suffering because of him. The house trembled as objects flew around them, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Midoriya felt a knife graze his cheek, a warning of the danger he was in. The pain was manageable, but the chaos surrounding him was overwhelming. His mother seemed unhinged, and when a pan struck his injured arm, he hissed in pain. This was a mistake that only fueled her fury. Inko's eyes widened with realization, and a laugh escaped her throat, filled with a chilling satisfaction. She declared that this was what he deserved for playing hero with his quirk, and she sent a knife hurtling toward him. She catches the knife with ease and lifts it to his throat, taunting him about what he might do next. The blade hovers dangerously close to his eye, threatening to pierce him at any moment. He gulps and attempts to step back, but a hand grips his injured arm painfully, halting his escape. He struggles to suppress a cry of pain that threatens to escape, determined to remain strong in the face of his mother's cruelty. She squeezes harder, and the pressure becomes unbearable. He cries out in pain, leaning over and breaking free from her grip with a surge of power. Her eyes widen at the sight of the green energy that briefly envelopes him, and her expression shifts into a maniacal grin. So, this is it, she thinks, reveling in the display of his powerful quirk. She steps back, the knife still poised inches from his face, nearly brushing against his eyelashes. With a sigh, she drops the knife, which clatters to the ground with a loud clang. His momentary relief is shattered by a searing pain radiating from his torso. It feels as if 1,000 knives are stabbing him repeatedly, right where his scar lies. He glances down at his shirt, noticing the rapidly spreading red stain. He is bleeding, and the pain is overwhelming, making him feel as if he is being torn apart from the inside. He thinks he hears someone screaming, a sound so agonizing that he realizes it is his own voice. Memories flash through his mind of the day he received that scar, his mother consumed by rage. The pain intensifies, pulling him back to the present before he can fully recall the past. He collapses onto the floor, wrapping his arms around his torso, hands clutching at his damp shirt. The ache is unbearable, and static rings in his ears, making it harder to breathe. Gasping for air, tears stream down his face as he fights to stay conscious. The pain is excruciating, and he can faintly hear his mother's laughter. Bile rises in his throat, and his vision blurs, dark spots forming in his line of sight. He feels disconnected, as if he is present but not fully there. It has been a long time since pain has affected him this severely. All he wants is for it to stop, for it to end. He feels a warm puddle forming beneath him. The last thing he sees is his mother's shoes as she walks past him, indifferent to his suffering. Is this it? Is this where it ends? Is this how he dies? The pain in his torso becomes overwhelming, and he wonders if he can finally find rest. He feels a wave of regret wash over him, thinking of All Might and the months of training with his mentor, the sense of finally being useful. He remembers Aizawa and the rare moments when he felt cared for, when someone actually looked out for him. He thinks of Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima, the times he felt like a normal teenager, a part of something greater. Shinso, the first person to accept him despite his past and his fears, comes to mind. Everyone, forgive me. Tashinori watched the sports festival from the teacher's viewing room, pride swelling in his chest as he witnessed the incredible performance of his protege. Young Midoriya had not only won all the events leading up to the finals but had also exceeded Toshinori's expectations. However, when Present Mike announced his withdrawal due to family reasons, a wave of concern washed over Toshinori. Midoriya rarely spoke about his family. From what he gathered, the boy lived with his mother, and his father was clearly absent. He hoped everything was alright and decided to call Midoriya later to check in. As the sports festival concluded, young Bakugo was declared the winner, but his furious reaction was hard to miss. Despite reassurances from everyone that he had indeed earned first place, he refused to accept the victory, thrashing and shouting when called to the podium. The teachers had no choice but to secure him to the stand, turning the moment into quite a spectacle. As All Might exited the stadium unnoticed in his skeletal form, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was not his civilian phone. The screen lit up with the name Detective Naomasa. Toshinori answered, concern evident in his voice as he asked about the emergency. Tsukachi informed him that it was about Midoriya. Present Mike had reached out, expressing concern that Midoriya might be in danger. A patrol was being dispatched to the boy's house, and Tsukachi would go personally, with Aizawa already en route. The detective's tone was soft but filled with worry, and Toshinori felt a knot of panic tighten in his chest. Toshinori pressed for details, but Tsukachi could only share that Mike had sounded distressed. With urgency in his voice, Toshinori declared he was on his way, ending the call with a sense of determination. He had already surpassed his time limit for the day, but he would not let that stop him from being there for his successor when it mattered most. Aizawa sped to Midoriya's apartment, his heart racing as he recalled the troubling expressions on Shinso and Todoroki's faces when they shared what they had witnessed. He hoped he wasn't too late. Upon arriving, he noticed the front door slightly ajar, as if someone had left in a hurry. Pushing the door open, he froze at the sight before him. Near the small kitchen lay a figure surrounded by a dark liquid. His heart sank as he recognized Midoriya. Rushing to the boy's side, Aizawa's mind raced with curses as he realized he was too late. He assessed Midoriya's condition, the sight of the blood sending bile rising in his throat. He was a pro-hero, he needed to focus. Gently, he placed the boy's head on his knees, feeling how cold his skin was. The blood pooled around Midoriya's torso, and Aizawa carefully lifted the boy's shirt to examine the wound. To his horror, he saw a deep gash on Midoriya's chest, unlike any injury he had encountered before. It appeared to be a result of something far more sinister than a mere accident. Aizawa had seen the signs, the flinching, the stuttering, the fear in Midoriya's eyes during interactions. Recovery Girl had mentioned the scars, but he had failed to act sooner. Ripping a piece of cloth from his costume, he pressed it against the wound, feeling a pang of terror as Midoriya whimpered in response. He reassured the boy, though he wasn't sure if it was for Midoriya's sake or his own. Midoriya managed to speak, his voice strained and broken, apologizing as he struggled to breathe. Aizawa's heart clenched at the evident pain in his student's voice. He urged Midoriya to save his strength, feeling dread as the boy suddenly went limp in his arms. Panic surged within him as he realized the boy's breathing had slowed. He placed Midoriya down and quickly began chest compressions, wincing at the sight of the wound. Never had he imagined he would be administering CPR to one of his own students. Horrific thoughts crept into his mind, whispering that he was too late, that he had failed. With each passing second, his hope dwindled as Midoriya remained unresponsive. He urged the boy silently to fight, willing him to hold on as he continued his desperate efforts. "Come on, Midoriya. Stay with me. Breathe," Aizawa urged, desperately hoping for a response from the boy. "You're stronger than this, kid." His heart raced as he fought against the overwhelming fear that something terrible was happening to this sweet boy. Finally, Izuku stirred, gasping and coughing as he took in deep breaths. Aizawa embraced him gently, careful not to move him too much, but the hug was filled with urgency. He lifted Izuku into his arms, cradling him carefully to avoid aggravating any injuries. They needed to get to the hospital, and time was running out as Izuku's breathing became shallow again. Sirens echoed in the distance as an ambulance approached, accompanied by police cars. Medics rushed over with a stretcher, quickly assessing the situation. Izuku struggled momentarily, instinctively trying to protect himself, but a firm hand on Aizawa's shoulder brought him back to reality. Reluctantly, he released his hold as the medics took Izuku onto the ambulance. Turning to see who had touched him, Aizawa recognized Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. The detective expressed his apologies for the delay, asking how Aizawa had known about Izuku's troubles. Aizawa explained his concerns about Izuku's home life, mentioning alarming reports from Recovery Girl and a student who had witnessed the abuse. Tsukachi nodded, indicating that his team was already searching the house for clues. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, only to shut them again against the harsh light. He realized he was in a hospital room, the smell of antiseptics and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor confirming his surroundings. Memories flooded back, causing a lump to form in his throat as he fought back tears. The echoes of his mother's laughter haunted him, and he recalled the overwhelming pain he had felt. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he remembered the solitude he had experienced, left alone in darkness. But then, a presence had appeared, someone who reassured him that everything would be all right, chasing away the shadows. As he lay there, he noticed soft breathing nearby, indicating he was not alone. He attempted to sit up for a better look, but a sharp pain shot through his chest, forcing him back down with a small groan. The movement startled the other person awake, but Izuku was too focused on managing the pain to pay much attention. A familiar voice broke through the haze, asking if he was awake. It was Aizawa, looking more worn than usual, with dark circles under his eyes and a disheveled appearance. Izuku tried to speak, but his words came out muffled by the oxygen mask. He lifted his hand to remove it, but Aizawa gently stopped him. "Don't. I'll call the doctor," Aizawa said, just as a tall man in a white lab coat entered the room, accompanied by two young women. The doctor introduced himself as Shirue Ishii, his tone gentle and understanding. He asked how Izuku was feeling, and Izuku gestured to the mask. The doctor quickly realized and told him he could remove it. With Aizawa's help, Izuku finally took off the mask, grateful for the relief. "You've been out for 3 days. The wound was tricky to heal, and we had to bring in Recovery Girl to assist," the doctor explained. Izuku whispered in disbelief about the time he had lost, but the doctor continued, confirming that Aizawa had found him in a critical state. Izuku had lost a significant amount of blood, and his heart had faltered multiple times on the way to the hospital. Fortunately, the medical team managed to revive him just in time. The doctor remarked on his resilience, calling him a fighter. Izuku remained silent for a moment, trying to process the information. The doctor continued speaking about his recovery, but Izuku barely registered the words. At some point, the doctor left, but Izuku was too lost in his thoughts to notice. The heart monitor beeped faster, its sound rising with his panic. Static filled his ears, and he thought he heard his mother's laughter, taunting him. A fighter? He felt he had done nothing to protect her. He had merely stood by, feeling utterly helpless. Regret washed over him as he realized he had removed the oxygen mask. Now, he felt as if he were suffocating. He squeezed his eyes shut, desperate to block everything out, wishing for it all to stop. Suddenly, two hands gripped his shoulders, firm enough to pull him back to reality. Izuku's teacher urged him to look up and breathe, guiding him through rhythmic breaths. Slowly, he began to regain a sense of calm. His teacher praised him for his efforts, then gently pushed him back onto the bed, insisting he needed to rest after everything he had endured. As exhaustion enveloped him, his world faded to black. Dread filled Toshinori's stomach as he arrived in Midoriya's neighborhood. Police cars and yellow tapes surrounded one of the houses, which he recognized as Midoriya's apartment. He quickly stepped through the tape, gesturing for Tsukachi to let him pass. In his skeletal form, he couldn't display his hero badge. Tsukachi noticed him and beckoned him over. With each step, Toshinori's fear intensified. He urgently asked what had happened and where Midoriya was. Tsukachi reassured him that Midoriya was okay now, explaining that the medics had managed to save him in time, although he had sustained serious injuries. The detective mentioned that Midoriya's mother possessed a weak form of telekinesis, and they would need to speak with Midoriya about it once he woke up. Toshinori struggled to comprehend the implications. He couldn't believe that Midoriya's mother could be responsible for such harm. Tsukachi informed him that a witness had seen the abuse firsthand, and Recovery Girl had observed the boy's scars. Given the circumstances, they hoped Midoriya would finally open up about it. Toshinori felt guilt clawing at him. He had been training Midoriya for months and had missed the signs of his suffering. Tsukachi urged him not to blame himself, reminding him that Midoriya had been hiding his pain and that it wasn't his fault. Despite Tsukachi's reassurances, Toshinori felt frustrated and useless. He had seen Midoriya come to training with bruises and black eyes but had never pushed him to talk. He lamented his inaction, feeling like a failure as a mentor. Tsukachi interrupted his spiraling thoughts, suggesting there was something important for him to see that could aid in Midoriya's recovery. Toshinori realized he needed to focus on helping Midoriya rather than dwelling on his own shortcomings. He nodded at his old friend and followed him into the house. Upon entering, he was struck by the chaos within. The place looked as if a tornado had swept through, leaving disorder in its wake. His stomach turned as he noticed the bloodstains, a disturbing sight that ignited his protective instincts. He felt compelled to check on Midoriya but knew he needed to gather information to help him. Tsukachi led him to the basement, which was dark and unkempt. In the corner, he spotted a wall resembling a tool holder, with various items hanging from hooks. A whip and a cold steel knife caught his eye, and he couldn't bear to look at the rest. Each item had the potential to inflict immense pain, and the thought of Midoriya enduring such agony made his stomach churn. Tsukachi then directed him to an old refrigerator on the other side of the room. It appeared ordinary at first, but a lock on it raised alarm bells in Toshinori's mind. When Tsukachi opened it, Toshinori's heart sank. Inside were claw marks, as if someone had desperately tried to escape. The marks varied in size, suggesting years of confinement. The horror of a child suffering at the hands of their own mother filled Toshinori with rage. This was Izuku, the kindest and most caring person he knew, subjected to years of abuse. Tsukachi informed him that Midoriya's mother had not been found and that a significant portion of her clothing was missing. They had reasons to believe that she fled after realizing the extent of the damage she inflicted on her son. As he spoke, Toshinori felt his anger intensifying. They needed to talk to Midoriya. It was crucial to gather all the information if they wanted to find her. It would be difficult for him, and Toshinori knew that Midoriya would need him and his teachers now more than ever. Izuku swallowed hard as he looked at the 4 people in his hospital room. All Might, Detective Naomasa, and Principal Nedzu were present to discuss everything that had happened. Izawa, who had barely left his side since he woke up, sat in a chair beside him, providing a comforting presence. Izuku fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, a nervous habit he often resorted to when anxious. He wondered if he was really going to do this. Would he tell them everything? What if they didn't believe him? What if All Might wanted his quirk back after this? It seemed likely, especially since he might be sent to a foster home far away. All Might hadn't met his gaze since arriving. Despite his efforts, the hero avoided looking him in the eye. Perhaps he had finally realized his mistake and regretted choosing Izuku as his successor. After all, who would want a weak, quirkless coward as a successor? Taking a deep breath, Izuku knew he needed to speak. The truth had to come out. They must have discovered the basement and learned about Inko's harsh punishments. He hesitantly asked what they wanted to know, his head lowered as he focused on the fabric of his hospital pants. Detective Naomasa reassured him that he could share anything he felt comfortable with and that he could stop at any moment. It was crucial for him to feel safe and calm during this conversation. Izuku mumbled to himself, expressing his doubt about ever feeling comfortable discussing his past, but he decided to share everything. He began recounting how, at the age of 4, he had been declared quirkless while everyone else was gaining their powers. From that moment, his life took a turn for the worse. He felt disconnected as he recalled painful memories. He spoke of losing all his friends, how his best friend became one of his bullies, and how his father couldn't handle having a quirkless child and left. His mother struggled to cope with this change. He described the pitiful stares and disgusted looks directed at him. Being quirkless made him feel less than human, a burden in the eyes of the world, even to his own mother. As he spoke, The emptiness in his heart grew. He recounted his childhood, the bullying, and the escalating hostility from his mother. It began with yelling whenever he reminded her of his father, leading to punishments that were increasingly severe. He shared his dreams and how he tried to keep them hidden from his mother, especially when she discovered his application to UA. All Might visibly reacted to that part of his story. Izuku continued, detailing the constant shunning and torment he faced throughout his life. Aizawa hesitantly asked why he hadn't told anyone about his suffering. All Might had informed him about the troubling conditions in the Midoriya household, and he couldn't understand how a child could endure such pain in silence. Izuku explained that he had once confided in a teacher when he was 9. After a particularly harsh punishment from his mother, he sought help, believing that if someone knew, it would stop. Instead, his teacher dismissed him, calling him a liar and an ungrateful child. After that, he never spoke up again, his hand instinctively moving to the still healing wound on his torso. Silence enveloped the room as they processed his words. A deep anger simmered within them. How could so much suffering befall one person? This boy, sitting before them, had endured so much alone yet still aspired to help others and save the world, despite the cruelty he had faced. Izuku continued, recounting everything up to the day after the sports festival. As he looked up, tears blurred his vision. Aizawa and the others were visibly upset, their expressions reflecting a shared anger that surrounded them. Despite the intensity of their feelings, their anger was not directed at him. Netsu cleared his throat, breaking the tension and bringing the others back to reality. Their demeanor shifted as they regained their composure. Netsu addressed Izuku, acknowledging that they owed him an apology. They were supposed to be heroes, meant to protect him, yet they had failed when he needed them most. He expressed that Izuku had endured far too much, experiences no child should ever have to face. The usually cheerful principal's serious tone marked a significant change in his demeanor. He suggested discussing new living arrangements and mentioned setting up an appointment with a therapist to help Izuku heal from his traumatic experiences. His sudden shift in attitude left Izuku feeling overwhelmed. However, whatever the rodent said next went unheard as Izuku tried to process the information. Normally, he wouldn't interrupt the principal, but he felt too overwhelmed to care. He expressed his disbelief, questioning whether he was truly not going to be expelled. The thought of someone as broken as him being allowed to become a hero seemed unfathomable. The small creature exclaimed in outrage, emphasizing his feelings by throwing his arms up. He reassured Izuku that they would be foolish to let someone as kind and talented as him walk away. Izuku, however, whispered his doubts, feeling broken and useless. His desperation and confusion were palpable. It was then that Toshinori stepped in. Izuku expected to see disappointment in his mentor's blue eyes, but instead, he found extreme sadness and guilt. Despite these emotions, pride shone through in his mentor's gaze. Toshinori spoke of Izuku's bravery and kindness in the face of adversity, recalling how he had jumped into danger to save a friend, despite being quirkless. He admitted his failure to Izuku, expressing regret for ever telling him he could not be a hero without a quirk. He acknowledged how Izuku had shown him the true meaning of heroism, saving not only his friends but also his teachers at the USJ. He declared that UA would be honored to have Izuku as a student and apologized for not realizing sooner what he was going through. Izuku, overwhelmed by emotion, sobbed as he expressed his gratitude to All Might. He revealed that the hero had given him hope when he was at his lowest, and he wouldn't be there if it weren't for him. Years of sadness and agony surged forth, breaking down the walls he had built around himself. For the first time, he felt exposed and vulnerable, yet free from the burdens he had carried. A glimmer of hope appeared at the end of the tunnel. Detective Nao Mesa then interjected, explaining that they were trying to locate Izuku's mother, who seemed to have vanished. He asked if Izuku knew where she might be hiding. Izuku hesitated, revealing that his mother often left for a few days without telling him where she was going, and he never asked. He expressed concern about what would happen to him now, reflecting on the hope he had held that she cared for him, unlike his father who had abandoned him. The rodent then eagerly gestured to Aizawa, stating that he had volunteered to take Izuku in for the time being. UA was planning to build a dorm system for Hero Corps students, and until then, Izuku could stay with Aizawa. Izuku looked at his teacher in disbelief, feeling like he would be a burden. However, Aizawa's nod reassured him that perhaps this arrangement could work out for the best. Aizawa had been a constant source of comfort through everything. The following day, the doctor cleared Izuku to go home, instructing him to take it easy and avoid strenuous activity. Aizawa and Izuku walked into Aizawa's apartment building, the ride having been quiet and peaceful, interrupted only by the soothing music on the radio. Izuku felt a sense of contentment and safety, but as they entered the building, his nerves kicked in. He worried about being an inconvenience and feared that Aizawa might leave him like everyone else had. As he followed Aizawa into the apartment, he felt disconnected, lost in his thoughts until he suddenly felt a weight on his foot. Looking down, he was startled to see a small ball of fur using his foot as a cushion. It was a cat. He crouched down and gently picked up the small animal, who made a slight sound of annoyance but did not protest. Aizawa observed his student, concern evident on his usually stoic face. He wondered if Izuku was anxious about being there and if he had made the right decision. However, all his worries dissipated when he saw the tension leave Izuku's body as he interacted with the cat for the first time. Aizawa quietly informed Izuku that her name was Gray, a small snow-white Maine with striking turquoise eyes. He noted that she usually wasn't comfortable around new people, which made Izuku's connection with her even more special. Izuku responded quietly, expressing his happiness as he pet the fluffy cat, a small smile gracing his features. Aizawa felt some of the weight in his heart lift as the boy smiled. It wasn't his usual bright smile, but it was something. He gestured for Izuku to follow him. The apartment was relatively simple, yet larger than his own home. There was a small living room with worn but comfortable furniture, a kitchen, and a dining table. A long corridor led to the bedrooms. As they walked through the corridor, 3 rooms came into view. The first was a traditional Japanese bathroom, and the other 2 were bedrooms. Aizawa pointed to one of the rooms, explaining that it was Izuku's now. He encouraged the boy to decorate it as he pleased and assured him that he was just down the hall if he needed anything. With that, Aizawa walked off to his own room. Izuku entered his new room and felt out of place. He had never been allowed to decorate his own space before. He plopped onto the medium-sized bed, nearly bumping his head on the bedside table. The room was slightly bigger than his old one, and despite the painful memories associated with his previous home, he couldn't help but miss it. He had grown up there, surviving through so much in the privacy of their old apartment, hidden away from the world. Perhaps it was a good thing to finally get away. Exhaustion from the past few days began to catch up with him, the emotional and physical strain overtaking him as he drifted off into a dreamless sleep. When he woke up, the light that had been streaming into the room was gone, replaced by a faint glow from a crack in the door. Aizawa must have checked on him at some point because a blanket now covered him. A light aroma wafted into the room, causing his stomach to growl. He sniffed the air, wondering if Aizawa was cooking something. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up and made his way to the living room, where Aizawa was setting the table. Izuku hesitated, feeling hungry but recalling how his mother would react if he asked for food while she cooked. He gulped nervously, unsure if Aizawa would react similarly. But his teacher noticed him and gestured for him to come over. Aizawa greeted him, expressing hope that Izuku would enjoy the katsudon he had prepared. Izuku froze for a moment, realizing that katsudon was his favorite meal. Was it a trick? Still, it felt rude to refuse, so he took a hesitant step forward and then another until he found himself sitting at the dining table. Aizawa sat across from him and began to eat. Cautiously, Izuku picked up the chopsticks, checking to see if his actions offended his teacher. Aizawa seemed oblivious, so Izuku took a slight risk and took his first bite. He occasionally glanced at Aizawa, ready to bolt if necessary. His unease did not go unnoticed. Aizawa could see that the boy was on edge, clearly expecting the worst from the situation. As the night went on, Izuku moved cautiously around the house, his steps calculated as if he feared punishment for any small mistake. Anger bubbled in Aizawa's chest at the thought of how the boy had come to expect the worst from people. He resolved to ensure that Inko faced the consequences of her actions once they found her. While helping with the dishes, Izuku accidentally dropped a plate. His eyes widened in fear, and tears began to slip down his cheeks as he frantically tried to pick up the broken shards. Despite the minor cuts he was getting, he continued to work at it, his hands becoming bloodied. He apologized repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. Aizawa approached him slowly, as if he were approaching a frightened animal. He crouched down in front of the quivering boy and gently took his hands away from the broken glass. He helped him up and led him toward the bathroom to clean up, noticing how Izuku flinched at the contact, as if expecting punishment for a simple accident. Aizawa made Izuku sit on the bathroom stool while he rummaged through the cabinet for the first aid kit. Once he found it, he squatted in front of his trembling student and began to wrap his hands with practiced ease. Having dealt with injuries before, he worked quickly and efficiently. Once finished, he stepped back to admire his handiwork before returning his focus to the boy. Izuku was still crying, his sobs unnaturally quiet, as if he were trying to stifle them. He whispered an apology, feeling overwhelmed. He had tried so hard to act normal, but the fear of making a mistake lingered from his past experiences. Aizawa gently urged Izuku to look at him. When the boy finally met his gaze, Aizawa's tone was filled with sincerity. He reassured Izuku that he had done nothing wrong and that the way his mother had treated him was unacceptable. He emphasized that no one should ever have to endure such treatment and that he would never hurt him. He encouraged Izuku to understand that making mistakes was part of being human. Izuku nodded shakily, absorbing Aizawa's words. For the first time, he felt the warmth of care and safety, realizing that perhaps he was not in trouble after all. He looked at his teacher as the man gently wrapped his hands in gauze. Aizawa suggested watching some hero movies to help Izuku take his mind off things, recalling how the boy had shared his love for them with his friends. The kid might not want to be alone right now. Izuku felt grateful and apologized for his earlier reaction. Aizawa reassured him, saying it wasn't his fault, and ruffled his hair in a comforting gesture. The fact that Izuku didn't flinch from the contact indicated that Aizawa had done something right. They spent the rest of the night watching an old, cheesy All Might movie. Despite having probably seen it many times before, Izuku watched with enthusiasm. As he glanced at his now sleeping teacher, a new feeling welled up in his chest. For the first time, he thought he might actually be safe. With that comforting thought, he slowly drifted off to sleep, realizing he could get used to this feeling. Aizawa woke up suddenly, sensing something was wrong. The air in the apartment was cold. He must have left the window open. He looked around and noticed he had fallen asleep while watching a movie with Izuku. At first glance, the boy seemed to be sleeping peacefully. However, the light from the forgotten television illuminated his features, revealing a troubled expression. Izuku's eyebrows were scrunched up as if he were in pain, and Aizawa thought he saw tear tracks on the boy's face. His heart ached at the sight. It was clear that Izuku was having a nightmare, which was understandable given what he had been through. Aizawa approached the sleeping boy carefully, not wanting to startle him awake. He crouched down and took a moment to assess the situation. He softly called out to Izuku, reassuring him that it was just a dream. When the boy didn't respond, Aizawa felt compelled to wake him. He gently shook Izuku's shoulder, and as soon as he made contact, the boy's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively reacted, tumbling onto the floor. Aizawa noticed that Izuku's eyes were blank, as if he were still trapped in a dream, moving purely on instinct. In his dreams, Izuku felt as if he were burning. What began as a peaceful dream quickly morphed into something nightmarish. He saw his friends and memories of UA, but then it shifted. He could hear someone laughing maniacally in the background. Suddenly, he was back at home, facing his mother, who mocked his hopes and dreams. Pain overwhelmed him, and he felt as if he were being torn apart from the inside out. Flashes of his life surrounded him, suffocating him with memories of past abuse from his mother and bullies. The taunts echoed in his mind, drowning out everything else. He was trapped in his own mind, reliving every painful moment, unable to escape. Aizawa's voice finally broke through the haze, calling out to him. As reality snapped back into place, Izuku felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Aizawa reassured him that he was okay and that it was just him. Slowly, Izuku began to come back to reality. The moment realization dawned on him, his eyes widened in fear. He scrambled away, pressing his back against the couch, and began to apologize repeatedly, his voice growing quieter with each word. He curled up, trembling, feeling like a burden. Aizawa quickly moved past his shock and approached the boy. He told Izuku it wasn't his fault and that he should have known better than to touch him while he was in distress. He needed Izuku to understand that he was not a burden. When Aizawa used his given name, Izuku finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and puffy, and Aizawa's heart clenched at the sight. He explained that Izuku had been having a nightmare and reassured him that it wasn't his fault. The tension in Izuku's shoulders eased slightly as he absorbed Aizawa's words. He whispered an apology for disturbing him, feeling like a burden. Aizawa firmly told him he was not a burden and that he had chosen to take him in because he cared. He emphasized that he would always be there for him whenever he needed support. In that moment, Aizawa let his guard down, hoping Izuku would believe him. For once, Izuku allowed his emotions to show on his face. He looked at his teacher, surprised to see nothing but sincere fondness and care in those dark eyes. It was the first time someone had looked at him this way, reminding him of a time when his mother had loved him. The look his teacher gave him was that of a loving parent, pure and caring. Aizawa was worried about him, and Izuku could see the sincerity behind the gaze. Maybe he could actually have a home here. Perhaps he could finally have a real family. Aizawa spoke slowly, his words coming out as a soft whisper, encouraging Izuku to feel calm. He wanted the boy to express his feelings instead of keeping them bottled up. The problem child shook his head slowly, and Aizawa understood. The boy didn't want to relive his nightmare. Okay, but you need to talk about it. If not to me, at least to someone. We can set you up with an appointment with the school's therapist, Aizawa suggested, but surprisingly, Izuku interrupted him. It was about Mom. It felt like I was there again, trapped. I was scared. His voice trembled as he recalled his nightmare, sadness and shame evident in his tone. Why would he feel ashamed? Izuku, you know there's nothing wrong with being scared, right? You have been so brave. You've survived so much and overcome so many challenges, Aizawa reassured him. I'm not brave. I'm weak. What kind of hero freezes when their own mother looks at them? What kind of hero does nothing to defend themselves? I'm just a useless coward. His voice rose with each sentence, tears streaming down his face. I just let her. I did nothing. All these years, even after I got my quirk, I still wasn't strong enough. His body shook as sobs racked him. How can I be a hero if I can't even save myself? The raw emotion in his words shook Aizawa to his core. Had Izuku been keeping those thoughts bottled up for so long? Izuku, you need to listen to me. You are not a coward. You are one of the bravest and toughest people I know. Do you think heroes don't get scared? I know I do. A hero isn't someone who never feels fear. A hero is someone who, despite their fear, manages to push through and survive. You have been doing that for years. Any other person would have given up long ago. Yet, here you are, persisting despite everything. Even when it seemed the world was against you, you never gave up. He pulled the boy into a tight hug, trying to convey the sincerity and honesty behind his words. Izuku Midoriya was going to be a great hero someday. He needed to know he was not alone anymore. He had friends and people who cared about him, ready to stand beside him every step of the way. Aizawa would be with him through it all. Izuku sobbed, clutching his teacher's shirt like a lifeline. Years of pent-up emotions burst to the surface as a weight finally lifted from his shoulders. Aizawa was right, he wasn't alone anymore. He had people who loved and cared for him, and he was determined to do his best not to let them down. Aizawa woke up first, feeling a slight ache in his back, likely from his position on the floor. They must have fallen asleep at some point during the events of the previous night. The boy in question was sprawled over him, hands clutching his side tightly. A strange clicking sound startled him, and he looked up, momentarily blinded by a flash of light. He tensed in anticipation but relaxed when he saw the source of the disturbance, his annoying best friend. He cursed himself internally for giving Mike spare keys to his apartment. The voice hero had his phone clutched between his hands, a satisfied grin on his face as he scrolled through the pictures he had just taken. Aizawa hissed in a low voice, not wanting to wake the problem child. Mike justified his presence, saying he came to check on the little listener, finding them both cute. He added that he had brought some of Izuku's clothes from his house, mentioning that Nedzu had asked him to see if the kid was up to return to school. Aizawa hummed in response, slowly untangling himself from Izuku as he rose to his feet. Izuku shifted slightly but ultimately settled back down, clearly exhausted. The two heroes made their way toward the kitchen. Yamada promptly climbed onto the counter as if it were completely natural, swinging his legs contentedly while watching Aizawa sigh loudly in exasperation before making himself a cup of coffee. Aizawa muttered to himself that it was going to be a long morning. Mike asked quietly how Izuku was doing, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. Aizawa replied that Izuku was as fine as he could be, given the circumstances. He mentioned that the boy was having nightmares, and his nervous behavior made more sense now. He explained that Izuku's first reaction was to flinch at everything, as if expecting to be punished for every little mistake. He recalled how Izuku had freaked out the previous day, thinking Aizawa would punish him for accidentally breaking a plate. Mike expressed his frustration, questioning what kind of mother would treat her child that way. Aizawa understood Mick's sensitivity to such situations, and he couldn't blame him. He felt a strong desire to confront Inko Midoriya and make her pay for all the suffering she had caused Izuku. Izuku woke up to a sweet smell coming from the kitchen. He straightened up and looked around, the events of the previous night replaying in his mind as he face-palmed internally. Despite sleeping on the floor, he felt strangely rested. Following the enticing aroma, he walked into the kitchen and froze. Aizawa had his back turned toward the counter, apparently making pancakes. Present Mike, his English teacher, was setting the table next to him. When Mike noticed Izuku, he beamed at him, and Izuku responded with a shy wave. Mick's voice started out loud but quickly softened as Aizawa glared at him, his eyes red and his hair floating, a telltale sign of his quirk in action. Izuku liked present Mike but felt grateful for Aizawa's intervention. It was too early for such loudness. Izuku mumbled a greeting as he approached his teachers. Aizawa informed him that Mike had brought some of his clothes. After taking a sip of coffee, Aizawa asked how Izuku was feeling. Izuku replied that he was okay, thanking Mike. His response was honest, though he muttered that he had experienced worse. This caused Mick's cheerful expression to falter, and he opened his mouth to speak, but Aizawa's glare silenced him. They were both angry and wanted to confront Inko Midoriya for everything she had done, but Izuku's well-being came first. Aizawa urged Izuku to eat before breakfast got cold. Izuku nodded and slowly made his way to the table, where the food looked absolutely delicious. He didn't hesitate to dig in. Their meal passed in peaceful silence until Izuku mustered the courage to ask a question that had been on his mind. He hesitated before addressing Aizawa, who told him to call him by his last name at home. Izuku took a moment before asking if the others knew about his situation. His voice was weaker than he intended, but Aizawa and Mike understood the question. Izuku didn't want his friends to find out. He feared they would look at him differently, as if he would break or was weak. He worried they might not want anything to do with him after learning the truth. Aizawa explained that Nedzu had given the students a few free days. Todoroki and Shinso were aware of the situation, having warned them, but the rest of the students likely thought he was at home. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful that Todoroki and Shinso had treated him normally. He wondered when he would return to class, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Aizawa reassured him that he could return whenever he felt ready, but the doctor had advised against tiring activities, so he wouldn't participate in any practicals. Fortunately, Nedzu had decided to postpone the internships, allowing Izuku to join the others when he returned to school. Mike explained that after the sports festival, heroes could take on students as interns for a few days, and Aizawa would explain it to him and his classmates when he got back. They continued their meal quietly, Aizawa and Izuku deciding it would be okay for him to return to class as soon as the break ended. He missed his friends. The day of the sports festival. Bakugo marched home, his entire demeanor radiating fury. How dare that nerd walk out of their fight? Was he really that much of a coward? This wasn't a win, it was a joke. How could they give him first place if he didn't even get to fight in the finals? It was all Deku's fault. He grumbled under his breath as he stepped out to cross the road. Just as he prepared to take a step forward, a racing ambulance nearly hit him. He cursed loudly and shouted at the vehicle. He muttered about the poor driving and continued to stew in his anger. However, all of that frustration seeped away as he crossed the street and his eyes landed on Izuku's apartment. Police cars were parked outside, and the blaring siren of the ambulance sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Dread filled his stomach as he saw medics wheeling a figure away, a green tuft of hair making his blood run cold. The weekend passed quietly, with Aizawa and Izuku slowly growing accustomed to each other's company. Izuku became more comfortable around Aizawa each day, and the apartment began to feel more like home than his own house ever did. Hope bubbled in Izuku's chest. Maybe he could finally have a real home. The next day, the duo walked together toward campus. Aizawa's apartment was just a few blocks away from UA. He looked at Izuku, who still hadn't smiled, but he couldn't blame him. The boy had been through so much. A soft smile grazed Aizawa's normally stoic features as he looked at the kid who had grown to be like a son to him. Izuku stood quietly next to him as they walked in tandem. The silence between them felt peaceful, a stark contrast to the awkwardness that had once defined their interactions. Aizawa vowed to do his best to make his problem child smile again. Soon enough, they reached the school gates. Luckily, Aizawa had thought to arrive early to avoid reporters. They entered the building's hallway and went their separate ways, Izuku to his classroom and Aizawa toward the teacher's break room to prepare for homeroom. As Izuku walked into the classroom, he expected it to be empty given how early they had arrived. However, he was surprised to find an exhausted-looking Bakugo inside. Deep bags adorned his face, a clear contrast against his pale skin. His shoulders were hunched, and his posture slumped as he appeared lost in thought. Izuku thought he could back away unnoticed, but his hopes were dashed when crimson eyes landed on him. Many emotions flitted across Bakugo's expression, too fast for Izuku to decipher. Bakugo stood up abruptly, his movements stiff and alarming. He approached Izuku, his steps echoing harshly against the tiled floor. Izuku instinctively backed away slightly as Bakugo marched toward him. He flinched when Bakugo raised his arm and placed it on his shoulder, shutting his eyes automatically. After a moment, when no pain came, Izuku hesitantly opened his eyes. Bakugo's voice was loud and harsh as he exclaimed his concern, but somehow Izuku could see the intention behind his words. Izuku stood there speechless. Was Bakugo actually worried about him? Bakugo continued, explaining how he had seen the police cars and medics taking Izuku away, and how he had rushed home to find police officers questioning his parents. He expressed his frustration about not knowing the truth, about the injuries Izuku had hidden for so long. This was the first time Izuku saw Bakugo express an emotion other than anger. Was that worry and guilt he saw in those fierce red eyes? Bakugo's voice grew louder and more frantic as he broke down, revealing the weight of his past actions. Izuku stood frozen, watching as the walls Bakugo had built up over the years crumbled, leaving only raw emotion exposed. He finally spoke, revealing that he had hidden his pain because he didn't want Bakugo to see him as weaker than he already felt. He laughed, but it was a broken sound filled with self-hatred, admitting that he felt like a useless Deku. Bakugo's response was immediate and fierce. He insisted that Izuku was not weak, that he was the strongest person he knew. Despite everything they had been through, Izuku had kept fighting for his dreams. Izuku looked up at Bakugo through blurry eyes, tears he hadn't realized he was shedding flowing down his cheeks. He never thought he would hear those words, let alone from Bakugo. They stood there, crying into each other's shoulders for a while. Izuku thought that maybe, just maybe, they could be friends again. Soon enough, the bell rang, and the rest of the students trickled in, exchanging worried glances as they noticed the duo's bloodshot eyes. However, as they realized the lack of animosity between Bakugo and Izuku, they seemed to relax. Izuku noted that Ida seemed off. He had expected him to be the first in class, but he arrived nearly last, closely followed by Todoroki, who nodded at Izuku as soon as he walked in. Izuku thought he saw relief in Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes. He made a mental note to thank him later. Aizawa sighed as he walked away from the classroom door. He had come to class to check on Izuku, but he wasn't expecting to find his problem child in the middle of a confrontation with the class's one and only explosive teen. He knew that the history between the two went way back, and the battle exercise only served to highlight the animosity between them, but he never thought it was this serious. At least they seemed to finally be making up. He would have to talk to Izuku later about the bullying. Even Bakugo needed to be set straight. He would ensure to discuss therapy sessions for both of them with Nezu. Homeroom went on without a hitch as Aizawa announced that they would be picking out hero names. Soon enough, most of the students had already decided. Midnight assisted them in the process. While Aizawa was a great teacher, this wasn't his strong suit. His own hero name had been chosen by Present Mike when they were both first years. Uraraka decided to go with Uravity, a blend of her name and zero gravity, while Tsuyu chose to call herself Froppy. Many of his classmates had really interesting names. Kirishima selected Red Riot as a tribute to Crimson Riot. Even Bakugo ended up with a decent name. After many attempts, his first choices being rather extreme, he finally settled on Ground Zero. The only students left without hero names were Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki. Both Ida and Todoroki opted for their first names, appearing hesitant and thoughtful. The worry in Izuku's chest grew by the second, as he had never seen Ida look so distressed. He wondered what had happened to cause that look in the boy's eyes. His thoughts were interrupted when Midnight called for him to present his hero name to the class. He approached the podium, hands sweating as he nervously twiddled his fingers. Finally, mustering enough courage, he flipped the white chalkboard to reveal his hero name. There, in black, slightly messy hiragana, was written Deku. Midnight asked him carefully if he was sure about this choice. She was aware of his past, all the teachers had been informed. Knowing that this name had once been an insult did not ease her worries. His classmates voiced their concerns, but what he said next convinced them. He reflected on his feelings, admitting that he had once hated this name. It had made him feel as if he couldn't achieve anything, as if his dreams were unattainable. Yet, someone had helped him see it in a different light. He glanced briefly at Uraraka and then at Kaken. They both smiled, though Kaken tried to hide it with a scoff. He declared proudly that he was Deku, the hero who never gives up. The bell rang, signaling the end of homeroom. Aizawa had just informed the class about the internships. Following the events of the sports festival, most of the students had received a decent number of offers. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya had the most offers, given their rankings and the powers they displayed during the battles. However, what caught Izuku off guard was what All Might asked him to choose. All Might had stopped him on his way out of class to discuss a particular offer he had received from Gran Torino, a retired pro hero and All Might's own teacher. No pressure. The day passed in an ordinary manner. Izuku spent his lunch break with Uraraka and Ida. Uraraka kept glancing at Ida with a concerned expression, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Later, when Izuku asked her about it, she informed him that Ida had also withdrawn from the tournament. His brother, the pro hero Ingenium, had been attacked by the hero killer. Izuku had seen the news and was aware of the villain. Stain, the hero killer, had taken the lives of many heroes in cold blood over the past few months. Learning that Ida's brother had been attacked was shocking. Ingenium had barely survived the assault and was now paralyzed from the waist down. Worry gnawed at Izuku's insides. His friend was in pain, and he felt helpless. It was no wonder Ida was acting differently. The only thing Izuku could do now was be there for his friend. The day of the internships finally arrived, and Aizawa took the Class 1A students to the train station to send them off. He reminded them not to put on their costumes unless accompanied by a hero. Aizawa made sure Izuku had everything he needed, even giving him his number in case he needed anything at all. Aizawa urged Izuku to call him any time he needed, even if it was just to talk. His serious expression made Izuku tear up. Mina chimed in happily, expressing her excitement about the day. Aizawa then turned to leave, wishing them good luck. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement about meeting Gran Torino, the man who trained his idol, the symbol of peace. The students waved goodbye to each other and set off to catch their train. Todoroki was already on the other side of the station, preparing to board. He met Izuku's gaze and nodded. Izuku responded with a shy wave, aware that Todoroki had yet to discuss everything that had happened, but he seemed content just knowing Izuku was okay. As Todoroki boarded his train, Izuku turned around, ready to set off as well. Just then Ida walked past him, head down and shoulders hunched. Izuku paused for a moment, then grabbed his belongings and rushed forward, his suitcase rolling behind him. Ochako seemed to have the same thought and charged over as well. Ochako called out to Ida, who stopped and turned. Izuku and Ochako stood before him, both concerned. Ochako asked if he was really okay, noting that he had been avoiding them since the incident with his brother. Izuku added that they were there for him if he needed to talk, reminding him that friends were there for each other. Ida looked down for a moment, taking a deep breath before raising his head. He met their gazes and offered a small, sad smile. He thanked Izuku for his support and assured them that if he needed someone to talk to, he would reach out. With that, Ida turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Ochako expressed relief that Ida was at least okay, and Izuku nodded, though a terrible feeling settled in his stomach. He recognized that look on Ida's face. He didn't want to think about what it meant. Izuku looked down at the slip of paper he held, confirming he was at the right place. The building in front of him appeared old and run down, making him doubt that anyone actually lived there. Steeling himself, he took the case holding his hero costume in one hand and approached the front door. He hesitated for a moment before knocking. The instant his knuckles made contact, the door creaked open, letting some light into the dim room. Izuku swallowed thickly, feeling as though he had stepped into a cliché horror movie where the protagonist faced a grim fate. He stood there for a long moment, contemplating whether he should announce his presence. Gran Torino surely knew he was coming, right? Summoning his courage, he pushed the door open and peered inside. The interior looked just as bad as the exterior, if not worse. The main room was completely dark, illuminated only by the sunlight streaming through the open door. Izuku couldn't fathom how anyone, let alone a pro-hero, could live here. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a figure lying face down in a pool of a strange red liquid. This must be Gran Torino, he thought grimly. However, Izuku had seen enough to know that this was not what it appeared to be. The liquid seemed thick, and the smell was that ketchup? He crouched down in front of the figure and gently poked the man's cheek. He remarked that the prank wasn't very convincing and did his best Aizawa impression, hoping his teacher would be proud of his monotone DLVRY. The man on the floor huffed and sat up, his features a mix of disappointment and fascination. He expressed his surprise at how easily Izuku had seen through the prank. Although he was looking forward to seeing some action, it was a shame that nothing happened as he cleaned the ketchup from the floor. Suddenly, Gran Torino seemed to freeze, his eyes slowly rising to meet Izuku's. He appeared puzzled and asked who Izuku was. Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya. Izuku from the hero course at UA. Gran Torino continued to look confused, prompting Izuku to clarify his name again. Gran Torino then guessed the name Tashinori, smiling as if he had made a brilliant deduction. Izuku shot him a deadpan glare, trying to maintain eye contact while considering all the agencies he could have ended up with, preferably not with someone so forgetful. Gran Torino finally broke the silence, acknowledging that Izuku had decent control over One for All. His statement piqued Izuku's interest, especially as Gran Torino's gaze shifted to the silver briefcase containing Izuku's hero costume. Gran Torino instructed Izuku to get suited up, wanting to see how well he could handle his power to determine what they needed to work on. Izuku blinked, surprised by the sudden shift from incoherent old man to serious mentor. Gran Torino kicked off the ground, launching himself toward the wall above the door. Izuku stumbled back in shock, not expecting such speed. Gran Torino grinned wickedly, leaping off the wall and landing in front of the door. He straightened up, met Izuku's eyes, and smirked, telling him to fire up One for All and fight him. Izuku's eyes widened, but after recovering from his shock, he nodded. Gran Torino gave him time to put on his costume, which had been repaired since the incident at the USJ. The support department had done wonders with the upgrades, and he felt grateful to Hatsum, who had left a note explaining the updates. Once dressed, Izuku joined Gran Torino in the living room, ready to begin. Gran Torino had swiftly overwhelmed him during their training session. Izuku barely saw him coming. One moment he was preparing to dodge, and the next he found himself sprawled on the floor, breathing heavily as he tried to regain his focus. Gran Torino acknowledged that Izuku had a good grasp of his power but emphasized the need to work on his reflexes and fighting style. Izuku nodded, slowly getting up, his eyes shining with determination as he mentally prepared for the rest of the training. Throughout the weekend, Gran Torino trained Izuku in various fighting techniques. By the end of each day, Izuku's body ached from the strain, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck. Yet, with the strain came the satisfaction of being productive, a welcome distraction from his anxious thoughts about his mother. He needed everything to be over. Gran Torino must have sensed Izuku's distraction because, on the third night, he decided to confront him. After some light sparring, where Izuku had been getting closer to landing a hit, Gran Torino called for a break. He pulled up 2 chairs at the dinner table, gesturing for Izuku to sit. With some hesitation, Izuku complied. Until now, they had not had a proper conversation outside of training discussions. Gran Torino noted that Izuku had been distracted and mentioned that All Might had informed him of Izuku's past. Izuku's breath hitched, wondering if All Might had shared details about his mother. Gran Torino acknowledged the hardships Izuku had faced, assuring him that while the memories would always be there, he was tough and would become a great hero. Gran Torino warned Izuku to get out of his own head, stating that distractions could lead to danger. Villains would exploit any hesitation. Izuku understood that he needed to stop associating everything with his mother and focus on becoming the hero. He aspired to be the hero who saves people and never gives up. Gran Torino observed as Izuku's expression shifted from fear to determination in a matter of seconds. The day passed, and they resumed training. Izuku finally managed to focus until Gran Torino announced they would be going out for patrol that night, taking a route near Hosu City, where Ida was interning. Ida had chosen to intern with the Hero Manual, despite having many offers. This decision troubled Izuku, as it was the city where Ida's brother had been attacked by the hero killer. He hoped Gran Torino would agree to check on his friend. As they boarded the bullet train, Gran Torino sighed about the youth and their smartphones. It was dark outside, and the city lights flashed by the windows. Izuku didn't respond, instead refreshing his messenger to check if Ida had replied to his message, which asked if everything was okay. Worry gnawed at Izuku's insides as he noticed that Ida still hadn't responded. He hoped his friend was okay. Just as he was about to text him again, the train jerked to a screeching halt. Izuku nearly lost his seat, barely managing to hold on thanks to the metal bar beside him. A voice boomed over the intercom, announcing an emergency stop and urging everyone to remain seated. The announcement was barely finished when a creature smashed through the wall of the bullet train. Izuku instinctively raised his arms to shield himself as dust, smoke, and debris filled the air. A terrified scream pierced through the chaos. The creature was large, with long talons and an unsettling appearance. In an instant, Izuku was on his feet, his heart racing. He recognized the creature as a Nomu. Memories flooded back, and he instinctively rubbed his throat, trying to shake off the fear. He had to stay focused. He couldn't let the past overwhelm him. Gran Torino, his mentor, commanded him to stay put as he launched himself at the creature. In seconds, both of them vanished through the blown-out wall of the train. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku rushed to the gaping hole and peered outside. He watched as Gran Torino collided with the Nomu, sending it crashing into a building. An explosion followed, engulfing them in a cloud of smoke. Izuku gritted his teeth, torn between obeying his mentor and the urge to help. Ignoring Gran Torino's warning, he leaped from the train into the city below. People shouted at him to stay back, but he pressed on. He landed on a nearby rooftop, channeling one for all through his body as he sprinted forward, determined to assist anyone in need. The city was ablaze, smoke billowing in the distance, and the sounds of chaos filled the air. He descended from the roof and spotted groups of civilians fleeing in terror. Aizawa and Gran Torino would later scold him for his recklessness, But Izuku could never turn away from danger when lives were at stake. He ran against the tide of panicked civilians, heading straight toward the heart of the conflict. As he moved, two figures rushed past him, and he quickly realized that another Nomu was engaged in battle with one of Hosu's heroes. The hero seemed to have the situation under control, prompting Izuku to search for a more suitable task. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out a familiar name. He turned to see a pro-hero shouting for Ida. Recognizing the hero Ida was interning with, Izuku felt a wave of concern wash over him. Ida was nowhere to be found, which was unusual. He would never abandon those in need, so where was he? Then, a chilling thought struck him. Did Ida choose to come to Hosu to confront the hero killer? Was he seeking revenge for his brother? The realization hit Izuku hard. He had overlooked the signs. Ida had been distant lately, and the look in his eyes was not sadness but a burning desire for vengeance. Determined to find Ida before he made a grave mistake, Izuku felt one for all surge through him as he sprinted in the opposite direction. He recalled the news reports about the hero killer's victims being found in secluded alleys, and that's where he decided to search first. His heart raced as he ran faster, urgency driving him forward. Suddenly, he heard a low, threatening voice emanating from an alley ahead. Turning the corner, he was met with a horrifying sight. Ida lay on the ground, injured and bleeding, while the hero killer loomed over him, sword raised. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku charged forward, propelled by instinct and the need to save his friend. He leaped at the vigilante, fully aware of the danger but unwilling to let fear dictate his actions. He knew defeating the hero killer alone would be nearly impossible, but his friend's safety was all that mattered. With a powerful swing, he unleashed one for all and struck the hero killer in the face. The blow caught the man off guard, sending him stumbling back. But now that he was aware of Izuku's presence, he would not be caught off guard again. Izuku steadied himself, trying to appear as intimidating as possible. He positioned himself protectively between Ida and the vigilante, locking eyes with the man as he addressed his friend. Ida was breathing heavily, a sound that brought relief to Izuku. His friend was alive, and that was enough for now. He reassured Ida that he would save him. Adrenaline surged through Izuku's veins, his heart racing as he faced the infamous hero killer, a ruthless assassin known for eliminating pro-heroes he deemed unworthy. Stain had taken down dozens, leaving a chilling message that all fake heroes must perish. His true identity remained a mystery, but his actions spoke volumes. Tensei Ida, the turbo hero Ingenium, lay injured nearby, a grim reminder of the danger they faced. Despite the intimidation, Izuku pushed through the fear. His friend's life depended on him. Stain appeared momentarily surprised by his sudden arrival, giving Izuku a brief opportunity to assess Ida's condition. Ida was face down, blood pooling from a deep wound on his shoulder. Guilt gnawed at Izuku. If only he had been faster, perhaps Ida wouldn't be in this situation. Ida's expression was a mix of confusion and anger, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. It was a look Izuku recognized from a previous encounter, one filled with rage. Ida struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and strained. He informed Izuku that he couldn't move, suggesting that Stain's quirk was responsible for his condition. Izuku realized that Stain's quirk required him to inflict cuts to activate its effects. He noticed another pro-hero, Native, slumped against the alley wall, adding to the urgency of the situation. If it were just Ida, he might have been able to carry him to safety, but now he had to save both heroes. Stain's voice dripped with venom as he warned Izuku not to interfere. He declared that it was his duty to eliminate them, insisting that society needed to be cleansed of fakes. His piercing gaze sent chills down Izuku's spine, making it clear that he was a formidable opponent. Realizing he couldn't face Stain alone, Izuku discreetly reached for his phone, hoping to alert someone to their predicament. He sent out his location to all his contacts, praying that someone would recognize the urgency of the situation. Until help arrived, he had to hold off the hero killer. Lives were at stake, and he couldn't afford to fail. Ida shouted for Izuku to run, insisting that this battle was not his concern. Izuku, however, felt compelled to stay and fight. He had much to say to Ida, but that would have to wait. He recalled the words of a great hero, helping others, even when unasked, was the essence of heroism. With determination, he assumed a defensive stance, ready to protect his friend. Stain's unsettling grin widened as he acknowledged Izuku's resolve. He had initially dismissed Izuku as just another wannabe hero, but now he recognized a spark of potential in him. The villain charged forward, and Izuku barely had time to process the exchange before dodging a swift blade aimed at him. Drawing on his training, he leaped off the wall, narrowly avoiding another attack. He realized that Stain's quirk required him to cut his opponents, yet he was still able to move. This revelation sparked hope in Izuku. Perhaps he could find a way to counter Stain's abilities. As the fight continued, Izuku's message reached his contacts. While most dismissed it, two individuals recognized the gravity of the situation. At UA, a black-haired teacher received the alert and quickly donned his hero gear, concerned for Izuku's safety. The battle raged on, and though only a few minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity for Izuku. He was panting heavily, exhausted from the relentless dodging. Stain, however, showed no signs of fatigue, his grin unwavering as he acknowledged Izuku's skill. The hero killer was enjoying the challenge. In a sudden move, Stain took advantage of Izuku's momentary distraction, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Winded and struggling to regain his breath, Izuku realized that the villain was closing in on him. Stain's words echoed ominously, expressing his disdain for those who posed as heroes for personal gain. The stakes were higher than ever, and Izuku knew he had to find a way to turn the tide in this desperate battle. This world needs to be cleansed, all imposters must be eliminated. The hero killer slowly wiped the blood from the cut on his cheek, a sight that nearly made the boy feel sick. He attempted to move, but his body refused to respond. So, this is how it ends for him. He needed to absorb the blood of his victims for his quirk to activate. This is bad. He needed to act before the hero killer reached Ida. He had to do something. To his horror, Stain was already hovering over a still incapacitated Ida, his blade raised, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The action that would cost Izuku his friend's life. Aizawa felt as though the world was conspiring against him. When he first saw the text from Izuku, he assumed the boy was unwell and wanted to return home. However, the location indicated Hosu City, and alarms went off in his mind. Hosu was under attack, and somehow, his problem child had gotten involved despite his internship being nowhere near there. Was the universe truly out to get Midoriya? Half an hour later, likely with a few speeding tickets to his name, Aizawa found himself in the alleyways of Hosu. To his surprise, he encountered Gran Torino and a couple of Endeavor's sidekicks. It seemed Todoroki had rushed off after receiving a text. A coincidence? He thought not. Those kids were always getting into trouble. Aizawa expected to find Izuku caught in a battle with Nomus, perhaps saving civilians. What he didn't expect was to discover that the boy had fought the hero killer and actually emerged victorious. He would need to reprimand Ida for thinking revenge was the answer. However, they had more pressing matters to address. Todoroki and Ida appeared relatively unharmed. Ida had a minor injury to his arm, but thankfully the bleeding had stopped. Izuku, on the other hand, was not in good shape. His body was covered in scratches, his costume was torn in several places, and he was drenched in sweat, likely exhausted from the ordeal. The most concerning injury was the knife embedded in his back, bleeding heavily. He had broken the handle to continue fighting smart but reckless. Aizawa feared that this reckless behavior would be the reason for his early demise. Despite the circumstances, Aizawa felt a wave of relief wash over him. His students were alive. Considering who they had faced, it was a miracle they had survived. He knew he needed to count his blessings. Things could have gone much worse. Yet, life had a way of complicating matters. One moment everything seemed fine, and then chaos erupted. A winged Nomu charged at them, its wild eyes and erratic behavior making it a terrifying sight. It seemed to have no specific target, even as it dove toward Todoroki. Izuku, ever the self-sacrificing hero, pushed Todoroki out of harm's way and took the hit himself. Aizawa cursed as no one managed to react in time. They could only watch helplessly as Izuku was taken. Then, something unexpected occurred. In an instant, the hero killer liked the blood from one of the sidekicks, paralyzing the Nomu. He jumped onto it and struck decisively. Aizawa couldn't even feel relief after that, as the hero killer stood up and declared his newfound epiphany to the world, painting a target on Izuku. Of course, a news reporter was recording at that very moment. Aizawa truly believed the world was plotting against them. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, the scene around him feeling unnaturally familiar. He had somehow found himself back in a hospital room. Memories of the fight against the hero killer flooded his mind, and he shot up in alarm. Where were Todoroki and Ida? Were they okay? Pain flared in his back, but he ignored it in his search for his friends. He sighed in relief when he saw both Ida and Todoroki in the room with him. They froze at the sight of him, their heads snapping in his direction. They called out his name in unison, concern etched on their faces. Izuku asked if they were okay, noticing their confused and slightly exasperated expressions. It was Todoroki who spoke next, commenting on how Izuku had woken up after being stabbed and taken by a Nomu, yet his first concern was for them. Ida expressed his worry, apologizing for his rash actions that had endangered them. He bowed his head, his voice low and filled with regret. Izuku replied that while Ida's actions were reckless, he too felt the need to apologize. He had failed to support his friend when he needed it most. Ida reassured him that he had nothing to be sorry for, emphasizing how Izuku had saved his life and helped him escape the darkness that had consumed him. Todoroki nodded in agreement, and Izuku offered Ida a genuine smile. They had faced death together, but it had brought them closer. The moment was interrupted by a gust of wind from the open window, a harsh reminder that Izuku was shirtless, with only bandages covering his back and shoulders. He realized his scars were exposed and hastily tried to cover himself with the bed sheets, only to be stopped when a hand rested on his own. Panicked green eyes met heterochromatic ones, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Todoroki assured him that it was okay, explaining that he had spoken to Ida, who was willing to let Izuku explain in his own time. Ida met his gaze with a serious expression but nodded in support. Todoroki added that friendship goes both ways, assuring Izuku that he would always be there for him if needed. The tension in Izuku's limbs eased as he sighed in relief. What had he done to deserve such good friends? The afternoon passed uneventfully. The chief of the police force visited and informed them that they would be let off the hook this time. Their unlicensed quirk usage would typically lead to serious consequences, but they were being given a warning instead. Having Endeavor, much to Todoroki's dismay, take the credit for apprehending Stain was a bitter pill to swallow. The media, however, was relentless. Every news channel focused on Stain's arrest, obsessing over the fact that a UA student, first year no less, was being compared to All Might. Fortunately, they had not yet revealed his identity, but it was only a matter of time before the public would connect the dots. Stain's ideology was spreading rapidly, with his followers multiplying by the hour. People began to notice the flaws in the system, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo. Stain had ignited something that night. All the darkness lurking in society was drawn to him, to his ideas, and to the organization he was associated with, the League of Villains. On the other side of the hospital, Torino spoke to All Might on a pay phone. He expressed his frustration about Tashinori's successor, noting that the young hero acted impulsively, much like All Might himself. Yet, there was something special about the boy. Torino acknowledged that Tashinori had made a wise choice. However, Torino's call was not merely to discuss the successor. He recounted his brief encounter with the hero killer, describing the overwhelming pressure and intensity of Stain's ideals that left everyone frozen in fear. He warned that the investigation would continue, and Stain's influence would spread. The current age was one of suppression, and the media was already linking Stain to the League of Villains, transforming them from a mere gang that attacked UA into a far more dangerous threat. Torino took a deep breath, his tone growing serious. He mentioned Shimura, his friend and Tashinori's predecessor, the last user of One for All. He speculated that the man who had harmed her and injured Tashinori 5 years ago was still alive and orchestrating these events. Tashinori, who had remained silent during Torino's speech, finally expressed disbelief that such a person could have survived. Torino urged Toshinori to inform Midoriya about the truth of one for all, emphasizing that the boy deserved to know what he was up against as the current user of the power. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the hospital's halls and encountered a familiar figure. They exchanged a glance before instinctively embracing each other. Izuku clung to his homeroom teacher, relieved to see that he was okay. Aizawa, though firm, expressed his concern, reprimanding Izuku for his reckless actions that had caused him great worry. Despite the reprimand, Izuku defended his actions, explaining that he could not abandon Ida. He hung his head, bracing for any consequences. Aizawa, muttering under his breath, pulled Izuku in for another hug, reassuring him that he was not angry but merely worried. Noticing that Izuku remained calm throughout their interaction, Aizawa felt a swell of pride in the trust the boy placed in him. They decided to head to Torino's place to retrieve Izuku's belongings before going home. Izuku reflected on the concept of home, feeling that he would never quite get used to it. He expressed his gratitude to Grand Torino, bowing deeply and apologizing for the trouble he had caused. Torino acknowledged Izuku's actions, recognizing that he had acted to save a friend, but reminded him that there was still much to learn on his journey to becoming the greatest hero. As Izuku prepared to leave, Torino watched him walk toward the waiting car, seeing the influence of All Might within him. He felt hopeful about the boy's potential to change the world. Just as Izuku turned to leave, Torino called out to him, asking who he was. The confusion on Izuku's face quickly transformed into determination as he proudly declared his name, eager to embrace his destiny as the future symbol of peace. With the internships over, they still had the weekend to rest before school started again. On Monday, they would return to their routine. However, before that, Aizawa and Izuku had the weekend to do whatever they wanted. On Friday night, Aizawa suggested they watch a couple of movies. Despite their differences in taste, they eventually settled on an old film made before the development of quirks. The movie told the story of a young man who, after the tragic loss of his parents, decided to take justice into his own hands and become a vigilante. The story was engaging, and the protagonist, who lacked powers, made it easier for Izuku to relate. After the film, they discussed it, with Izuku excitedly sharing his thoughts on the quirkless hero and how he utilized his support items. In their society, heroes didn't always possess useful quirks. Many had quirks that only activated under specific circumstances, which were not always met. Some heroes had glaring weaknesses that made them ineffective in certain battles. For instance, Kamui Woods would struggle against a fire quirk. In contrast, heroes like Eraserhead, Aizawa himself, fought essentially without quirks. Aizawa's ability only served to level the playing field. The rest depended on his own fighting skills and years of hard work, along with his essential support items. As the night progressed, Izuku began to come out of his shell. He felt more comfortable speaking up and no longer feared punishment for every little thing. It was getting late, and despite being exhausted from his internship and still recovering from his encounter with Stain, he found it difficult to sleep. Aizawa, on the other hand, was fast asleep. Izuku noticed something unusual about Aizawa. The older man would open his mouth as if to say something but then close it again. It was concerning. Did his teacher have something to tell him? Was Aizawa worried about how he would react? Did he do something wrong? Was he in trouble? Shaking those thoughts from his mind, Izuku quietly rose from the couch. He turned off the television and walked past Aizawa's sleeping form, covering him with the blanket that had fallen to the floor. He paused for a moment, taking in the peaceful expression on his teacher's face. Aizawa had done so much for him, and he felt immense gratitude. After all, Aizawa had given him something he had never dreamed of having. The next day unfolded in a similar manner, as they watched the morning news together, both enjoying the comfortable silence that had settled between them. However, Izuku, having learned to notice small shifts in behavior to avoid his mother's wrath, sensed that something was off with Aizawa. Years of observing his mother had honed this skill, allowing him to analyze people's moods and act accordingly. When Aizawa's demeanor changed slightly, Izuku knew something was wrong. His teacher seemed to have something to say but was hesitant. Dark thoughts swirled in Izuku's mind. Did Aizawa tire of his presence? Did he want to send him away? His own mother had struggled with him. Why would Aizawa be any different? Politely excusing himself, he retreated to his room, the guest room. After all, that was all he was, a stranger in this man's home. Aizawa found himself at a loss. This was uncharted territory for him, and he didn't know how to navigate it. He contemplated how to approach Midoriya, but the boy had locked himself in his room all afternoon. Should he knock and ask to talk, or wait for Izuku to adjust more? The situation was becoming frustrating, and Izuku's closed-off behavior did nothing to ease his nerves. Was he making the boy uncomfortable? He wanted Izuku to trust him. Over the past few weeks, Aizawa had grown to care for the boy as if he were his own. Was it wrong to want to make that bond official? The decision seemed to come to him as he heard soft footsteps. Izuku hesitantly stepped into the living room. They exchanged a glance before both began to speak, their voices overlapping. Aizawa gestured for Izuku to go first, straightening up from his slouched position on the couch, ready to give him his full attention. Izuku hurriedly expressed his concerns, saying he felt like he had been bothering Aizawa and didn't want to be a burden. He apologized for any perceived overstepping and insisted he could take care of himself, even suggesting he could find a job and pay rent for a small apartment near campus. His words tumbled out faster and faster, his voice growing quieter as he spoke. Suddenly he was enveloped in a warm hug from Aizawa, which caught him off guard and silenced his rambling. Aizawa reassured Izuku, telling him he was not a burden and that his recent behavior had nothing to do with him. He admitted to struggling with emotional matters and expressed how much Izuku had come to mean to him, likening their bond to that of a father and son. Izuku listened intently as Aizawa shared the news. Aizawa had managed to arrange everything, and the legalities were all set. Realization struck Izuku, and his eyes widened as he grasped the significance of Aizawa's words. Aizawa wanted him to become his son, to adopt him. The weight of this revelation left Izuku momentarily speechless. Tears filled his eyes as he felt a warmth he had never experienced before. He hesitated, unsure how to respond, and quietly asked if Aizawa was truly certain about this decision. Aizawa affirmed his intentions, expressing his desire for Izuku to become part of his family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku agreed, feeling a sense of belonging for the first time. Aizawa, despite his stoic demeanor, felt a surge of happiness that he would never admit to anyone. The following Monday arrived smoothly. The two had spent the weekend decorating Izuku's room, transforming it into a space that felt like his own. Aizawa's house was slowly becoming a home, and he felt a sense of family with Aizawa. As they approached the school, they walked side by side, and upon passing the teacher's lounge, All Might appeared, his hero persona radiating energy. He greeted them enthusiastically, expressing concern for Izuku after the recent incident. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed Aizawa trying to retreat from All Might's exuberance. Izuku responded cheerfully, despite his confusion about why All Might was waiting for them. All Might wanted to discuss something important with him, and after Aizawa's approval, they headed to the teacher's lounge. Once seated, Izuku sensed the seriousness in All Might's demeanor. The hero began by apologizing for not being there during Izuku's recent struggles. Izuku reassured him that it was all right, but he was eager to know what All Might wanted to discuss. All Might then shifted the conversation to One for All, explaining its unique nature and how it could be transferred to another user. He revealed the dark history behind One for All, tracing it back to a quirk known as All for One. This quirk allowed its user to steal and grant powers, leading to a chaotic era where society struggled to adapt to the emergence of quirks. Izuku listened in disbelief as All Might recounted the tale of a man who manipulated others and caused great suffering. He had heard rumors online but never imagined the truth was so grim. All Might emphasized that the textbooks often omitted such dark realities. Curious, Izuku asked how this connected to One for All. All Might explained that All for One's ability to grant quirks often led to tragic outcomes, turning people into mere shadows of their former selves, like the Nomu. The revelation that these creatures were once humans struck Izuku deeply. All Might continued, sharing the story of All for One's younger brother, who had a dormant quirk that allowed him to pass on powers. This brother opposed the tyranny of his sibling, leading to a conflict that ultimately resulted in the creation of One for All. The irony of justice emerging from such darkness resonated with Izuku, who understood that even in a world filled with shadows, heroes brought light and hope. Izuku felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He learned that One for All, a man with the ability to steal others' quirks, had acquired a power that prevented aging, making him nearly immortal, a lasting symbol of evil. His younger brother, after being defeated, decided to pass on his power to the next generation in hopes that one day his brother could be stopped. Though it started as a mere shadow of its current strength, the power grew as it was handed down through generations. Ultimately, it was Izuku's generation that believed they had defeated the villain, but he had survived and was once again orchestrating chaos as the mastermind behind the League of Villains. One for All was a quirk created specifically to one day confront All for One, meaning that someday, Izuku would have to face the greatest evil in the world. All Might expressed his regret, revealing that when he passed on this power, he had thought All for One was gone. He hadn't wanted his successor to bear such a heavy burden. Izuku had already faced so much, and All Might felt he had only added to his struggles. Izuku couldn't deny the fear that gripped him. A villain so powerful that he could injure All Might and survive? Generations of heroes had tried and failed to defeat All for One, and now it was his turn. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders. Yet, he reminded himself of all he had achieved with the support of his mentor and friends. He was no longer alone. He could do this, he would rise to the challenge. He resolved to give his all, feeling a fierce determination ignite within him. With All Might by his side, he felt capable of anything. But as he looked into his mentor's eyes, his confidence wavered. Concern and fear bubbled in his stomach as he asked what was wrong. All Might reassured him, expressing pride in Izuku's growth. He noticed the tension in his student's shoulders ease, unaware of the deeper thoughts swirling in All Might's mind. He silently apologized to Midoriya, knowing that when the day of reckoning arrived, he might not be there to support him. Walking back from the teacher's lounge, Izuku couldn't help but reflect on everything All Might had just shared with him. The history of his quirk and the destiny it entailed was astonishing. Izuku understood that being All Might's successor would not be easy, and today had reminded him of that. He realized the long journey ahead of him. If he wanted to meet All Might's expectations, he needed to improve and strive to be better. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice when someone called out to him from behind. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, and acting on instinct, he flipped the person over his shoulder. It was only moments later, after hearing a small groan, that he realized what he had done. Turning around slowly, he was startled to see who he had knocked to the ground. Izuku felt a wave of mortification wash over him as he asked if the other teen was okay, his voice rising with worry and guilt. The purple-haired teen, still sprawled on the floor, expressed his surprise at Izuku's strength, laughing in disbelief. Izuku rushed to apologize, his words tumbling out as he checked the teen for any injuries, insisting it was an accident. The teen reassured him that it was fine, admitting he shouldn't have startled Izuku. Guilt flashed across his face as he spoke. Izuku, rubbing the back of his neck in a nervous gesture, explained that he often got lost in his thoughts. A few minutes of silence passed as Izuku crouched beside the teen. He playfully asked if he planned to stay on the floor all day, tilting his head with a grin. The purple-haired teen responded with a playful pop sound, prompting a small giggle from Izuku. Encouragingly, Izuku urged him to get up since they had class soon. He felt surprisingly comfortable around Shinso, a feeling he had only experienced with Aizawa. It was refreshing to act naturally without fear of judgment. With a groan, Shinso accepted Izuku's hand and pulled himself up. They exchanged a moment of realization, recalling that their last encounter had been at the sports festival. They both began to speak at once, their voices overlapping. Izuku offered Shinso the chance to go first as an apology for earlier. Shinso expressed his regret for informing the teachers despite his promise, explaining that he couldn't allow anyone to hurt Izuku. He was genuinely relieved that Izuku was okay. Izuku took a deep breath, meeting Shinso's gaze as he conveyed his gratitude. He acknowledged that Shinso had saved him that day and insisted he shouldn't apologize, calling him his hero in a way. Shinso was taken aback by the title, feeling overwhelmed. This was the first time someone had encouraged his dream and recognized him as a hero, despite his quirk's reputation. He was pulled from his thoughts by Izuku's outstretched hand, inviting him to become heroes together. Slowly, Shinso accepted the gesture, promising to make his friend proud. Weeks passed, and the final exams arrived. Izuku felt he had performed well on the written portion, but the practicals were a different story. Contrary to rumors of fighting robots, the test involved battling their teachers. Each student pair faced a teacher chosen to challenge their weaknesses. Izuku found himself teamed up with Kaken, their opponent being the symbol of peace himself. They were in for a tough challenge. Kaken had mellowed over the past few weeks, still brash but making an effort to change. Izuku hoped that one day, they might rebuild their friendship. As the buzzer sounded, both teens entered the training ground. Izuku attempted to devise a plan with Kaken, who surprisingly listened. Izuku, having grown to respect All Might, believed they should avoid confrontation, knowing the hero could easily overpower them. However, Kaken felt differently, realizing that even a retreat would be futile against All Might. They ultimately reached a compromise. Bursting into the training ground at incredible speed, All Might laughed as he demolished everything in his path. This laughter was different. It sent shivers down Izuku and Kaken's spines. The smile on All Might's face was not the reassuring one they were used to, it was unsettling and intimidating, a stark contrast to the hero they admired. It's the smile he gives villains before he promptly defeats them. All Might's booming voice resounded through the city as he declared his intent to confront the heroes. His catchphrase, used in such a twisted manner, made Izuku feel uneasy. He challenged them to give him their best shot. With that, All Might charged at them with incredible speed, leaving them barely able to react before the force of his blows sent them both flying backward. Izuku called out to Bakugo, urging him to act now. Bakugo, never one to hesitate, rushed toward the older hero, using the distraction to his advantage. Izuku darted to the opposite side of the street. All Might easily dodged Bakugo's attacks, and the few that landed had no effect on him. He taunted them, asserting that it wouldn't be easy to get past him. In one swift motion, he grabbed Bakugo by the wrist and hurled him toward Izuku. The two boys collided, tumbling ungracefully to the ground. Quickly regaining their bearings, they stood up and nodded to each other, ready to proceed with the next phase of their plan. All Might thought that the kid would at least know not to underestimate him. Young Izuku, despite knowing full well that All Might was faster, decided to make a run for it. While using Bakugo as a distraction was a sound strategy that could have granted Izuku the chance to reach the gates and win the test for both of them, it was clearly not the right approach against such a formidable opponent. Before he could ponder further, All Might noticed the street around him had grown strangely quiet. Looking around, he realized that in his moment of distraction, both boys had vanished. At least they were working together. However, they were nowhere in sight near the exit gate. Just as he began to wonder where they could have gone, a beeping sound from one of his pockets caught his attention. Slipping his hand inside, he realized too late that it was a grenade. Before he could react, the device exploded in his palm, momentarily blinding and disorienting him. Bakugo wouldn't admit it out loud, but Izuku had some wild ideas. Initially, Bakugo wanted to confront All Might head-on. However, after Izuku explained his plan, he couldn't help but grin at the thought of the fun ahead. They decided to use Izuku as a distraction so he could slip a couple of flash grenades into All Might's pockets. The hero wouldn't expect the distraction to turn out to be the one escaping rather than the one attacking. With the first phase of their plan complete, they needed to act quickly for the second part. Izuku took one of Bakugo's gauntlets, which was already stored with nitroglycerin, giving him additional firepower. Once prepared, they charged toward the symbol of peace, closing in on the hero from both sides. Bakugo raced forward, his speed rivaled only by Izuku's as he zipped through the clearing, green electricity sparking around him. Using his momentum, Bakugo leaped into the air, creating a whirlwind of explosions as he transformed into a living, breathing tornado of detonation. He unleashed his special move, while Izuku followed up with a powered kick aimed at All Might's back, using the gauntlet to amplify the impact. A normal opponent would have been overwhelmed by Bakugo's attack, but this was All Might, the #1 hero, and it was expected that the impact would be minimal. However, the combined strength of both Midoriya's and Bakugo's attacks proved effective. Seizing the opportunity they had created, Izuku quickly placed the quirk-canceling HNDCFFS on All Might's wrists. The alarm rang, signaling the end of the exam. The speakers declared that Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo had passed the final exam. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he celebrated their success. Bakugo felt a mix of excitement and pride swell within him as he looked at Izuku, his childhood best friend. He reflected on how wrong he had been about him. This boy, standing before him, was destined for greatness. Yet, despite his thoughts, Bakugo merely huffed and replied with a grunted acknowledgement of their success. As they exited the training area, All Might congratulated them on their performance. Neither of them had sustained serious injuries, aside from a few minor scratches, which was impressive given Izuku's history. "You did well, kid," Aizawa said as they entered the observation room, ruffling Izuku's hair affectionately. Izuku, caught up in the moment, accidentally referred to Aizawa as Dad. He froze, overwhelmed with embarrassment as his cheeks flushed bright red. He quickly covered his face, stammering multiple apologies before scurrying off to Recovery Girl's office. In his haste, Izuku didn't notice Aizawa's eyes widen in surprise, only to soften into a fond gaze moments later. A smile graced Aizawa's features, lingering for the rest of the evening. Uraraka's soft yet excited voice filled the classroom as she urged Izuku to join them at the mall the next day to gather supplies for their training camp. Aizawa, observing from a distance, noticed Izuku mumble something in response, but the words were lost in the chatter of his classmates. He watched as Uraraka's expression dimmed, her disappointment evident as she walked away with a sad smile. That evening, Aizawa decided to address the situation. He couldn't understand why Izuku would decline a chance to spend time with his friends. After all, they were teenagers, and Izuku deserved a break, a moment to enjoy life and experience being a kid. As they sat around the dining table in silence, Aizawa broached the topic. He asked Izuku if he planned to go to the mall with his friends the next day, maintaining his usual neutral expression. Izuku's nervous response, filled with stuttering, raised Aizawa's concern. It had been a while since Izuku had shown such anxiety around him, and Aizawa wondered why. He recalled how loud and excited the class had been about the outing and pressed on, asking if he was indeed going. Izuku hesitated, claiming he was tired and didn't need anything from the mall. Aizawa recognized the gesture of Izuku rubbing the back of his neck as a sign of nervousness. It was clear that Izuku was not being truthful, but Aizawa needed to understand why. Aizawa pointed out that they were lacking essentials like sunscreen and an extra sleeping bag, hoping to encourage Izuku to open up about his feelings. However, Izuku quickly dismissed the concern, avoiding eye contact and focusing on the floor tiles. Aizawa's worry deepened as he pressed for answers, asking if something had happened with his friends. Izuku shook his head, and Aizawa inquired if he was anxious about going to such a public place. Another shake of the head followed, leaving Aizawa puzzled. If it wasn't about the outing or his friends, what was troubling him? He then asked if it was about money, and Izuku flinched at the question. Aizawa realized they had yet to discuss their new arrangement. Izuku was now part of his family, and Aizawa wanted him to understand that he could rely on him for support. He reassured Izuku that as family he was responsible for him and that he would provide for his needs. Izuku appeared taken aback, his expression shifting from confusion to awe. Aizawa gently probed further, asking if his mother had allowed him to buy what he needed. Izuku took a deep breath and met Aizawa's gaze, revealing a sadness that no child should bear. He explained that his mother had not permitted him to ask for much. Instead, she would buy things for herself and give him what she thought he deserved, which depended on her mood. If she was in a good mood, he might receive takeout or something he needed, but those moments were rare. Aizawa felt a surge of anger at the thought of Izuku's childhood. He needed to remain calm for Izuku's sake, who deserved so much more. He asked what Izuku did when he needed something that his mother didn't provide. Izuku shared that he helped neighbors with chores in exchange for pocket money, revealing a solemn smile as he recalled his past. With each revelation, Aizawa's respect for Izuku grew. Despite the hardships he had faced, Izuku continued to persevere and work hard. Aizawa assured him that those days were over. He was now his son, and Izuku could always come to him for anything he needed. Aizawa wanted to take on the responsibility and provide the support Izuku deserved. The next morning, Izuku discovered a small envelope on his bedside table. Inside, he found money left by Aizawa, along with a note that read, "Take it, problem child. Families take care of each other. I'll be giving you a weekly allowance from now on anyway. Be safe." At the camping store, the cashier likely noticed the dampness on the money but chose not to comment, knowing Izuku was prone to emotional moments. The shopping trip turned out to be the most fun Izuku had experienced in a long time. It was his first visit to a mall, and he marveled at the vastness of the building, amazed by how so many people could coexist without disturbing one another. The stores were enormous, each showcasing impressive displays that drew in customers. Suddenly, an excited voice called out to him, and Izuku turned to see Kirishima rushing toward him. He felt a moment of panic as Kirishima collided with him, but he quickly relaxed upon recognizing his friend's familiar red hair. Kirishima let go and bounced with excitement, beckoning their classmates to join them. Izuku greeted Kirishima with a soft, "Hey," feeling a mix of emotions as he stepped into this new experience with his friends. Praying that the redhead didn't notice his moment of fear, he greeted the rest of his friends. He explained that he had changed his mind at the last second and decided to join them. They seemed satisfied with his explanation and quickly moved on to planning their day. They decided to split into groups based on what they needed to buy and where they needed to go. In the end, Izuku found himself alone with Uraraka. However, she soon dashed away, leaving him slightly worried as she ran off, shouting something about bug spray. He chose not to question it. After all, he was used to being alone.